doesn't provide for any public hearings, nor does it appear to provide for any input by the Planning and Zoning Commission or anybody in the town for that matter. I've asked a number of people to point me to any provision in the bill that requires any type of coordination with planning and zoning or with the town, and nobody has yet been able to do so. But with regard to public hearings, what is it specifically that you think is should be in the bill that isn't?
Well, first of all, I don't think it should be an opt-in. And I interpret it as prohibiting public hearings. That was inferred from the language and control offered, or excuse me, afforded to this coordinator for, development criteria and compliance. To me, that's a really scary notion. I know you guys as a public body, I'm sure, really, count on residents coming forward as we are today to talk about the pros and cons of a bill. I had a TP&Z meeting last night, and the meeting was filled with 30 or 40 people who were speaking for or against an application of a dog kennel. And those voices from the neighbors are really important to me. They know the nuances, they know the traffic patterns, they know, everything. I live in the town. They just offer me a great sense of assurances of the decision making that we will ultimately make, because they're providing really valuable information.
Right. Okay. And I apologize. I've completely forgotten what the second thing was. But
I mean, the brownfields that they needed, the remediation money that would be taken away essentially, or deprioritized if a town does not opt in.
Yeah. Well, I think we've gone around on that one, and
yeah, certainly.
We certainly have gotten, even the proponents of this bill hesitantly acknowledge that there is indeed a penalty for any town that doesn't opt in. But I'll think of the other thing and come up with it a little later. But thank you very much. I now I remember. Your organization, is that do you have paid staff in your organization?
There is no paid staff. We are completely volunteers. In fact, sometimes we are up till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, reviewing and looking at bills, because most of us have full-time jobs.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate your coming in. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Rep. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Harrison, for testifying. Just a quick bill. I apologize. A quick question regarding this legislation. You talked about establishing the this new role in this new office within the OPM. My question is, how would the authority of this individual be any different than perhaps the ability for the state right now to kind of unilaterally determine development decisions for many of our communities? I know that we have several bills pending before our committee regarding just that. I was described earlier, Representative Dubitsky's bill on, I believe, the siting of solar panels, among other issues. But, in my backyard, for example, the state of Connecticut had picked a preferred developer for a project. Within past 2 years, the community overwhelmingly opposed that project, and Governor Lamont actually pulled the plug on that project and stated that they would not move forward with the developer agreement. There's a lot more details to that, and I don't want to belabor that point, and you can figure it out on your own time. But my question is, how is this role any different from the powers that this individual will have within this office any different from what the state can do in terms of making decisions for communities?
Yeah, and certainly our regulations are derived from the state statutes largely. But the coordinator, as I interpret it, I mean, it was mentioned, I think 22 times in the legislation. And I think the coordinator would determine the size of the TOD, the state's funding for TOD improvements, whether the town is acting in compliance with these new regulations. As of now, I don't believe the Fairfield Town Planning and Zoning Commission or any other commission really reports into a coordinator or gets oversight from a coordinator. The powers are within us, the regulatory powers. Certainly, we get a lot of our cues from the state. And we're, partners in many instances with the state, which has been a great thing. But to me, this would be a brand new position that I just haven't, worked with, in my experience on the commission.
I guess my point is with this bill.
Mr. Chairman, could you please ask Representative Baumgartner to put the microphone a little closer to his mouth? I can't
I don't
hear
think it can get
anything
any
he's
closer.
saying.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Mr. Dubitsky. I'm not sure if the microphone can get any closer right now, but I will speak louder. Perhaps it's an issue with the mic. But my point is development with this bill starts with and ends with the local government. Local control, I think the overwhelming majority of this committee would agree with it. I've been on those battles, and so I would take exception to this committee undermining that local control. What I want to get to is how we can structure this office in a way that ensures that it at no point will the local control be undermined. And so can you please point to me where the local control will be undermined by the establishment of this office?
Yeah, do you want me to point, do you want me to look at the bill or?
Just one point.
I thought I answered the question about, I don't think we right now, we talk with a coordinator to do oversight when we are creating TOD, which we have done quite extensively in Fairfield. In fact, last night we just approved a brewery that's coming to town. So again, I don't know. Again, we haven't had an interaction with a coordinator, so I think I've answered it to the best I can.
It is a function of state government. Whether it's DECD, whether it's OPM, for decades, we've had state government work with municipalities, propose developments in municipalities, sign development agreements in municipalities that were not subject to any planning and zoning approvals. Projects that in many cases, many townsfolk did rise up in opposition, projects that would have increased density, projects that would have, so my point is that's already happening. And so I'm there's nothing in place now that is protecting our, municipalities or planning and zoning, or, giving additional rights to planning and zoning to ensure that they're a part of those decision-making processes. So my point is the state of Connecticut has in the past unilaterally, made development decisions that were not subject to any public hearings. And so we've had those issues in the past, and perhaps this bill could address those issues too, but we're not, because we're hearing this bill undermines local control, density is bad, we can't do this. And I just don't think that's the discussion we should be having.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever said that density is bad. Those are not words I have said. Perhaps others have. I think density is appropriate in certain places, and it has its function, no question about it.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you recognize that point, but no further questions. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah, and I just want to I think I said at the beginning of my statement, none of us are anti-development, anti-affordable housing, or, anti-density. And I just want to be very clear. And I think all of us are just fighting for what's best for our local communities. TOD has been alive and well in Fairfield, and I don't think we need a mandate from the state to tell us to do that. We've done that very successfully, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. This is really great news, not against, building. Senator Pazio, please.
Yeah, and I just wanted to continue on the line of discussion about local discretion. And obviously, there are cases in state statute where state overrides local discretion. If that meant this bill is totally, if we already didn't have it, if we already didn't have local discretion, and it's a moot point, this debate, then I don't see why this bill would be necessary. But obviously this bill seeks to undermine local discretion even more, because it gives the coordinator the ability to determine what towns are in compliance with this new prescription for town and city zoning. And if they do not satisfy the regulations set out in this bill, and if they do not satisfy that in accordance with the coordinator's discretion, then those towns and cities then become ineligible, or not ineligible, but deprioritized is the term of art that I guess we're using today for those funding for critical infrastructure, which according to Mr. Harrison, total in excess of maybe $100 million a year. So I don't think we can have it both ways. Obviously, this seeks to impose a certain view of what towns and cities should be doing in terms of zoning and development around transit stations. And in order to achieve that end, it is going to try to take away potentially millions of dollars in vital infrastructure funding from those towns and cities. And that's basically the debate. I think there is room for a better way. I think that adding development in transit areas has complete validity. And as we heard from Ms. Dobbin earlier, that has worked well in places like Westport, where they've gone down that path voluntarily as a town. But that also doesn't mean that it's in the interest of this state or in the interest of any of our municipalities to make them ineligible or deprioritize them from funding for brownfield remediation and sewer and water funding because they do not do 20 or 30 units of development per acre where there actually isn't mixed use. There's just rapid transit or train access as determined by the coordinator. So I do think that there is a real difference of opinion as to the approach in this debate. And I think it's in good faith from people on both sides of it, but I do think there is a difference, and there is issues of local control involved. I don't have a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pazio. Any other question? Any other question at this time? Seen or hear none, thank you so very much. I really do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, number 27, Kim Haley. Kim Haley. All right, we're moving. Number 28, Isabel Barber.
Isabel has also withdrawn.
All right. Now we're moving. Number 29, John Lockhart. John Lockhart.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for letting me speak. Can you guys hear me all right? I didn't do a mic check before this. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So the reason I wanted to talk about this bill is I've seen this happen quite a bit with all these issues that we keep seeing regarding affordable housing these days. Is typically there are assumptions about, if you make this rule, a developer is going to come in and do blank. Being, in my profession, so I'm a resident of Avon. I'm the director of investments and operations for a group called Catalina Buffalo Holdings, which is a small family office that does real estate investment and development. We have, and I guess I should probably do like a disclosure of interest. So we have a 194 unit project that we are working on in New Haven that I don't believe would fall within the any of the zones related to this bill. And then we do own a fourplex in Fairfield, Connecticut that is very close to the metro station. Though I don't know if that would fall within the scope, and we don't have any plans for that fourplex in terms of redevelopment in any way. So kind of going back to what I was talking about, probably one of the first things that struck me about this bill is that when you go down the metro lines, and looking at this from my perspective, when you look at the GIS, you look at what parcels are available, it's not really clear what is actually actionable with this bill. Besides maybe city-owned land that is the parking lots adjacent to the metro stations, you might be able to build on top of those and then maybe do additional layers of parking. But it just seems like a lot of work to not really achieve very much. And there is certainly a housing problem right now that, which I understand very well, being that, you know, we're developing in New Haven, which is one of these cities which wishes the surrounding towns would help carry the affordable load. I don't know if these types of efforts are really the way to go about achieving realistic and long-term change. It doesn't seem quite feasible. The idea of having a coordinator from the state come in and actually be efficient is very unlikely. It just does not seem like a good idea. One of my former bosses had this term that he would say when you're just kind of so clearly off the mark and trying to address a goal, where he would say, just time to put pencils down. And that is kind of how I would view this bill. And so I don't know if input, I'm sorry. So I hope that maybe my input as one of the, you know, the actors who you believe that this bill, if passed, might motivate to do a certain action would do. That's why I'm hoping that my input might have some value. But I look at this, I wouldn't really know what to do with it, because you'd wind up be having to deal with city-owned land, and some people are willing to do that. We don't do that, because we basically only work on stuff where you can do stuff as of right, which is, it's been interesting to hear how some people are very much against that. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions if you guys have any.
Thank you, Senator Pazio.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Given your experience on the development side, you know, we do have, and you know, talking about as of right or light touch zoning, we do have parts of the state, especially in the Northwest and the Northeast, where you have towns with almost no zoning or no zoning at all. So those towns with light zoning haven't seen necessarily building permits in many years, or see very few building permits. From your point of view, your experience with the economics and the financing and the you know, practicality of this matter, what would it take to create housing in places like those that haven't seen any building permits or major development, in spite of the fact that they have very light touch or no zoning at all?
When you're talking about like much more rural portions of the state?
Yeah, yeah, Northwest, Northeast, certainly more rural.
You know, I don't really know why you'd wind up building out there unless you were close to one of the nicer towns. Like, you know, it makes me think of something like Ridgefield, which, you know, has a, you know, very nice town. Some of the people like, but I believe they have a very stringent zoning code. You're typically, so we do market rate work, so we don't do affordable. So we don't basically have any, and affordable housing guys are going to have a different incentive of where they want to build. They're basically going to go to where they believe that they will be able to get, be competitive, you know, within the state and achieving affordable tax credits, or low-income housing tax credits. And so that's kind of where they'll go, and then they make their money off the building of the building, and they don't really care what happens to it afterwards. In the market rate realm, you are trying to build for where you see that market going, what direction it's going. That's why we're building in New Haven, which has this very thriving life science industry that is continues to boom and gain momentum. So in terms of why you might build in a very rural part of Connecticut, I don't know. To satisfy, sorry, I have some children in the background that I hope are not coming through. You Yeah, I mean, you might, I don't know, you might go build low-income housing out there or
I
something,
guess-
just if you
I
could
guess
get
the
away with
answer-
it, but
I assume, part of the answer is that there's not a lot of demand.
no, there's no demand, sorry, yeah,
Work.
yes, correct. Yeah,
And-
you need to,
So and that would mean it's not just a matter of zoning. I mean, there is also in parts of the state a demand problem, and there's other parts there is going to be a supply problem. I understand that, but there are large swaths of the state where there could be development under the zoning, and there isn't because the demand doesn't exist there, and there hasn't been economic growth in a lot of those areas. It's similar for parts of New York and other parts of the country as well. So this is a case where there's not necessarily things we can do in zoning or housing policy that could create the growth in housing stock where it would be able to be created without major resistance or other impediments. It would exist if there was the demand, if there was the job creation, if there was the economic growth, and it would make the debate that we're having today probably a little less heightened, a little less contentious. So I don't have any other questions, but I do appreciate your input and giving us a different point of view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. My co-chair, Rep. Cabras Dagro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lockhart, for being here. I believe you're a constituent of mine, so always nice to see one. I represent Avon and Canton, as you know. Just a couple questions. First one being, did you say you only do as of right development? And if so, why is that?
so the project that we're working on in New Haven is as of right. It's actually, we were able to put together an assemblage of parcels to embark on an as of right development. And we specifically only entered the New Haven market because we were able to have an as of right site because the city is very volatile and it I don't know if anybody is familiar with our story, but even when things are as of right, it doesn't mean that the city is going to play by the rules. So we were able to get approved, though it was not easy. But we went as of right because otherwise, unless you're a much bigger firm that maybe has a in-house attorney that can help you just fight through the extended approvals process with the town, it just becomes just not financially feasible to be worth our time. And we're a much smaller group.
Now, so when I hear you, it's interesting that you're saying that only because as of right, you would think it would be easier, right? And then you're saying that all of that, local sort of process is what's potentially holding that up. And then I guess my other question would be, are there any other projects besides in New Haven that you are working on? And have you done projects where you percentaged off, a certain amount for affordable housing?
So for New Haven, we have a 5% affordable factor that we're doing. I do believe that in the long term, having those little slivers of affordable attached to projects will, over years, balance out this issue that we're having. Because basically it would seem from, and when we came into New Haven, we also did this big demographic analysis, including going through the history from the 1920s up until present. And you see that there's very large gaps in the housing stock and to when construction takes place, which has kind of disrupted what we would think of as the normal American flow of things. We are kind of being close to New York. We are a gateway city. So you have incoming immigrants. Usually they will go to where they maybe have some people, but also are the cheapest places that they can go to as they work up. And then they'll move out to the suburbs. There used to be a lot more variety of housing stock than there is now. And so you can basically they can find themselves just getting kind of stuck in a section of New Haven or a section of Bridgeport. Yeah, I mean, there needs to be new construction. And I'm not quite sure how to fix it. There's a definitely, without a doubt in my mind, the way that zoning is handled from municipality to municipality in Connecticut, it's not being used in the way that it's intended to. The reason that we all, especially in this state, started adopting zoning codes in the 30s is because they were experiencing growth, and we were coming out of a period of time out here in Connecticut where you had like factory here surrounded by houses. You had a lot of mismatched stuff. You had a lot of polluted rivers. Zoning is good at bringing order to the chaos of growth and allowing urban planners to kind of plan for things, make sure that civil infrastructure is in place. The way we have come to use it now most commonly in this state is to are very fixated. You hear the word character a lot used. Don't want to change the character of the town. And character is allowable to be preserved in zoning under the guise that it fits within the scope of police power. And under the scope of police power, that would be for the general well-being of the people. That's become just very heavily abused. But that's the way everybody does it now. So the way we zone today is not really how we're supposed to do it. You could even probably make an argument that if you're not growing, there's less need for zoning. That's why towns that have adopted form-based codes, I think it's a great idea because people are fixated on the visual aesthetics of things more so than anything else. Even town size in some case, they just want things to look the same. It's a lot.
Yeah, I certainly have heard that myself. We're lucky in the other part of my district in Canton, actually in Collinsville. They've done a really great job of enacting form-based code. It took them 14 years to get it. I'm sure you enjoy Collinsville the way I do, and the way others in the area do. And certainly, I think that's the kind of thing that we could see other places. But even if it sounds like development maybe isn't necessarily right for your company in certain areas of Connecticut, and I do think there's more parcels of land along Metro North than you might be aware of. You could see that other developers would want to potentially be here for, like say, if you're familiar with the Axe Factory in Canton, that's a ripe kind of spot to put in. If only we had more buses.
Right. There's certainly other folks out there. I guess my only concern with the way that this bill is written is that a lot of the way business is done in most municipalities here, kind of by necessity, a lot of it is behind closed doors. And I feel like the public doesn't like that all that much. And every time you make things more complicated, like having this coordinator role that's attached to this bill, it's just going to kind of necessitate more and more behind closed doors actions to achieve a result. And I think that the process, so yes, there will be a developer probably who has something to do with it, or who can do something with it, but it will appear to anybody not familiar with the process, it might look like he's been given a inside line to the site. And it's also in high likelihood that they might be given an inside line to the site because they might not approach anyway. Otherwise, so yes and no. Like somebody could develop it if it was as of right. You just need to keep it simple if you really want to have a wide variety of potential developers look at it.
Okay. I really appreciate you coming because we haven't really heard from developers today, and that's a valid viewpoint to hear, another sort of point of view here. I think that just in terms of that Office of Responsible Growth, again, it's been in place for a long time. So my hope is that the public would understand that, it's just sort of codifying what's already there. So anyway, thank you again for your time. Appreciate it. Hope to see you in Avon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Rep. Baumgartner.
Thank you. And thank you for testifying before our committee. I concur with our chair. It's always great to hear from folks who are on the front lines building this housing. Just reading a little bit about kind of your story just within New Haven, because I think it would actually serve as a great example that this kind of committee can utilize as we're considering this legislation. I believe your proposed development, correct me if I'm wrong, about 1.5 miles away from Union Station in New Haven?
Yes, correct.
And probably within a 1-minute walk from a bus stop.
Actually, yes, there is actually a bus. I didn't think about that. I was only thinking about train stations. There is a bus stop. Yep.
So you would argue where the proposed development would be a transit-oriented development.
It would actually now, upon reflection. Yeah.
Yes. Now you've proposed 137 units. 5% of those units are reserved for affordable housing. So my math,
194 units at our site.
194.
So 10 of which will be set aside at 5%.
That's right, just under 10. So round up 10, it'll be 10 units would be restricted for affordable housing. Now I would imagine that there is a much greater demand for that housing to live there than simply 10 units. I understand that the math may not work for you as a developer, but I think the one question I have is what can be done to ensure that that math can work for you? Because herein lies the problem. Even though that math may not work for you, the math that doesn't work for me is that we have thousands of families here in Connecticut that can't afford to live in their current housing stock. And so we have an affordability crisis as well. And I do hope that this bill addresses those concerns. So my question to you as somebody who's been in the arena, who has developed housing, I'm not sure if you've done so yet here in Connecticut, if the project is completed, but what can we do to help ensure that you can develop transit-oriented housing that is also affordable?
I think that right now, at present, a lot of issues could be solved related to the Section 8 vouchers and being able to have those actually come up to current market rents. In terms of how that helps new developments, I'm not sure. Yeah, and it's hard to say. And I guess the one thing I could say, and I can't give you an exact answer to this, unfortunately, is that, there's what has happened in some of the inner cities is that you have a very high concentration of poverty, and that is not a good thing. And you don't really want that. Wherever you do this affordable, you don't want to have all of your deeply affordable in one big giant building. You're basically just going to repeat what we did in the 60s and, with tenement buildings and stuff. So, I don't know. You can maybe mandate a little bit, like 5%, like we're doing, but that did not dig too much into our deal. 10% starts to dig into it a lot more, 15, more so than that. Eventually it will hit a point where for somebody like us, it just becomes untenable. But if you are seeking out grant monies from the state and that sort of thing, who knows? You can probably make it work, I think that another project in New Haven in the Dwight neighborhood, I think just got something like a $10 million grant to get that project going.
Well, I also want to make sure that if we do have transit-oriented communities and we are developing transit-oriented communities and taxpayers of Connecticut are helping incentivize building these communities, that we also do not incentivize gentrification. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question at this time? Any other question? Seeing or hear none, thank you, Mr. Lux, for your testimonial. We appreciate it. Our next, before I entertain the next speaker, I just want to say thank you all our speaker waiting, too long, and thank you for your patience. So we try our best. I know your dinner times, so we are here for you, and thank you kindly for your long waiting and for your patience right now. Now I'd like to call. I see that Steve waiting long time there. Steve Gates, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Steve Garst. Thank you for letting me speak. Hello, Chair. Hello, representatives and senators. I was involved in a transit-oriented study TOD study along the New Canaan branch in Springdale and Glenbrook back in 2015 and 2016. And we definitely have density issues along this branch. It's very concerning. Back at the time of the study, they wanted to expand the village commercial district, and 1,100 people had signed a petition against this. And we formed a town hall meeting. 200 people came out to voice their opinions on what the plans were. And the mayor came down and listened, and he, decided not to expand the village commercial district. And some of the smaller projects along Hope Street have been done. Small buildings that may have maybe 8 to 12 apartments, which are reasonable. I heard numbers down in the south end of Stamford, 3,000 to 4,000 units. As you know, Stamford has already constructed over 70 apartment buildings with 13,000 apartments. There's several more that are in the works at different stages of planning and development, and the process. We're having some issues with our schools. We're in the middle of trying to figure out how to rebuild 4 or 5 schools, and this development is really affecting the people of Stamford. I think it may be good to just take a pause, because we're at full steam. And I know city officials have said that, we have done our fair share of affordable housing. I think that, more thought should go into planning. They're pushing bike lanes throughout Stamford. There's really anybody ever on bike lanes in Stamford. It's not safe, especially along Hope Street corridor that runs parallel with the New Canaan branch. You're really risking injury riding on these roads. As a matter of fact, one of the persons that attended the TOD study back in 2016 used to ride his bike to the Springdale train station, and he said he was hit by a car 3 times. I think he probably gave up after that, but it's not a safe street. There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of commercial trucking. There's school buses that go up and down Hope Street. Even when they did traffic studies, the traffic studies were not done fairly. They were done when the local schools were on vacation. They did the traffic studies at 10 a.m. and at 4 p.m. Yes, sir.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, I just want to close by saying, I think, as a right is not fair to the local taxpayers, and the zoning should be kept local, and local municipalities can decide and decide what they want and should have in their municipality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any question? Senator Pazio.
Thank you, Mr. Garst. I represent parts of Stamford and appreciate you being here. I do not represent Springdale or Glenbrook, although they're wonderful neighborhoods, and they would qualify under this bill as rapid transit communities or districts, and so they would be subject to the, because it's over 100, over 60,000 people, obviously in Stamford, to the 30 units per acre requirement, or else becoming deprioritized for the state funding, which obviously is important for a city like Stamford. It is my understanding that even though Stamford has basically borne the brunt of development for much of the entire state over the last decade, that it would still, in places like Glenbrook and Springdale, where there's train stations and there's probably rapid bus transit as well, I believe under this bill, they would still be subject to that increased requirement in those areas, which are dense, but not quite probably 30 units per acre. Whereas most of the highly dense development is downtown. Is that your read of the bill as well?
Yes, from my understanding. And we have developments that are 30 units per acre, and you know, it's over, to me, I think it's over a development. I think, especially in Springdale and Glenbrook, I don't think there's too many parcels available that could that you could build on or build on without having the local community up in arms and very concerned about quality of life, safety, public safety, the schools. I know Springdale School at the time of the TOD study was overcrowded. They had students in closets. Since then, that's been alleviated, but Springdale School feeds from the south end, and all this development in the south end is going to affect the Springdale School. So
And it goes to,
I just think it needs to be looked at and maybe, you know, planned, you know, by the local zoning board, and have input from the residents. Mr. Harrison presented his plan at the zoning board this past Monday night, and there was no public comment allowed. There was no public input. There was really not a great way to engage the local residents.
thank you, sir. And it just goes to show there are multiple train stations, there are multiple bus stations in Stamford. There is a main train station, which is an Amtrak stop and an express stop, and then there is a branch line like Springdale, which is on the New Canaan branch, and it is a much more lightly developed, although still pretty developed area. And the idea that under this policy, this bill, that they should be treated the same is not in keeping with good stewardship of our city in Stamford. So I share your concerns. I appreciate your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Senator. My good friend, Rep. Delnicki.
Thank you, my good friend, Chairman. I listened to your story about what occurred in Stanford and is probably going to continue occurring. And it's interesting. There was a reference made to Jody Rill a number of years back and the executive order that she issued pertaining to the Office of Responsible Growth. And it's interesting because one of the preambles to it stated, whereas efforts to better steer growth and development must be respectful of Connecticut tradition of home rule and local autonomy by including municipal officials as full partners in this initiative. And there have been references to that executive order. And I looked at the bill and I couldn't find anything to that effect. Well, do you have any sort of feeling or opinion on that?
Well, we recently looked at the ADUs, the bill that had ADUs, and you know, it was opposed by a lot of the residents, and we want to be fair to people. We don't want to, you know, shut people out. It didn't, you know, a lot of it didn't make sense to me. Like, I don't think as a right is fair. But it seems like little by little, chipping away, you know, at home rule and, you know, local zoning, you know, should be kept local. And, you know, I think with the state, it's an overreach, and, you know, it should be left up to the local zoning, planning and zoning.
I appreciate that comment of yours. especially when you consider the fact that the executive order from Jody Rowe is being referred to, and that executive order being the impetus of the council, the Office of Responsible Growth, and that position. And it begs the question, do we really have a reason to believe that there would be local control when it's basically taken out from the initial executive order back in 2006 to the bill that we see here today? And that bill has virtually no reference as a reinforcing and a calming feature of the executive order from Governor Rell back then.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with that executive order. I mean, I hope it would still stand.
Well, if I read the bill correctly, the executive order basically would be null and void, assuming that the bill passed.
Yeah, I think that's upsetting. I just know from listening to, attending to a lot of the planning and zoning board meetings, you know, the people should have say and input locally of what is going on in their town. People have worked their whole lives to afford their homes and live in their homes and pay taxes, and you know, it's not easy. And for the state to just come in and dictate, oh, okay, we're going to do eminent domain, we're going to you know, force accessory dwelling units on you. People don't like it. People, I mean, yes, there are some people that their parents want to move in their property or what have you, but you know, that the ADUs did nothing for affordable housing. It will do very little for affordable housing, but people are, if you listen to the comments on social media, I think we're at a tipping point where people really have had enough. And, you know, the local officials need to listen to the residents, and it should be left up to the local municipalities to decide what they want.
Well, I certainly appreciate you coming forward, your testimony, and just for the record, line 202 through 205 of 6890 actually refers to the replacement of the language there and the Office of Responsible Growth establishment, and it being the successor agency to the office established by Executive Order 15 of Governor Rell. Again, thank you for your comments, and thank you for your story of what can occur. And I want to thank the good chair for the opportunity to ask a couple questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. And now tell me, you know, are you coming with the dinner? I'm just kidding. My co-chair, Rep. Cabral-Degroot.
Yes, and I'll be brief. And Mr. Garst, I really appreciate you being here tonight. It's been good to hear from people from all over the state. I know Stamford has had exponential population growth. I think Representative Baumgartner had mentioned it before about, you know, that with the redistricting, you know, Stamford ended up, you know, so much more population than many parts of the state. So up until this point, you have had home rule, I think, in Stamford to plan things up to this point, right? So in terms of what has or has not happened, hasn't that been on because of whatever Stamford has decided?
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that they're always going to do the right thing. And, you know, they are influenced by, you know, different groups that, you know, developers, the financial interest, you know, they seem to always allow zoning changes and text changes that allow developers to come in and basically do what they want. So, but I nothing that I've read, do I see any restrictions that would stop that from happening. But yeah, I mean, each town, each town is different. We heard, how, Greenwich seems to be maybe more balanced and their approach is a little different. But, it's the financial interest that really is driving what's going on in Stanford.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's part of like the difficulty of this, right? Is the pros and the cons of, some cities seem to be doing it well and they are the ones, home rule or, making their own choices, and some cities are making their own choices and maybe they're not as good as choices, which is frustrating. With the ADUs, there was that opt out for those. I believe is how that works. And actually, some town planners said that we shouldn't even allow the opt out because they thought the ADUs were so necessary. So that's, again, that's why it is good to have these hearings. It's good to hear from all these different towns and cities because it's necessary for us to understand better and to hopefully make better legislation. I don't know if you were on earlier when I had said, I think that what the bill is trying to do with that Office of Responsible Growth is to provide resources to towns. So as they are making their own decisions regarding this, they could maybe have a little bit more, information like, well, if you do this, this could explode your population, or if you do that, this will create affordable housing, or if you do this, it's going to explode your cost, or, so I hope that, we're all assuming best intentions, right? And I think that's what we're trying to get at, but I can understand your concerns. I appreciate them. And certainly as we try to improve this bill, I will be thinking about this. So thank you again for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? See, you are here. None. Thank you, Mr. Gertz, for your testimony. We really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, number 31, Marcus Palumbo.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Good. All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry, may I begin? Okay. Thank you, Honorable Co-Chairs, Representative Carlos DeGraw and Senator Rahman, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Marcus Palumbo, and I am an advocacy fellow with Desegregate Connecticut, and I'm from Mansfield. And I'm testifying today in support of HB 6890. So as you all know very well, we have a huge problem in Connecticut and in the rest of the country, and that is that we simply do not have enough housing, right? People across all different backgrounds and ages struggle to find the housing that they so desperately need. And this leads to significant hardships and pain. Now, in order for Connecticut to flourish, we absolutely need to allow more housing and crucially more types of housing to be built, particularly in vicinity of transit. Now, make no mistake, there are municipalities out there that craft land use regulations specifically to exclude people. And we need to be unequivocal in calling this out because that is unacceptable. But at the same time, it's really important to recognize that there are plenty of communities across our state that really do want to do the right thing, and they want to make their communities inclusive and accessible to all. And I've been lucky enough to visit some of these communities and hear from the local officials there about the problems that they face in trying to do this. And so the whole purpose of this bill is to help these municipalities by providing them with the resources and the assistance that they need to make those goals a reality. It's essentially a way for the state to say to municipalities, look, you don't have to figure all this stuff out on your own. We're here to help you. And I should add also that because the requirement criteria are different for different municipalities of different sizes and different transit options, it helps meet towns where they're at. So it's an entirely opt-in process and no one is being forced to do anything. Now, there's obviously a wide range of benefits to this bill, including equity and affordability and environmental ones. But today I'd like to talk a little bit briefly about my own personal experience as a young person and as a college student. I think the organization Strong Towns has pointed out very interestingly that people often look back on their college years fondly, in part because of the physical layout of most college campuses. You know, buildings are fairly close together. There's lots of walking infrastructure, and that's a really crucial part of the community experience, right? It's a lot easier to visit friends if you only have to walk a couple minutes instead of having to get in a car and drive on your own for a half hour. Now, I know that I like that element of my college experience, but it's also evident that lots of young people do as well. I mean, why do you think that after college, people flock to cities like Boston, New York? It's because large cities are some of the only places in North America where you can find the types of walkable mixed-use communities that young people are looking for after college. But I want to emphasize this doesn't have to be the case, right? By embracing more housing and walkability within close proximity to transit, communities of all different sizes can embody and reflect the characteristics that make a place like Boston or New York so appealing to young people. And so I think, because we want young people in our state, because, we want to have the development and opportunity that comes with that, we have to make sure that there are places that you can live. We are not forced to own a car. And so it's, for those reasons, I urge you to support HB 6890. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any question? Any question? Rep Debesky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify. So do you live on the Storrs campus?
No, I actually go to Clark University in Worcester, but I was grown I was born and raised in Mansfield, Connecticut.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So what school do you go to?
I go to Clark University.
Okay, do you have a car?
No, I don't.
No. Do many people at Clark University have cars?
I'd say more people than not don't have cars. I think that especially for first-year students, it's a lot of hassle. And one of the reasons I chose this place is because I know that, there was places I could walk to within easy, walking distance, such as like grocery stores and things. And I wouldn't have to be, burdened with having to figure out the insurance and the cost associated with owning a car.
Gotcha. Okay, so you made a choice to go to a specific school because it was walkable. One of the reasons.
That was one of many factors that played into my consideration. And it's been something that I've been thinking about as well when thinking about, coming back to Connecticut and looking for places that have that same element that I look for.
Where is Clark University?
It's in the Main South neighborhood of Worcester, Massachusetts.
In Worcester. Okay. So, and some people choose to live in cities where they can walk to the grocery store and walk places, right?
Yes, people do that. Although I will note that there's other places. Like one of the places I've been visited in Connecticut is Bethel, Connecticut, and they've done a lot of really great things to make their town walkable. But it is nothing like Worcester. I mean, it's a rural, historic small town. So I think that walkability is definitely something we think of when we think of cities, but it's not inherent or intrinsic to cities. Like you can have other places that aren't cities that are walkable.
Okay. But people can choose to live there, or they can choose to live a place that's not walkable, right?
They can, but one of the problems we have, right, is bringing in the transportation element, right, is that you have places that are not particularly walkable, but do have a train station, and they often will have, like, for example, they'll have jobs that aren't being filled, restaurant, service jobs and things like that. So the people are not able to live there who might be working those jobs. And so part of, connecting all of our places together is not just thinking of a city in isolation or a town in isolation, but how do we kind of bring all of that together? And I think that can have a big benefit for the economy as well.
Okay, but does it have to happen in every single town?
Well, of course, every town is different. And I don't think that for practical reasons, and personally, I'm not in favor of developing areas that are already, forest or whatever. I think that's counter to our mission in terms of, the environmental aspect of things. But I think we have a lot of places where there is that opportunity, right? There's places that are empty parking lots or vacant lots, and that infill development that's not, expanding towns beyond their capacity, but is simply using the land there in the best way possible. I think that there's a lot of towns that can and do aspire to that. And I think that one of the things I like about this legislation is that, unlike last year, it doesn't try to categorize all towns as the same, and it sets different goals for different sized towns and for towns with different situations, because I think, ultimately they are all different.
But it penalizes towns for not opting in.
Well, I don't think it necessarily penalizes towns, because as has been previously mentioned, like there's other grants that towns would have access to, and as I think Pete said much better than I could, like we're still open to, like the language in the bill that here is not necessarily exactly what we want in terms of the types of grants we're talking about, but I think the goal would be, like, looking forward to try to have it so that the grants that we're talking about are very closely tied with the mission of transit-oriented communities and transit-oriented development. So I don't think there's a penalty in the sense that you would not be withholding anything that the town would really be, either unable to get elsewhere or would be using for anything other than, this kind of project.
But what's in the bill right now is a penalty, isn't it?
I would not consider it a penalty because there's, again, it's simply discretion, deciding, the office should have the discretion, I think, to be able to say, look, this town is going to do something more useful with this, so they're going to get priority in terms of money. Like we already have, certain towns get priority for other reasons. I think this, to me, seems no more of a penalty than any other way that we decide to discretionarily distribute funds.
Okay, so if you are in the pool to receive something, and I put you at the end of the list because you didn't do something I wanted, you don't consider that a penalty?
Well, if the thing you're giving me is related to, or the thing you're withholding is related to the thing you want me to do, I think if they're related, yeah, I think that is fair. I think that if you're not willing
I didn't ask if it was fair. I asked if it was a penalty.
I don't think it's a penalty, especially if there's another way, like for the case of brownfield remediation that continues to come up, right? Like there's, as previously mentioned, it's not, particular funds that would be withheld in this, or not withheld, but would be prioritized elsewhere, are not the only funds for brownfield remediation, right? We wouldn't be withholding anything to do with public safety, and that certainly can fall under that. So I don't think in this, it's not absolute, right? You're not saying, there's other ways that towns can get that funding. So in that sense, I don't think it's a real penalty.
And what other ways are there for a town to get brownfield remediation money from the state?
Well, again, I will not pretend to be an expert on this, but I believe Pete, our director, mentioned earlier, that there are other different discretionary grants that would fall under that. I again, I'm not an expert on this at all, but also, okay, yeah.
I apologize, but I think you and others from your organization are playing games with language, because if you have two options and somebody takes one away from you and you now have one option, you have been penalized. And you can categorize it any way you like, and obviously you guys are going to spin it the way you want, but there isn't any doubt that in this bill, towns that don't opt in will be penalized. In one way or another, they are not going to get the funding that they would normally get. And it's a little bit annoying to me that you guys keep that, each of you that have come from your organization have tried the same type of wordplay, and you're not being honest with us, and I'm sorry. I'm done with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just respond very quickly to the hypothetical that was raised previously?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just with regard to the two, if you said, like you mentioned before, if you have two options for funding and you take one of them away, you have one less choice, maybe, but this thing still gets done, right? So as long as there's a way for towns to continue to, do the things they need to do, then what you're with what you're calling withholding, but what I would call reprioritization is not tangibly impacting the town in a negative way insofar as they're still able to do the thing. So that's how I would argue it respectfully.
Yeah, but in that case, you are assuming that the town is eligible for that other grant. And so far, nobody has been able to tell me what those other grants are and whether or not the towns would be eligible. And if they are eligible for all these other grants, then what is the purpose of withholding the brownfield remediation grant in the first place if the towns can just go somewhere else?
Well, those are the kind of details that I think would need to be worked out. And I think we're absolutely happy to work with interested parties and figuring out the specifics of that, because as was previously mentioned, it's a little bit different language than we had been originally working with.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Madam Chair. I'm not sure who's running right now. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Marcus, You there?
Yeah, I'm here still. Thank you.
I thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you kindly for your time and taking time is actually coming, testifying. You are a hard worker. You remind me when I moved in here with nothing, $200 in backpack, work hard, do anything I can, supporting myself, community, and others. This is how do you do, and you reminding me how we can lift up each other. One way we can lift up each other, respect, dignity, and principle. Thank you. Thank you so very much for coming again for your testimony.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot.
Before I entertain another speaker, I just want to speak 30 seconds. My fellow respected members and all other speakers online and in here. I thank you for your patience and long waiting, but very important for us, for a PND committee, these buildings, legislator, our community, our state, respect each other. This is nothing important than listen each other. Planning and development, this is the public hearing. Public hearing, we must listen the speaker anyway they want to speak. And I just want to kindly ask all our members, please kindly ask your question short, because we have a lot of, we are not even halfway. A lot of speakers still waiting, already almost 8 o'clock. And anyway, we can respect each other, putting the trust our community and our state. We are all in here to help our state any way we can. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 32, Aisha Woods. Aisha Woods.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, good evening. Honorable co-chairs Representative Eleni Kavras-DeGraw and Senator MD Rahman, ranking members Representative Joseph Zullo and Senator Ryan Fazio, and vice chairs Representative Brandon Chaffee and Senator Needleman, and all of you on this call at this time. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Aisha Woods, and I have lived in New Haven, Connecticut for about 30 years and raised my family there. I'm an affordable housing practitioner. I have also worked as an architect, a land use and planner. I was city plan director for the city of New Haven. And so my experience is in private, public, and nonprofit sectors. As a Connecticut resident and also as director of Fairfield County's Center for Housing Opportunity, I care deeply about Connecticut's housing present and future. And I'm here in support of HB 6890. In Fairfield County, we are short over 25,000 units that are affordable to families earning less than 50% of the area median income. And so the definition of affordability is families who have to pay more than 30% of their income. And it's the first time in a decade that we're seeing an increase in the number of unhoused people. So I think everyone here agrees we do have a housing crisis, and it's an all hands on deck moment. I believe this bill by itself won't solve the crisis, but we really need to consider anything that can move us closer to solving it. So I believe this bill offers some very practical capacity building and some policy measures to take on the challenge. It invests in professional planning capacity at the Office of Policy and Management that can really strengthen the regional, statewide, and interagency perspective on holistic planning for housing, transit, and open space. Housing affordability is a regional problem. It cannot be solved town by town. Also, at a time of unprecedented funding opportunities from the federal government to address housing affordability, zoning reforms, climate and infrastructure investments, it's really key to have state level capacity for directing this federal funding appropriately so that it will bring Connecticut forward together. Echoing some of the previous testimony, building densely at transit-rich locations benefits everyone, as does an expanded transit network. It reduces energy consumption and pollution. It preserves open space. It supports the creation of beautiful, safe, and walkable neighborhoods like the one that I live in New Haven, and allowing mixed use, mixed income, multifamily housing as of right near bus and rail stations. It will increase the housing supply while lowering housing costs and public infrastructure costs. People want to live near transit, shops, and amenities, especially young people and old people. And this type of projects will drive private investment in the housing sector and conserve public funding where it is needed most.
Ms. Woods, your 3 minutes up.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Any question? Any question? My former chair, PND chair, and current Public Health Committee chair, Rep. McCarthy Behe, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And cognizant of the time, I appreciate your remarks earlier in terms of helping us move through the speakers. I did want to say thank you, Taisha, for your very important work that you do here in the community. You talked about being 25,000 units short earlier today in testimony. I asked one of the folks testifying if they agreed with the shortage numbers, and the answer was essentially, we have plenty of housing, but we have, 4 and 5 bedroom housing that's not being used, it's 2 people in a house, etc. And I just wanted to just have you talk for a minute about where that number comes from and how you derive it, so that we can have, just if you can briefly, so we can have a little bit of an understanding, because some people feel like those numbers are inflated because people already have places to live.
Yeah, so it very much includes people that already have places to live, but these are people that are spending, upwards of 50% of their income on their housing. And so they are not, it is not a tenable or affordable situation for them. So that means that they need to make choices about whether they're going to fill prescriptions, whether they're going to do after school programs for their kids. It's people that are living really stressed out because of the cost of their housing.
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate that. And I think that's important for us to understand. And I think that some of the theory is just the basic supply and demand. If we had more supply, costs might go down and our vacancy rate might not be some of the lowest in the nation. And I also just finally want to thank you for your comments about investing in the planning capacity and structure in order to be able to look at housing as a regional issue. I think we've heard often over the years about how we do need to support our urban centers and make sure that they have the resources we need. And sometimes we look at things in a more siloed way, and having those resources will help us to coordinate. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Any other question? Seeing or hear none at this time, Ms. Wood, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, number 33, Nick Abbott. Nick Abbott.
Hi, my name is Nick Abbott. I am a Greenwich native testifying in favor of HB 6890. I work as a fair housing attorney, and what that means is I work to expand housing opportunities for underserved groups in high opportunity areas, which is what this bill does. This is now the 3rd year I've attended this mid-March hearing with this committee, and it's hard not to be struck by a sense of deja vu. But as much as it seems like we're in the same place we were a couple of years ago, it's worth evaluating what has changed and what hasn't over the years. First, what's changed? Despite Senator Long's fairly inflammatory accusations to the contrary, From the beginning, Desegregate CT has put in immense work to collaborate with local officials and municipalities, earning endorsements for their proposals from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities and other municipal groups. But nevertheless, over the past 2 years, the group has moderated its proposals significantly in response to feedback, moving in the direction of incentives, which is what the opposition has said they've wanted all along. Moreover, the proposals have changed to be modeled closely after legislation enacted in Massachusetts, legislation that was enacted with bipartisan supermajorities and signed into law by a Republican governor that applies to cities, suburbs, and small towns alike. Now, what hasn't changed? Connecticut still has an affordable housing crisis. If anything, it's gotten worse, with vacancy rates and inventory plunging to record lows. Still has the most or close to the most restrictive zoning laws in the country, and it's still highly segregated by race and class. What also hasn't changed is the opposition, which treats local control as a shibboleth despite decades of evidence that towns simply will not build. Take my hometown of Greenwich, for example. Like many transit towns, it's actually gone backwards, cutting in half the amount of land where multifamily housing is allowed. It's blocked every significant mixed income housing development proposed in town. And like many towns, there's huge demand there, but it still refuses to build. And like many towns, they point to a token handful of affordable units as evidence the problem is solved, when that is wholly inadequate for the scale of the problem. The fact is that Greenwich and many towns like it have abused their zoning authority, and it requires the state to step up. States around the country, from Arizona to Montana, California to Massachusetts, are waking up that state governments must step in, and Connecticut must awaken to this reality. A couple of final notes I wanted to make is you heard from a developer earlier about the importance of as-of-right zoning. Zoning should set clear, predictable rules, which is what this bill requires. If you have a special permit process, the upfront cost to hire attorneys and investment development plans, no certainty about the outcome, ensures that few, if any, builders, especially small community-based builders, will ever try to develop housing. I also want to address a comment from Senator Fazio about whether towns will be required to have multiple transit districts. The bill says, transit community means, quote, a municipality that has not less than one transit-oriented district. So it would
Mr.
not
Abbott, your
require.
3 minutes are complete.
Thank you. Thank you, and appreciate you having me.
Thank you so very much, Deputy Besky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Does Greenwich meet the 10% affordable housing requirement?
No.
What's the percentage?
Percentage in Greenwich, I think, is at 5.4% right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Mr. Rep. Dubitsky, I've just I found it a bit curious that you've battered many young advocates here, who have come to take their time to testify, and yet when we've had some housing experts here who are able to speak competently about the bill and respond to some of your questions, I've noticed.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairman. Look, whatever you think of the bill or not, a public hearing is not an opportunity for a witness to query back at the legislature one way or the other. There's no question pending to this witness.
Thank you, Representative D'Agostino, and as one of the co-chairs, I agree. As I said before, and as I think the chairman has said, we appreciate everyone's testimony. We would really appreciate it if the personal attacks to the minimum, whether that means, using other words to call people liars or specifically calling out other legislators or witnesses calling out, not witnesses, but testifiers calling out legislators. Please, we have hours to go. Let's just keep it civil. Thank you, Rep. D'Agostino. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you so very much, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just in a moment of comedy seek to associate myself with the comments of Representative D'Agostino and Kavros DeGraw. It is a hot topic, and obviously there are significant emotions on all sides, and we want to try to approach the issue with as much careful consideration as possible and try to address the concerns of all parties involved. I do not wish to take the bait of any of the remarks made. We love our hometown of Greenwich. We have a very diverse population. I went to the Title I middle school in town. It's a great place. It's a diverse community. We are continuously increasing the stock of affordable in town and spending millions of dollars in the process in order to do so, and we will continue to do so. We've created an affordable housing trust in the past year in order to try to meet those ends in a way that has total buy-in from the local community. And we're doing so with volunteers who are who want to make the town more affordable, who want to create more opportunity in the town, and want to do so with the support of all parties in town. And that's the same with the other towns and cities that I represent. And I know that's the case with a lot of municipalities across the state. These are difficult issues. So again, I do appreciate the comments of the good representatives, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and hope we can continue to address these issues in a careful and considerate way in the hours ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I really appreciate Rep. D'Agostino and my co-chair, Rep. Cabras-DeGros, the concern. And thank you kindly, Mr. Senator, for your comment and step in saying few word. We really appreciate. And we are having a really great, a smooth hearing today, and we will continue moving forward and listening and hearing our speaker as proceed. Thank you. Now I like to call our number 34 next speaker, Pat McGonigal.
Thank you so much. That's Peter McGinnis, and appreciate it. I'd like to speak about HB 6890 as it relates to infrastructure spend and specifically brownfield remediation. This bill clearly targets inner cities within Connecticut. According to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, otherwise known as DEEP, the distribution of federally funded EPA funding through the offices of DEEP is a critical component of cleaning up inner city brownfield properties. But the proposed HB 6890 would deprive communities of brownfield remediation unless those communities opt into the minimum housing density as mandated under the bill. Most cities, for most of them, it will mean a minimum of 30 units per acre for a reasonable area within the 500 acres around a train station. And many of our cities have train stations, as you all know, along with restrictions on parking requirements for those developments and other requirements. What this basically means is for our decades-long, highly successful and beneficial federally funded brownfield remediation programs would come to an end unless a city were to permanently opt into the proposed bill provisions and all of its mandates. There should be no strings attached to the continuation of federally funded through state block programs to Connecticut for brownfield remediation financial assistance. Towns and cities should not have to give up environmental cleanup funds if they choose to conduct their own transit-oriented development tailored to their own specific needs and wants. Depriving this funding to our most vulnerable inner city communities is bad public policy and hurtful to communities that have the most need for environmental cleanup assistance. In this end, the communities that will significantly suffer from withholding brownfield remediation infrastructure funds as proposed by HB 6890 will be those inner city areas that most greatly benefit from these critical federally provided funds through block programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? See, you are here. None. At this time, we don't have any question. Thank you so very much, Mr. Abbott, for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 35, John Gazowski. John Gazowski.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rahman, Chairman Kavras DeGraw, members of the committee. And I commend you on your thoughtfulness and patience through this very long hearing process. My name is John Gazowski. I'm a certified planner, certified zoning enforcement officer with more than 20 years of experience working in and for dozens of towns and cities in our state. I'm also government relations officer for the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is an organization of over 400 professional land use, economic development, transportation, community development, and environmental planners, as well as allied professionals in both public and private sector. And I'm here to testify strongly in favor of House Bill 6890, an act concerning qualifying transit-oriented communities. TOD is a longstanding best practice which we planners have been promoting for many years in Connecticut. And further, there's absolutely no question that Connecticut needs more housing, particularly more affordable housing, and particularly in those places that can best support it through markets and infrastructure. All communities have responsibilities, both legally through the Fair Housing Act and ethically to provide more housing opportunities. And the challenge, of course, is always balancing the carrots and the sticks. The bill in front of you today dramatically improves upon prior efforts in the TOD area. The proponents of this bill have evolved from a one-size-fits-all approach in previous years, being very responsive to local concerns, and have created a locally led process with strong incentives and some minimum state expectations. The improvements of this bill are many, including it establishes an opt-in system, as you know, for transit accessible municipalities to create transit-oriented communities through regulatory changes that would enable, not require, but enable higher density development in proximity to transit areas. It would enable and empower communities to establish their own TOC districts by planning with a locally led process, a local focus on geography, development patterns, and available utilities. It creates a tiered development density expectation based on transit availability. In that, a Metro North station is very different from a regional bus stop. It gives credit to communities who have already done some of this good work establishing these plans, these regulations, these densities. It provides additional technical support through the Office of Responsible Growth and financial support through Municipal Redevelopment Authority and other avenues to help these communities do the right thing. It creates an incentive funding structure for housing and other development projects in these districts, and thereby disincentivizes communities who fail to consider these principles. It does require inclusionary set-asides for affordable housing units, again, based on a community's opportunity level and their housing market. There are, as we've heard, some adjustments that can be made to this bill, maybe some clarification of specific funding streams, possibly playing with density numbers a bit. But overall, this bill is an extremely important step forward that encourages a strong dialogue between municipalities and the state to provide some of our very needed housing diversity. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you so very much. We have one question, Rep. Debaski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Is there anything right now that in current law, without this bill, that prevents a municipality who wants to have a zone with increased density from creating one?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Debaski, for your question. We really appreciate it. At this time, we don't have any other question. Any question? At this time, we don't have any other question. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 36, Theo Hacks. Theo Hacks.
Theo Hacks,
We moving number 37, Ellen Cabarno. Ellen, welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day and I'm finally happy to be up here. Yes. Good evening to the members of the Joint Committee for the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Alan Cavagnaro. I am the campaign coordinator for Desegregate Connecticut. I'm also a full-time student at the University of Connecticut, as well as a planning and zoning commissioner from the great town of South Windsor, Connecticut. Tonight, I'm representing myself as an individual. Just want to make that very clear. I first want to talk about why Work, Live, Ride, in my view, is an economic success for municipalities. For far too long, we've been dependent on stagnant developmental growth in our communities to attribute towards our town's tax bases. The way we have developed areas in our community with strenuous and really strong requirements and large lots per unit have simply been unsustainable for economic growth, causing a chain effect, making it difficult for most towns to cut their taxes. In fact, in 2019, researchers from Chicago and UCLA found that housing supply constraints, including zoning, lowered aggregate U.S. economic growth by 36% from 1964 to 2009. For example, if we were to construct 1,500 new multifamily units on already developed land, we would increase Connecticut state and local tax revenues by 39.8 million in the first year and 16.4 million annually thereafter. I also want to emphasize that Work, Live, Ride is a middle ground solution to work with municipalities to develop more homes. I would know that. I was here last year testifying for a similar bill that Desegregate put on. All of us at Desegregate Connecticut have been traveling around the state to visit more towns, speaking with local officials and commissioners to hear their feedback. As a P&Z commissioner myself, letting these local commissions have the final say on placement inside in these said districts is imperative for smart growth. And that's what it says in the bill. We want towns to be a part of this process of opting into Work, Live, Ride, because as many reiterated before me, every community is different. During our conversations with local commissions, we have received stellar feedback that has, some of it has not made the final revisions or the current version of the bill right now. Some things on the bill we would like to, for 3 alterations, I should say, on the bill, we would like to see is first off, in high opportunity areas, the 20% affordability requirement should be instituted for developments below 10 homes or 10 units. I agree with a lot of people before me. It should be, 9 units and below as well. The language in the second point is from section 1, subsection 5, saying or is located within a reasonable distance as determined by the coordinator should also apply to qualifying rapid transit communities. And finally, and to clarify confusion on what discretionary funding applies to, it should be clear that it does not include any funding impacting public health or tied to any federal requirements. Those are 3 alterations we'd love to see to the bill, and my colleague Tucker will point to that later on in the night. But overall, Work, Live, Ride, it will not solve every problem. No bill has solved every problem, but it will empower all 169 towns to reach their full potential. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions. I've been here long enough and I'm happy to do so.
Thank you so very much, Alan. I know you are here right before 11 o'clock. I walked in the room. I see you are here already. You're right. It is a long day, but we are, we're getting there. And thank you for your all the time you expend in here. At this time, I see my good friend, Senator Fazio, have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Cavanero, for testifying. You mentioned at the beginning that you believe that this will be positive economically for municipalities. I understand. But if it was clearly positive economically for municipalities, wouldn't you expect the municipalities to go down this road to adopt these policies themselves without the threat of pulling some of the funding?
I'm not gonna say it's a lack of creativity, but we've been going around towns, like I reiterated before, telling them about work, live, ride, and sort of the concepts of not only transit-oriented communities, but sort of the great incentives not only tied to it, but really, in my honest opinion, and many have said it before, transit-oriented communities have really been a successful, win for a lot of towns. And I guess for not every town, planning and zoning commissions, from my perspective, we've had meetings that go 3, 4, 5 hours long. And for a lot of commissioners, establishing a TOC district is not necessarily their top priority. It's, getting through the meeting, approving applications. And so I guess for a lot of commissioners, and again, myself as a P&Z commissioner, that's not everyone's top priority. And that's sort of why we wanted to go across Connecticut, talk to towns, talk to P&Z commissions, and really tell them that, this is a great idea. We're happy to work with you, and, sort of set up a foundation.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I would just expect that if that's the case, if it's such a clear win, then you would see towns do it, go down the path, adopt the policies that you're prescribing in this bill on their own. Obviously, we heard the story of Westport, which is, I think, a very positive one. I think people on both sides of the debate agree. But it's not necessarily because they were forced to do it or because they had the threat of funding being pulled doing it. They adopted it in their own style. They did it their way, to borrow Mr. Sinatra's phrase. But they also did it outside, in some sense, outside of the prescriptions of this bill. They did it near the post road rather than near the train station. So I guess, being that you have so much experience with, with P&Z in South Windsor and with other P&Z commissioners across the state, I am just, I guess I would expect that they would adopt these policies if it were very clear on their own. And then to the extent that we have, obviously to a large extent, we haven't seen that, but to the extent we have, we've seen them do it in a way that's different than what's being prescribed here. So I'll give you, that's my last question, but I will ask you, I would love to hear your response too.
Yeah, so I guess going back on what another representative said earlier, I think it was Representative Hall from Enfield, she said that it took them almost 2 decades, trying to put together their TOD or TOC plans. And, even in South Windsor, we just approved new regulations for multifamily and subdivision regulations. And, it took us a year to do that. It took us the beginning of 2022 to now. And I know that's not, the same as TOC, but it took us a long time. And I can relate to other commissions that, it takes a lot of work planning between commissioners and the planning departments of said towns. And not all the towns have the type of capacity that South Windsor does or vice versa. So again, as others reiterated, there are 169 towns. They each have different staff levels, different capacities to work at. So again, I would also like to reiterate with, the Office Responsible Growth as well. With us, adding land use planners or wanting to add land use planners with there. The goal there has been trying to help towns, because we hear a lot of towns that they can do their own affordable housing. They want to do their own TOC. There's been a lot of towns trying to do TOC, but they've been hampered by either applications or just other things on their agenda. But, we want to, beef up the office with land use planners to help towns out. To really, so for example, if a planning department of said town wants some help drafting regulations, they can reach out to the Office of Responsible Growth, reach out to those planners. And that's sort of been the goal, to try and, have a collaboration between the state and municipalities, because we want to speed things up. We realize that, and again, from my personal experience in planning and zoning, it takes a while for these things to happen. So that's sort of been the goal with what we've been trying to do with this.
Well, if I could vote up or down what you said instead of this bill, I would vote yes. I just am opposed to the bill, and I would vote no to the bill because it does carry, it's very prescriptive, and it carries the threat of removing funding. The total pot your executive director mentioned is probably in excess of $100 million of critical infrastructure funding across the state. So I do appreciate what you're saying. I just have trouble squaring it with this bill. And I appreciate what you're doing in South Windsor too, as a commissioner. And if you didn't exactly meet 20 units per acre, I wouldn't want to see eligibility for funds potentially rolled back as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
I do have a quick comment to follow up. So of course, as you reiterated with the 20 units per acre, I think one of the misconceptions that we've heard today is the one size fits all. I wouldn't say it's, simply untrue, because it's not, but I want to talk about the 20 units per acre because of course there are 3 different zoning classifications within this bill, transit adjacent, transit communities, and rapid transit, and each of those classifications has different density. So for example, I think if South Windsor were to do this, I think it'd be at like 15 homes per acre, and other towns that are a little bit more dense, probably 30 homes per acre. And, it says that in there. And so again, not every community is the same. They're all, set up differently and zoned differently, because that was one of the big lessons we learned from last year. Not every community is the same. And so that was sort of the goal with that. So I just wanted to comment on that not every community would be 20 homes per acre.
And again, I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. It just seems that it's 3 sizes fits all here. Again, I find it a little bit too prescriptive in that regard. But again, I do appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I see he was my good friend. Now he's my best friend just a few minutes ago. Rep. Delnaki, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I value your friendship. Alan, I just want to thank you for coming forward. Ironically, serving on planning and zoning was one of the few positions I never held. So I wish you well, and I'm glad to see you involved, and I congratulate you on your testimony. Take care.
Thank you, Representative Delneki. It was nice to see you. And I was hoping to be here during this testimony while you were here, but it is good to see you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Now I see Rep. Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your testimony. And it's nice to have somebody actually from the town level that is kind of introspective, if you will, on this bill. And it's good to always hear both sides. You mentioned quickly, and after I spoke this afternoon on our TOD zoning, rezoning, we spent a lot of time doing it. I've got to clarify the 20 years because it sounds terrible. It sounds like it took us 20 years to get through this. It really didn't. So the 20 years was really more convincing the state to fund this train station that we had at one time. And then it was kind of shut down for a long period of time. Goes back to our old mayor, Mary Lou. She was the initiator of this whole concept way before her time of the TOD development. So the town itself put together their plan actually pre any of this. So I think we were very forward thinking, if you will. And it was the state that unfortunately really dragged their feet on this one and held us up. So I felt like I needed to put that out there because you did mention it. But we wholly support this concept 100%. We've committed so much time and energy to developing this TOD zone and mixed use. So we have included mixed use in our TOD. So, I mean, we've really focused, that's been the main focus for our planning and development people for years, and they've done a great job. So it's nice to actually kind of see it coming together in the end. But I'm going to go back to the fact, and I appreciate you're a planning and zoning person, so you of all people probably understand this. I mean, when we're looking at things like, I brought this up earlier, and I hate to beat a dead horse here, but when we're looking at these huge projects that are coming into the towns for solar projects, and local planning and zoning has no say on where they go, even though they could be in your POCD. I mean, they're in ours. And unfortunately, none of these projects went where the town wanted to see them. So, I mean, I think it's important to maintain that local control. And I think if we can tweak this bill to ensure that happens and these decisions aren't made by a third-party administrator, I think you may have a lot more buy-in. So, and I appreciate the suggestions that you brought up when you testified on some of the changes even your organization would like to see. So as we go through this process, we see these changes that might need to be tweaked. And I appreciate your professional input. I felt like I had to put out there that our drag on our whole TOD was unfortunately the state. So thank you for coming and testifying. It's always good to hear from somebody that's right in the trenches. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? Any other question? Okay. Rep Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for waiting so long to testify. I know it's getting late, but just out of curiosity, you talked a little bit about your experience on planning and zoning, and it's great to see a young person getting involved in our local boards and commissions. Is it an elected position where you live?
Yes, it is. I was appointed in 2021 and I ran for the office in the same year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What would you say is the, when you're deliberating on issues right now, what would you say are the greatest impediments that you're facing in terms of establishing housing along transit corridors within your community?
So in South Windsor, we have two bus lines. We have bus line 96 and bus line 92, and we have two bus stations in South Windsor. And I guess one of the impediments is in some high value areas running out of land. For example, we have Evergreen Walk, and not to plug South Windsor, but Evergreen Walk is amazing. If you guys have the chance to check it out, I'd recommend it. But there's a lot of value down there, and we have recently approved housing a year ago at Evergreen Walk, and while it was I think like 130 something units additionally, what was zoned there already is a maximum of 200. So it came in as a text amendment to add 130 something units, or 160 I should say, to have 100 or 365 units down there. And a bus station or a bus stop is, I'd say, walking distance 10 minutes away. So I guess some of the impediments of, again, I recently mentioned earlier that we reformed a lot of our regulations, and we had multifamily zoning at a minimum of like 15 acres, and that's just unsustainable. So we were trying to lower that to bring in new development, because I'm not going to say running out of land, because we do have a lot of open space, but we have open space because we want to keep it open space.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess for us, it was us reforming our regulations to allow development in smaller lots.
Yes, I'm really glad you drove that final point home. Just I was going to pivot to the importance of protecting environmental quality in your community. Obviously, a community such as yours, like mine, very proud of the steps we've taken to protect and preserve open space, land that ought not to be reserved for subdivisions or sprawl. Right? It's best that we keep those lands, save them in perpetuity so that future generations can enjoy them, and certainly, I think that those generations will one day thank us, and certainly the critters that live there too. But nonetheless, what would you say, if we've heard a lot of opposition to this legislation, can you speak to ways we can maybe improve this so that perhaps folks who may not share your perspective will maybe supportive of this legislation?
I'm curious what you mean by the question of reading through some of my testimony again, because I did mention 3 points I did want to see changed within, that did not make the final cut.
Okay. Well, you don't have to repeat those points. I can read that testimony more in depth, so I'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Any other question at this time? See or none? You see or hear none? At this time, thank you so very much for your time. I really appreciate my good friend, Alan, coming in here. You had a long day. Go have some dinner now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having
You're
me.
welcome. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 39, Kirk Carr. Kirk Carr.
Thank you. Planning and Development Committee co-chairs Kavros, DeGraw, Rahman, ranking members Zullo, Fazio, and Fazio, vice chairs Chafee and Needleman, and Planning and Development Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here to speak in opposition to desegregate Connecticut's so-called work, live, ride bill, HB 6890. My name is Kirk Carr. I'm a 43-year resident of Connecticut. My two sons and their families live in Connecticut, and I'm speaking in defense of their neighborhoods and way of life. At the end of testimony of Maria Weingarten on March 10th, Chair Kavros DeGraw urged Commission of Connecticut Development and Future, or CCDF, members who felt the process was stacked or preordained outcomes and not representative to step forward and say so. As a member of the public, I was relieved by and yet profoundly concerned about the recently rejected legislative proposals that would have stripped local control of zoning and enabled as-of-right development of high-density housing that denies the public the right to be heard at the local level. Public hearings like this one are not simply an opportunity for the public to vent, but to provide information that might not otherwise surface. Naively, perhaps, I volunteered and was appointed to the CCDF Housing Plan Working Group. To begin with, the committee was chaired by the executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities, $1 million a year nonprofit, quote, nonprofit, where she benefits from a six-figure income. The Partnership for Strong Communities is listed on their director of lobbyists as a paying client for professional lobbyists Gallo and Robinson, and is assigned to registered lobbyists Bill Wells and Kate Robinson to lobby Connecticut lawmakers regarding economic and community development, housing and construction codes, and real estate development property. At a working group meeting, I presented inconvenient evidence that over the decade, Connecticut housing units have increased 3 times faster than either the total population or number of households. Low-income units increased 4 times faster than total housing. A higher percentage of subsidized units does not translate into reduced cost burden percentages in Connecticut towns. The case was made that the ratio of poverty population to low-income housing units should be used in conjunction with cost burden data to establish local need and development goals. The Yale professor on the working group canceled me by saying she stood in opposition to everything that I had said or ever would say, and would not say so again unless someone agreed with me, which no one predictably did. I ultimately asked it.
Minutes are complete.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I see my co-chair, Rep. Kavros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carr. We have not yet had the chance to meet, and I apologize that we've not had that opportunity to meet in person. I hope we do at some point. I think you've heard me throughout the day say how much I do appreciate the public hearing process. I don't look at this as a venting session for anyone. I look at this as an opportunity to hear feedback on bills. I think we've heard a lot of good feedback today. To your point, I would like to take the conversation about CCDF online because that is not specifically what we're addressing tonight. But I am more than happy to have that conversation with you at any time of your choosing. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Please reach out. Thank you.
Yeah, that was about half of what I had to say, but that's the extent of my time, and you certainly heard enough tonight. So thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm sure you're going to get other good questions. So I hope that you'll be able to get to the rest of the meat of your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
But please do reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Dilneki. We don't hear you.
Oh, thank you. I hit the wrong button here.
You forget me. It's okay.
And thank you for pointing out I wasn't being heard. So you made a couple of comments pertaining to the process, and we've had some references to Jody Rell's executive order back in 2006, establishing the Office of Responsible Growth. And in the preamble to it, there's the statement, whereas efforts to better steer growth and development must be respectful of the Connecticut tradition of home rule and local autonomy by including municipal officials as full partners in this initiative. Do you see that in this bill before us?
No, clearly, I mean, the question was asked earlier why these things weren't already happening. You know, the case has been made that this is going to increase taxes. The Farm Land Use Trust has shown that the cost of services for residential development outstrips the tax revenues. It's not that we don't need residential for a variety of other reasons, but it doesn't pay for itself. And so there are a lot of reasons other than, you know, exclusionary purposes that planning and zoning commissions try to control densities and try to control land use and try to manage for ecology and a lot of other purposes, all of the land that is under their jurisdiction, and forcing them, you know, coercing them by withholding funding is basically a form of extortion. And this is not what I think home rule is intended to do. I think we want to keep the practice of local control, because local control is being the authority is with our neighbors and the people we've elected, and it's much more responsive than a bureaucracy that is faceless in Hartford. So I do not think that the proposal is consistent with that spirit.
Thank you for your answer there. And the first office I ever held in public service in my community was as an Inland Wetlands Conservation Commission member. And unless I missed it, I didn't see a reference to that issue when it came to transit-oriented development and the protection of inland wetlands, conservation areas, et cetera. What's your opinion on that?
Yes, I mean, it's not only inland wetlands. I mean, you know, many of our rural communities, particularly upland communities such as Ridgefield, provide watershed. And there's a reason that, I mean, that water is central to civilization. It's so basic. And having clean drinking water, and when you have watersheds that are going to be overdeveloped and reducing the non-impervious coverage, so that, I mean, these are all things that need to be taken into consideration. And you know, the cities benefit from that watershed, and the towns benefit from the cities, and that there's a symbiotic relationship. And trying to turn every town into a cookie cutter solution is, I think, a basic mistake.
Yeah, that's a good point there, because let's face it, water is the sustenance of life. And farmland, quite frankly, our ability here in Connecticut to have some of the best farmland and have the opportunity to grow great crops and raise cattle is so important to our local economy, and let's face it, to the state of Connecticut. Well, I thank you for your testimony, and thank you again for coming forward, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions.
Thank you so very much. Rep. Debesky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. You cited some statistics and some numbers in your initial testimony. Where did those come from?
That data is available to the public on the CT Data Collaborative. The data is from 2010 to 2019 on housing. Unfortunately, it's not as up to date as I would like it, but it was over a good period. I mean, clearly, and if you looked at the data, there is no data that says that as you add more, and I really do hate this euphemism of affordable housing. It's low income restricted housing, and it's subsidized housing. It's measured by a variety of different ways. But as you increase that, the implication is if we increased low income restricted housing, which the state calls affordable, that it would reduce the percentage of households that are cost burden. If you look at all the towns, either how it changed over time or how it is as a snapshot, there's just no evidence that supports the idea that increasing low income restricted housing reduces cost burden incidents in towns in Connecticut. At least none that I've been able to find.
Okay, now, did you submit any written testimony?
I did. I could provide, I did not, I related this information. I did not provide the underlying data, which I could certainly provide either directly to you or the commissioner, however you'd like it. But the data is very, very readily available, although it does take some parsing.
Well, if you wouldn't mind submitting it to the committee, as a supplement to your written testimony, and any parsing that you can do to explain it would certainly be helpful. Just throwing a whole bunch of numbers at us probably isn't going to be all that understandable. So if you wouldn't mind putting it together in a way that people can understand, that would certainly be helpful.
Happy to be of service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? See, you are here none at this time. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call our next speaker, number 40, Tara Risteri. Tara Risteri.
I'm here. I'm online.
Thank you.
Thank you to all members of the Planning and Development Committee for your time. My name is Tara Risteri. I live in Greenwich and I'm a volunteer member and officer of CT 169 Strong. I'm also an active member of my town's Affordable Housing Trust Council, and I'm on the Town Board of Human Services in Greenwich. I'm speaking on my own behalf today in strong opposition of HB 6890. I have submitted written testimony with other specifics, so I won't address here. Workforce housing, low-income housing, senior housing are all and should be priorities for all of our towns and cities. I don't believe this bill as written shows the spirit of collaboration that we are all actually seeking. I'm seeing us come together more than us separating. What I believe it does is it incentivizes developers, not development of affordable housing. There will absolutely be developers who will build less than 10 units to skirt the requirement, and they'll sell those units for millions of dollars or rent them for tens of thousands in the town of Greenwich for sure. The bill does undermine local control. The only place I can see a coordinator working with PNC is in a punitive way, and that really kind of disappoints me. I'll give you specific examples of the undermining in lines 60 to 70, essentially written as we will give you funds if you change your zoning. That undermines local control. 72 to 74 were the qualifications of minimum density. That undermines local control. Lines 90 to 91, identifying definitions for adjacent communities, looking at lot sizes and parking requirements. That undermines local control. There are too many. There have been a lot of discussion about punitive aspects of the bills for those who won't opt in. So I'm going to leave that as it is. But I want to point out under 830J, towns across the state developed affordable housing plans. We did that. Our POCD has made the development of affordable housing and workforce housing a priority. We approved the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in the town of Greenwich under the POCD with the intent to increase and improve affordable housing for those who wish to live in our town. This bill conflicts with the POCD. I agree with statements said earlier by Ms. Dobbin that if we were going to layer such bills on each other, then we need to give credits under 830G. I also agree with comments about some of the vagary of terms, which kind of bug me, things about reasonable. I want more clear definition of those things. We should be asking ourselves about the profound effect on the small and large municipalities across the state that they will have. Like Easton, right? Visited this week by Desegregate in part of their pitch. As they're defined as a transit adjacent town, they're primarily on septic and well water, no public transportation, few businesses, no grocery store. Their nearest Stop and Shop is 4.6 miles away. The bill would require an inordinate amount of additional units. I've listened to many of those pitches, and I really unfortunately feel that there's a lack of understanding about the impact on the towns and infrastructure. And that's why we keep saying that we're looking for local control to continue.
Your 3 minutes are complete.
Absolutely. Thank you. I would like a little bit more definition, and I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you so very much, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Tara, for your testimony. It's good to see you as always. I just would like to give you the opportunity to give the committee examples of the work you're doing on the Affordable Housing Trust. It's obviously in its infancy. I think it was the last vote I cast on the RTM back in 2021.
Yeah, November 2021.
Yeah, there you go. And I was very proud to do so. I think I spoke in favor of it too. And no one was, again, just like Ms. Dobbin was talking about with the example of Westport, no one was forcing the town to do it. But we think it is actually a very positive organization or public-private partnership in order to advance our affordable housing goals. So maybe it would be useful for us if we could hear examples of what it looks like in practice.
Yeah, so sure. The fund was seeded initially with ARPA funds, and we were given $650,000, which really is not a lot. We have under the same guise, the BET and RTM approved a full 1.1 million, but we have to actually create a campaign, which I'm actually in the middle of doing, to try to raise a dollar for dollar match for the last $450,000 into that fund. But what we have been doing very successfully, and in some cases we've been approaching developers, and in a number of cases the developers have been coming to us, because what we are able to do under the guidelines of the fund is actually work with a developer to build a smaller project that will have more affordable housing in it. We are saying to them, we want more affordable housing. We don't want just studios and 1 bedrooms. We need 2 bedrooms and 3 bedroom apartments. We need people who are in the workforce to be able to live in our housing. And we're able to say to them, we want more affordable housing. We want smaller projects, but by using the AMI and not the SMI, it allows us to kind of give, there's so many carrots. Everybody's talking about carrots and sticks. That carrot to a developer to do something that's going to have less impact on the infrastructure within the town, and work with us to do so. In addition, through the Affordable Housing Trust, we are working with, we can give low interest loans. We can help them with, a number of areas of financing. We're also working with our housing authority, Greenwich Communities, to work with them to refurbish, refinish, and rebuild more affordable housing within the town. So the trust is an incredibly important tool. I would say that there are great models out there on how the trusts can be used. It was mentioned, actually, I thought very eloquently by Mr. Cavagnaro about the Massachusetts legislation, and that legislation's quite comprehensive, and it includes really a true TOD mixed use development. And what they are doing is also targeting 15% multifamily. In Connecticut, more than 92 of our 169 municipalities are already actually met that 15% goal. Greenwich is at 22%. We at CT 169 are very data driven. We have a lot of data on our website, but I also want to make a suggestion on another community that I sit in Massachusetts as well on the town human services. And the town that I sit on human services with imposes a 2% fee to all buyers. And those funds go directly to support the building of affordable housing. I think there are ways that we can construct, incentives and bills to give towns like Greenwich, who don't receive funds from Hartford to build affordable housing, to give us, I'm literally working with a videographer with a bunch of kids who are phenomenal to build a marketing program to help us get more funds into the Affordable Housing Trust. So like we're trying, we're working, and I know that there's sometimes criticism of what Greenwich does. We have increased, by the way, Mr. Abbott was wrong. We're not at 5.4% anymore. We're now at 5.9%. That's an incremental improvement, and we have, shovels in the ground for a lot more, and we want to continue to do that.
Thank you, Tara. I appreciate that insight. And I think the policy lesson I take from the trust is that they can build affordable, they can do so with local buy-in, and basically the two things it takes. And I think this is the lesson to learn from a policy standpoint, and is one of the reasons for one of the bills I submitted. If there's flexibility for 830 set aside development, and the town has the optionality between area and state median income, and there is some subsidization on top, that can provide the support for the town and the private developer to work together to ensure that there is development that has the local support and buy-in and has a little bit more affordable at the same time, as Tara was pointing out. So that, I think, is one of the key takeaways. And again, as I hope in the future, we can work together in a more collaborative way from the onset to try to design legislation that satisfies as many stakeholders as possible. That's one of the lessons I learned, and that's one of the proposals that I would like to bring to the table in the future. So thank you again.
I would just actually like to say that if we don't incentivize developers in some way to build more affordable housing, all they're going to do is build less than 10 units. We see it all over Greenwich. There are multiple units that are actually, many of them of which are around the train station, that are being built by developers that are, the minimum cost or price on some of these to buy is, in the $3 to $6 million range. If we don't incentivize developers to build more affordable housing, we will never get to where we all want to be.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Rep. Dubowski, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and Thank you for coming in. What is an affordable unit in Greenwich?
There's, if there's a range. So if you think about the way that Greenwich Communities is utilizing the voucher system, we have, well, first of all, 28% of the town of Greenwich, 8% are below poverty, and another 27% are asset limited. And many of those folks live in Greenwich community housing, and many of those people are paying $300 to $400 a month to live in those units. What affordability is for units under 830G, that's a totally different story. You're looking at things from, if you looked at state AMI, or SMI, from maybe $800 to upwards of $1,200 for a 2-bedroom. That to me, may be a small percentage of someone's income, but the cost of living is just also, it's incredibly high. I work with human services. We don't call it social services anymore, and I'm really thankful that we don't. I work within human services, and the number of services that we provide, from everything from heat, rental assistance, food, fuel, all of these things are, are provided by the town, and we will always continue to do so. I believe that what will end up happening is some of these developments, certainly under 830G, are going to have a much larger impact on on the human services department as well. I mean, they're real impacts, across the board. So the cost of living is high. The rental rates are high. I think the average rental rate in Greenwich for I don't know exactly the number, but I believe the average rental for a studio is like $1,800. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Thank you,
I hope
Senator.
that answered your question.
That you did. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other question? Tara, I have a quick question. When you said $2-3 million, so how many bedroom and how big the apartment?
So a number of those apartments, so on the lower end of the range, in the $2 million range, you're talking about maybe a 1.5 to 2-bedroom apartment with 2 baths. It's expensive. It's COVID created a real outflux of people that came into the town of Greenwich that ended up, a lot of folks who are now working from home. And the prices of homes skyrocketed. I mean, I have a neighbor who, lives in a very modest house that's 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. That's on a nice, a great little street that she put on that house for $2.2 million, and it sold for 3.3. Like it's insane. It's really expensive. So when you talk about things like land costs, for us to be able to purchase and buy land in Greenwich to develop, it's incredibly expensive. And I have these conversations with with Greenwich communities all the time. If they had more money, they'd be buying more land and building more, but it's expensive. The land cost is very, very high.
So what I'm learning from you saying, in other words, there is no affordable housing in Greenwich. Am I right?
Oh my God, there's so much affordable housing in Greenwich. We have over within our, when it was already discussed earlier within Armstrong Court, Vinci Court, the Gateway, we have over 2,200, units. Greenwich has 5.8% of our 21,000 housing units are affordable. So it is a large number. There are many affordable housing units. I want there to be more.
So when you say 2-bedroom, $3 million, so affordable housing, where they are and how big they are, and when you call the affordable housing 2-bedroom, how much will be cost? What is
No,
the
I think you might have
how much will be rent?
Yeah, I think you misunderstood. My comments were about the fact that if we allow a developer to kind of skirt the bill and build units under 10, that's what they charge. We need to, I would love to do what Westport does and make sure that every single development has a requirement, whether that would fly, I'm going to certainly get pushback on that, but there is a lot of affordable housing within the town, and much of it is actually within walking distance of the trains. We have 4 Title I schools. We have approximately 25% of students within our schools are on free and reduced lunch. So, we have affordability, we have, but what I'd like to see is more workforce housing. We have, as part of the marketing campaign that I'm building, we have, I'm filming a number of workforce folks that work for the police department and the fire department and EMS and teachers who would really love to live in Greenwich, but they can't. So we need to develop more workforce housing.
Tara, sorry to interject, but you're saying we have affordable housing, but my question to you, 2-bedroom apartment, how much rent will be and a cost, or 2-bedroom, how much, price tag, if you could?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. I think the two things were crossing wires a little bit. the rents for affordable housing up to a, a 2 or 3 bedroom affordable unit are very, 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 very low. We're talking about under, 1,800 for a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment to, I'll get you the actual numbers and submit them to you, but I think it's $996 for a 1 bedroom. So there are a range of affordable. The example of the multi-million was really about developers.
So in $960 in one bed in Greenwich.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you so very much for your testimony. I don't
Thank
see
you.
any question at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
May I call our next speaker, number 41, Jessica Price. Jessica Price.
Hello. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and vice chairs. My name is Jessica Price. I am from Norwalk and I'm a student at McGill University, but right now I am coming to you from Scotland, where it is currently 1 a.m. I'm very passionate about this issue and I just wanted to have the opportunity to share my testimony while I'm on my study abroad semester. So I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, and I want to see a thriving present and a prosperous future for our state. So because of that, I am urging the committee to vote in favor of HB 6890, aka Work, Live, Ride. This bill puts together a really crucial framework that encourages collaboration between the state and local governments. It encourages smart and forward-thinking land use planning. It supports the creation of diverse walkable communities, homes, and jobs that we really need in places with bus and rail services across the state. Last summer, I worked as an intern with Desegregate Connecticut, and this really helped to shape and inform my views on land use issues and how they contribute to the landscape and the culture in our state. But today I'm coming to you as a member of the public and as a student who studies political science, environment, and history. And learning about these issues and the history of affordable housing in our state has really taught me that a common sense bill like HB 6890 would substantially improve the quality of life for many of our residents in the state and encourage prosperity into our future. Growing up in Connecticut has been a really enriching and positive experience. It's been wonderful to see the state grow in the 21 years that I've lived here, with more businesses, more restaurants, more residents joining the community each year. And this growth contributes to what I believe to be one of the most redeeming qualities of our state is its diversity of people, opportunities, and lifestyles. The Planning and Development Committee should support policies and bills that embrace and promote this diversity. Namely, the committee should support a bill like HB 6890, Work, Live, Ride. Work, Live, Ride will result in more accessible jobs, more affordable homes, and safer streets for all of us. It takes an opt-in approach that empowers local governments to make smart local planning decisions and embrace opportunities that they have for growth and prosperity. It gives current and future state residents more options for housing, for transportation, for lifestyles. As a rising college senior soon to enter the workforce, I can see how Connecticut's future depends on our towns and cities developing in a way that is accessible and affordable for current residents to stay in and attractive for future ones to join. Bills like Work, Live, Ride would make it much easier to help and support young people like myself to stay in the state after graduating from college, and also people like my parents who are 60 empty nesters and looking to stay connected to the community that they've built over the last 30 years, but are finding very few affordable options to downsize in housing. However, we can't get to a place where the state can be prosperous and we can continue to maintain our residents and encourage new ones to join without taking concrete action, which is why I stand firmly in support of HB 6890 and encourage you to pass the bill to ensure that this vision of a prosperous future can begin today. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so very much. I see we have one question. Rep. Debesky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Did you say you're here on behalf of Desegregate CT or on your own behalf?
I'm on my own behalf. I am not an employee anymore. I am just a student who is passionate about the issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? No question. Jessica, you are really superstar. Young folks like you, we need more. Connecticut need to listen, our young. And you are here today, you took time and explain what you try to do. You basically in here come and try to help our workforce, our senior, and also our young. So thank you so very much for taking time and testify today this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Now I'd like to call number 43, April Smith. Number 43, April Smith.
April Smith.
We'd like to move number 44, Tucker Sales. Tucker Sales. I see you are here from 11 o'clock. You have a long day. Thank you so very much. Welcome. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I am the legislative director of Desegregate Connecticut, a zoning alternate in the town of Simsbury and a lifelong resident of the village of Terriffill, though I only speak on behalf of Desegregate, not the other two today. I support HB 6890 because of the many conversations I have had with COGS, local P&Zs, elected officials, advocates, voters, family, and other community members. During these conversations, a few themes seem to emerge. Connecticut is unaffordable for many, and additional affordable housing needs to be built. Taxes are high, traffic is out of control, protecting the environment is important, and local control are paramount. These are things that I hear in conversations all the time throughout the state. I think that this is a very tough circle to square for our 169 towns. On one hand, let's say I'm Mr. Planner, and I'm planning for the future development of my town. Well, I know I need to expand my tax base. I know I need more affordable housing. I want my son to be able to move back home when he's out of college, or I want my grandma to be able to retire in place. But I have challenges. So I want to build this kind of housing, but now I need to connect them to sewer and septic. I need to connect it with water. I need to manage the traffic that they're going to create. I need to protect the wetlands. Furthermore, if I'm only allowed to build housing in my town that is single family with parking and setback requirements, I need to use a lot of space. Space that I might not have, meaning I'm going to have to cut down trees, remove green space, and all the other good stuff that comes from suburban sprawl. Now, after all that, I have a bunch of new cars on the road, which means more money for road repairs, more money for traffic lights, more money for police to regulate speed, more money for more parking, which means more flooding and pollution, and on and on and on and on. It's exhausting. It's horrible. It's a very, very difficult process to try to develop a community effectively. This is where Work, Live, Ride comes in. Work, Live, Ride arms town planners and P&Zs with the funding and the know-how they need to get out of this predicament, right? Work, Live, Ride allows towns to opt into this program, and in doing so, that P&Z will designate a reasonably sized district near the transit station, which will be approved by the coordinator within a half mile of transit, not encompassing the entire 1/2 mile radius, a section within that 1/2 mile radius. This district will include as of right mixed use and multifamily housing. The idea being here that we want to connect people to the services they need. That means grocery stores, as was mentioned earlier. They would then be assisted by the ORG to plan for and fund the necessary infrastructure improvements, such as water, such as sewer, while balancing the environmental concerns like wetlands and watershed.
Your 3 minutes are now complete.
That was blisteringly fast. Goodness me. All right. I just want to mention one of the things we'd like to see change in the bill. In high opportunities areas, the 20% affordability requirement should be instituted for developments below 10 homes. That's something we'd like to see. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so very much. Of course, I have a question. Zabdabowski, please.
Evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Sales, for coming in. You and I spoke a couple of months ago about this proposal, didn't we?
I believe you attended one of our legislative breakfasts.
Now, didn't you and I speak on the phone?
I don't remember that occurring, sir. I think you might be mistaking me with someone else, maybe from our team, but I don't remember having a one-on-one with you.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it was you. Is there somebody else on your team that would have called me?
I don't know, sir. I don't think so, but I also tend not to call. I tend to communicate by email. But I'll tell you what, sir. I don't want to do the whole back and forth, turn this into a whole thing, make it a whole witch trial kind of thing. I'm going to say right now that if I want to apologize to you for misleading you on the content of the bill, whenever that occurred, that was not my intention, and I want to, and I will endeavor to be more careful with my language in the future.
Okay, well, fair enough. And I would just add to that that when you speak on behalf of an entity, the entity loses credibility when you misrepresent what's in the bill or what's in your proposal. Because I imagine that at the time that we spoke, the proposal was pretty much solidified. And because I know you'd been talking to other legislators and town administrators and town zoning people. So my opposition when we spoke is the same as it is now, that the small towns are being forced into something at the point of a gun, and they would lose very important funding for not participating in something that would not benefit them in any way, shape, or form. And so long as that is still in there, I will continue to oppose it. That's what I told you when we spoke, and that's what I'll tell you now.
Thank you for your candor, sir. I do want to mention one thing, and I appreciate you bringing it up. One of the things we are also looking to change in our bill, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to quite get to it, but we would like to ensure that the discretionary funding in Work, Live, Ride only applies to, or does not apply to funding impacting public health tied to federal requirements. We want to make sure it's only funding tied to the expansion of infrastructure for economic growth. And we understand that is not currently very clear in the bill. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, well, even so, so a small town that can't afford to pave a dirt road and ask for a steep grant in order for funding to expand the paved area of its roads would not be able to get it. Even under your revised proposal. You know, there are towns that still have dirt roads in the state. I represent a number of them. So, you know, the being voluntary is one thing. Being compelled to do it, especially since in small towns, you know, your own statements, you talked about being connected to sewers and water. Well, many of the towns in Eastern Connecticut have no sewer and no water. It's all septic, all wells. You know, clearly when you were making all these contacts with people around the state, how many towns did you contact that have less than 3,000 people?
While I don't know the exact population of Easton, I did speak with them on, I guess Friday. So
we were told earlier it's about 7,500.
Okay. Well, while they don't quite meet that population threshold you were talking about, they do lack sewer. They're all on septic, and that is the conundrum I was talking about for Mr. Town Planner. Is that I want to see, as a town planner, my town grow, my tax base expand, and the infrastructure requirements to do that are extremely challenging. Work Live Ride is designed to give these town planners and these P&Zs the funding and the expertise they need in order to make it happen. We know it's not easy. That's why the bill exists.
But what, other than being compelled to change their zoning, what does a town get for opting in that it doesn't already have?
Well, they get access to the 4 full-time planners that we're seeking to provide the ORG with. They also provide. They are also provided with more consolidated state discretionary funds. It is much easier for a lot of these towns to go to one place like the ORG, who can coordinate other state agencies to try to get them the resources they're going to need. We'd also like to see more money put into the existing TOD program or TOD grant under the ORG. Any amount of money we can put into that, I think, is an excellent investment for our state.
So you're saying the coordinator would coordinate all the different funding sources that a town gets?
I don't know if it has to be that one person, but the ORG is meant to have the statutory authority to coordinate state resources as they relate to growth and infrastructure.
Okay, so which specific sources of revenue does that mean? How about like Pequot funds? So the coordinator is going to administer the Pequot funds?
We're getting a little into the weeds with how the ORG actually works. As I understand it, they do not have to personally administer that fund. They simply direct that fund to be prioritized toward towns that are creating a TOC.
Well, the reason why we're getting in the weeds is because this is the first I've heard of anybody testifying that the coordinator is going to have control over all these different sources of funding. This is news to me. It doesn't seem to be in the bill anywhere. Is that your understanding of what's in the bill?
Yes, so the coordinator, and I thought I brought my copy of the bill up, but if we look through, you should find some language that states that the coordinator has the statutory authority to direct state funding.
Wow, that's pretty frightening. So not just the steep grants and the brownfield grants and things like that, but all state funding that deals with development of any type and economic development. That's an awful lot of power in one person, isn't it?
Well, again, in the organization, I don't know that the individual coordinator has to be personally responsible for all of that. But part of why this is effective, or why we feel it will be effective, is because it is difficult to get the state to navigate all the different state grants and funding sources. Consolidating some of them into the Office of Responsible Growth is part of the incentive to opt in.
Okay, so if you don't opt in, all that stuff is the town becomes ineligible for all of the stuff that they normally get.
They would be deprioritized, or rather other towns that did opt in would be prioritized to include discretionary funding tied to the expansion of infrastructure, specifically to the expansion of infrastructure. So improving your sewer system to make it make it possible to build more housing. We would like to see a town building that housing in a TOC prioritized. We feel like that housing is going to be a better ROI, right? It's going to increase the ridership of the significant investment into our public transit system that the state already has. It's going their density, walkability, and all the positive downstream effects of that. We'd like to see state funding prioritized in those kind of developments.
How about school construction funds?
I am not familiar enough with the school construction fund. I don't think that would be included in this, but I might have to get back to you on that one. I
Okay,
don't,
that's expansion of infrastructure, isn't it?
infrastructure related to economic growth. I do not think this touches anything regarding schools. But again, I think I'll have to get back to you for an absolute 100% answer there. That's certainly not the intent of the bill. We really wanted to keep it to expansions to sewer, expansions to water, the brownfield remediation, those kinds of things.
Okay, do you know what brownfield remediation grants are available to towns?
I don't know all the brownfield remediation grants. One thing I will say though is that we are trying to prioritize where these so there's a limited supply of money for brownfield remediation. I think it is good state policy, good public policy to prioritize communities where we think we're going to get a better ROI on those. Now, we shouldn't be touching any public health, so any brownfield remediation grant specifically for public health, according to the intent of this bill, should not be included. But I think it is a smart decision for the state to say, we think that this specific brownfield, if it's remediated, is going to increase our housing stock, is going to be a more sustainable development, and is going to increase the ridership, like I said, of the significant investment in public infrastructure that the state has already undergone.
So we've had multiple people from your organization testify saying that there were multiple sources of brownfield remediation funds, and that this proposal would only exclude or deprioritize a town from one of them. So I'm trying to find out, what are the others? What are all these other sources of brownfield remediation funds that are available to a town?
I wish I had more information for you, but I do not know all the different types of brownfield remediation funds. I can only
Is there anybody in your organization that knows them?
Theo is pretty good on that kind of stuff, but like I said, that's a good amount of research, and that would require quite a lot of digging. So like I said, we're happy to get that information to you to make sure we can clarify this, but right on hand, I don't have that information for you. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, because you know, almost everybody from your organizations come up and made that same statement. Well, there are all these other sources of revenue for brownfield remediation. Can anybody tell me what they are? You know?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think we had that information for you tonight, but like I said, we do really try to do our research, and we'll be able to get you an answer on that.
Okay, so everybody's been saying that without actually knowing it's true.
Well, I'm fairly certain that's true, sir, but like I said, I don't know all the specifics.
Okay.
That's the information I have, is that there are more than one. This wouldn't touch all of them. I don't have all the information beyond that.
Okay, but as I went back before, you guys lose credibility when you make statements like this. You can't back them up. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. I see my co-chair, Rep. Cabral-Degra.
Good evening, Mr. Saul. Long day. I'm sure some of your testimony, it's hard to keep it all in your head after such a long day. I just want to clarify from my recollection earlier today, I don't believe that the ORG coordinator is directing all state funds. That would be crazy. So I think when you said that, that was a misspeak, but I think what you meant to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's more infrastructure related items, but nothing that's say related to public health or schools or, you know, any of that critical kind of infrastructure. We're not talking about that.
Yes, ma'am. Just the funds that we've been talking about in the bill, not all state discretionary funds. I can see why that would have been confusing.
And again, I know it's late and it's easy for us to, I mean, I certainly have probably asked a few crazy questions myself today. So I just wanted to make sure that we sort of wrap that up. But I appreciate you being here. And I think that the committee would probably, well advise, please feel free to send us any information you have after the fact to any questions that the members don't feel were answered. But I also know that we have written testimony that we can look at as well to answer some of these questions. So I thank you for sticking with us for, I don't even know how many hours at this point, not doing the fast math, but I think we're close to 11. Anyway, thanks so much, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? Rep bumper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Tucker. Great to hear you and see you and in person. Thank you for sticking around. Certainly the only Tucker I'd be listening to in prime time. So just want to thank you again for your perseverance. You, I think, have illustrated very clearly the importance of creating communities that are resilient, communities that are welcoming to everyone, regardless of their race, regardless of their socioeconomic background. And I think that is so important, especially as our state is becoming increasingly more diverse. We are facing issues of climate change. And, obviously, many of our communities were built in a way that were communities such as Mystic, where I represent, or in Groton, and previously New London, communities that were started or colonized hundreds of years ago, but nonetheless were built in a way where their homes were built near their downtown centers, near their churches, near their the places where they would eat, live, work, and play. So it seems like what you're proposing is that in your Desegregate CT and so many other advocates in the state are proposing is that we build housing and really make a good faith effort to build housing in a way that our state used to, kind of going back to the basics. So my question to you is, in the research that you've done, because I consider you an expert, you clearly are well versed on these issues, and despite being a young guy, and thank you for your service also to our nation. But
thanks, sir.
Thank you. But that was a kind of a rambling question, so I'll leave it at that. Feel free to respond.
Sure thing, sir. Well, did you read the rest of my testimony that I didn't get to? Because that's almost exactly what I was hoping to express. So, I think you touched on a really excellent point, is that the idea of TOC is not a new concept. I like to think of it as kind of forgotten knowledge. It's the way we used to build. It's the way we used to develop, and got away from around the 50s, 60s, 70s with more car dependent kind of infrastructure coming in. But a lot of the most beautiful places in Connecticut, the places where people really do want to live, were built and are still left over from that kind of original development. So places like Terriffill, where I live, Collinsville, Canton, Niantic, Baltic, those kinds of small communities, sometimes within very rural communities, are hubs of the community's culture and hubs of economic activity. Small cities like Manchester and Torrington, places like Winstead were considered some of the most beautiful places to live in all of New England. All of them built with the idea that your primary mode of transportation ought not to just be the automobile, but ought to be trolleys. These would have been called streetcar suburbs at the time. Would have been, so light rail is what it would be called now. Your trains, your buses. New England character, which is what so many folks really are trying to defend nowadays, was originally built around this form of transit, around this form of traditional development. Downtown Killingly is an excellent example of a community that's really pushing the envelope on this. Killingly, being a very rural town, has a gorgeous downtown, has seen a significant amount of revitalization, is looking to renovate some of their brownfields to increase their housing stock. And we're hoping to be able to leverage their existing transit, though state, unfortunately, a quirk of that area is that the transit system is run by the COG and not the state. We would like to see, especially further down the line, more state investment into transit, especially in these kinds of areas where people are able to walk, bike, and live in a way that is a little more in line with the traditional kind of New England values that we'd see. So thank you for asking that, sir. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. And lastly,
Mhm.
Obviously, you illustrated how much transit has changed over time,
Mhm.
streetcars, and now, we are talking about extending existing commuter lines.
Mhm.
But 10, 15 years from now, we'll be talking about self-driving cars, and obviously, who knows what 20 years from now looks like. So,
Sure.
can you speak to how, obviously the need to meet the housing demands always
Mhm.
fluctuates, kind of ebbs and flows, but transit over time does modernize. So can you speak to how kind of transit, as transit will transform over time, that may impact Connecticut
Sure.
and its housing stock?
Well, there's a couple ways that we could see the future of transit. It could be exactly what we have now, but it's all electric. While that is certainly great for emissions, what that's not great for is the amount of space used to accommodate cars, the amount of impervious surfaces required, the amount of natural resources required to build these kinds of electric cars. Electric cars are great. I'd like to see more electric, but if we're going to build in an actually environmentally sustainable manner, we need to try to get back to trains, buses, mass transit, and then connecting people through biking and walking to these forms of transit. Now, when it comes to housing, one of the things with affordable housing is that housing is not the only cost in someone's life. Transportation is another significant cost in their life. If someone needs affordable housing, but is spending half their paycheck, sending half of it to Saudi Arabia for their gas, half of it to their bank for their car loan, even an electric car, it's going into their electricity. Forcing people into car ownership when there are better alternatives that we know are effective because we've seen them used in history is not doing anyone any favors when it especially comes to affordable housing. Building around transit, and I always feel like I keep repeating myself whenever I say this, but building around transit is the absolute best way to build any kind of housing, but especially affordable housing.
Thank you, Tucker. And lastly, I know you talked about this. You were asked about discretionary infrastructure spending, and correct me if I'm wrong, but with discretionary funding, those are grants; those are not guaranteed to municipalities. So if Groton applies for a brownfields remediation grant, there's not a guarantee the state's going to award that grant. So it just there are many grant programs that place conditions on what municipalities can or cannot, apply to or for. So just wanted to put that out there because I know one of my colleagues had mentioned that, but if you want to just finish with that.
Right. I mean, I really do think that the way we're structuring this is we are trying to have the state reevaluate its priorities on where it spends its limited resources. You're right. Grants are not guaranteed. Now, some people, you might say that is us kind of dancing around the issue that it's, a stick or what have you. That's really not why we're doing it. You can call it what you like. I would certainly think you should opt in, and it's definitely better for your community to opt in. But the point of tying these discretionary funds to TOC is so the state can better manage its limited resources and funnel them into communities and developments that are going to give it a better return on investment. So it's not just a semantic argument.
Well, if young people like you continue to stay here in Connecticut, I think we're in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you so very much. Rep. Baumgartner, very kind, hard worker. He came to me, he said, Senator, I don't want to leave you here with my amazing senator. So he's in person in here tonight with us. We are almost 10 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your loyal friendship and working hard for our state. We really appreciate it. I see we have a question. Who I should go first? I think my good friend, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to take a moment before we begin by acknowledging your chairmanship today, and thank you for your efforts. The ranking member, Senator Fazio, being present, and Representative Baumgarten, but also the the colleagues that are doing by Zoom. It's one of the grateful things that we have in regards to the hybrid system that we have. So thank you for your work. But Mr. Sales, I wanted to follow up. I was listening to your testimony, and you were so effective in describing Terryville and the various communities where you grew up. You knew it so well. So take me through. I believe you just did a presentation at Easton, Connecticut, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the population of Easton?
Apparently, it's around 7,500.
Yes, it is indeed. And do you know what the percentage of the town is watershed, providing public water supply
I remember
to
correctly,
Lower Fairfield County?
if I remember correctly, 90% of that town is watershed.
Okay, it's 78%.
Okay.
And I think we've had the engagement with Mr. Harrison, and that's exactly the challenge that I have. We're having advocates coming into communities who really don't know the community, don't really understand the unique and characteristics and challenges and the topography of that community, presenting a one-size-fits-all ideology. I applaud it. I understand the importance of addressing some of the concepts, but you don't know the town. But you're coming in telling the local planning and zoning bodies, this is the best idea for you. That's my frustration with all of this, is the fact I got truly passionate advocates like yourself, and I applaud you for staying here all day and being present, passionate. And I value that and I appreciate that. But the frustration is the disconnect, that these are individuals that live in the town and have their homes, have their community, and chose to be in that community. And they've got individuals, well-intentioned, that don't know the town, telling them what is in their best interest. Now, if this bill comes into effect, and you're literally saying to many other towns in which you're making these representations to, and say, we're going to properly allocate funding for you because we know what's better. And I appreciate the Madam Chairwoman in the correction of the OG in regards to the allocation of funds. It's been a long day, and I appreciate that, because that's important to understand, that it isn't OPM and the designee that will determine the funds. It's the legislative body, as Representative D'Agostino confirmed, okay? But the challenge I have is you're having individuals that don't know the town coming in and saying, I know what's better for you. And you just demonstrated a great example of that you requested the planning and zoning to come in and make a presentation, and you were welcome. There was no exclusionary practice. But before you made that presentation, I would have thought you would have known more about the town that you're going to go in and speak of them. You didn't. So again, it proves my point to the fact that collaboration occurs when you're willing to listen to the people that you're trying to make policies on. And what I just heard today is the fact you knew nothing about the watershed impact. You didn't even know the population of the community. And dare I say, did you know that there was 1 acre, 3 acre zoning by the demarcation of the various communities?
I did learn that at the hearing, sir, which is part of the reason we do the hearings, is to learn more about these kinds of communities and get their input on.
And then indeed, I appreciate that, Mr. Sales. So you did the presentation, you learned, but you didn't understand that it's 78% watershed and that it had nearly 7,600 in population as of 2022. Again, what were you listening to other than an agenda that you were trying to achieve?
Well,
so I'll leave it at that. And again, I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your advocacy. But again, as I've reiterated before, we're trying to tell these local communities from the state level or from an advocacy level that we know better than you. Look, could they do better? No doubt. Absolutely. But the fact is, you didn't know all the facts, and you're trying to make decisions impacting their community. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. And again, thank you for your diligence. And I hope you learn more about the great town of Easton and many of the other towns that you are trying to impress upon and persuade, just as well as you know Terryville and the various communities that you know so well and describe that you grew up in. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. And again, thank you, Mr. Sales, for your passionate advocacy.
Thank you, sir. Might I say a word on that?
Sure.
Well, some of this now, while I didn't remember their population for this meeting, I did look it up prior to that meeting. So going into that meeting, with them, I did know their population. I also read their affordable housing plan, which is how I knew that they had so much watershed. Now, like I said, a few days after I got the number wrong, but I happen to know that one of the very interesting tactics that they're attempting to do in Easton is they're attempting to use one of their old schools to build affordable housing. I think that is an extremely creative way to do it. It comes with the pre-existing parking. It comes with the sewer, or rather, it comes with the septic that already exists, and can handle a lot of solid waste. So it's not as though we go into these blind. Granted, I can't do a full study on every single town. We've tried to get ourselves invited to 169 of them. But I would say that as for us telling them what to do, one of the critiques we've gotten today is that some of our language is vague and some of it is very specific. And I'd like to point out that some of that vague language is extremely intentional. And the reason for it is to try to give towns flexibility. So what are we vague on? We're vague on the reasonable size. What is a reasonable size for a transit-oriented development district? Well, the people that we want answering that question is the P&Z, is the town planner. What is reasonable for them? Now, this has to be approved by the commissioner in order for them to get the funding associated with the process. But and maybe it's not clear enough in this bill. It was clear to us based on the language, but we've also been working with this concept for a long time. So maybe it was some bias there. But the whole point of the reasonable size is that we don't know. I don't know what is a reasonable size for Easton, and I wouldn't ever imply that I did, and I wouldn't give them a specific set of like, it needs to be X amount of acres. I can't possibly, that would certainly be one size fits all. So the intent of the reasonable size language is that they are able to have that conversation with the commissioner and plead their case on what is reasonable for us and why. The other thing that we are a little vague on intentionally is excessive parking. What is excessive? And I don't know. I don't know what excessive parking would be for a town like Easton.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But you're saying words that accentuate the heightened level of uncertainty and discomfort. You're using the words bias, and you're using the word intentionally vague. And we prefaced by your original engagement with Representative Bitsky in saying initial representation, whatever the confusion that might be. You are using words for me as a legislator that causes me concern. And then we talk about the opt-in, how it's a choice, but then we're going to restrict and impact your financing or your brownfield remediation, your paving cost. Again, these engagements, it's a very emotional issue already. But when you use words like we may be biased and we are intentionally vague on this language, and then you use a stick for those municipalities by saying, well, you can opt out, but then you're going to lose your money. So again, you can find, Mr. Sales, why this engagement creates even more discomfort for me. And in my engagement with Mr. Harrison, it's the hardest thing we talked about. And I didn't mean to be inflammatory. I appreciate all the hard work that you all do and a passionate advocacy, but there is a significant gap in trust on both entities. So again, I appreciate this opportunity to engage. Maybe we all learned something on this, but this engagement didn't help me in this process. So I appreciate that. And that's what public hearings are meant to be. So, and we're public, and people can judge for themselves of this engagement that we just had. So again, as I preface, thank you for your work, and thank you for Mr. Chair and the ranking member for sticking it out there in that building while I'm hybriding it in. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, I think it just comes down to what would be the alternative language. Do we say if you have a transit station, it has to be 50 acres of, if 50 acres has to be your TOC district. For TAC, it would have to be 20 acres. In fact, one of our original drafts had 25 acres for the TAC. And we realized that that was too strict and did not give municipalities the ability to plan what they felt was best. So I do understand what you say. Vague is not usually good with law, but we're trying to find that balance to make sure that towns have the flexibility they need. Otherwise, we are just telling them what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I really appreciate it. I see Rep. Debasky again.
I'm sorry, did you call on me, Mr. Chairman?
You have a question?
Yeah, yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay.
Okay, going to the deliberate vagueness. I could see where you were coming from if the vagueness gave the towns any type of discretion or power to make their own decisions. But I'm looking at various sections where it's the coordinator who has that discretion. So for example, in paragraph lines 32 through 36, with regard to reasonable size, it's determined by the coordinator. It's not determined by the town. So the vagueness doesn't give the town anything. It doesn't give them any power. It doesn't give them any discretion. It doesn't give them any ability to make their own decisions. It gives that to the coordinator to make those decisions, and the vagueness works against the town. How does putting vagueness in the discretion of the coordinator give the town any benefit at all?
Well, sir, the vagueness or I want to stop using the word vagueness. I don't like it. The flexibility implied by the language is meant to be used for the municipalities, or rather is language that we're putting in on behalf of the municipality. One of the things I understand has been tricky today has been the actual role or how much power this organizer or this coordinator has. And that, like I said earlier, was more clear to us when we read the bill, in that it would be an advisory role. But because we've been working with the bill for so long, it just made sense that that's what we want. Of course, that's what it says, right? I think where in the bill 91, 92, in terms of one of the some of the jobs of the coordinator is developing guidelines for transit-oriented districts and bonus criteria pursuant to Section 1 of this act. That's one of the things we think is language that specifically says the role of the coordinator is advisory, right? They do ultimately get to approve the plan or not, but they are meant to be working with the municipality and providing guidance and best practices to that municipality.
Where does it say that? What line?
191, 192. Develop guidelines for transit-oriented districts and bonus criteria pursuant to the Section 1 of this act.
Okay, that doesn't say anything about working with the town.
Well, developing guidelines, I think, and this is the word we've been bandying around our organization today, implies that you're developing those guidelines along with the town. Now implies is probably not enough to make sure that our intent is being conveyed with this bill. And another change that I think we're all going to be looking for is how to make it very explicit that the coordinator is not necessarily the one planning this district for the town, but is simply the one approving it, making sure that it's following all the guidelines as laid out in the bill, right? So we want towns to plan for the placement and size of these districts, so long as they're within the left and right limits of the affordability and the density. Those are the hard numbers that we want to see. But the size, location is we really want to put that ball in the P&Z's court. And we would approve of any language that made that more explicit in the bill.
Okay, well, more explicit, I don't think is the right term. It says it at all, because right now it doesn't say it anywhere in this entire document as to that the coordinator needs to even talk to the towns, much less work with them to develop these guidelines. But let me go on to another thing. You had listed a bunch of towns that you say were built around transit and were some of the most beautiful towns in the state. One of the towns you mentioned was Baltic. I happen to represent Baltic. Baltic is actually a village in the town of Sprague.
Yes, sir.
And the developed area of Baltic was built next to the mill. It was not built around transit. It was built around a big mill, which has since burned down. And all those houses are standard two-family mill housing. Where is this gorgeous section of Baltic that's built around transit that you're talking about?
Well, I don't know that the transit is still in a lot of the places I mentioned. I live in Terriffill, probably in the exact same kind of house that you would see in Baltic, that kind of that high two-family duplex. A lot of these places don't have that level of transit anymore. They used to in a lot of cases. Now, if I'm wrong specifically about Baltic, I do apologize, but I know Terriffill had a massive train system going through it until it, like Baltic, the mill burned down and then the bridges all collapsed. I know Torrington had a great light rail network. I know Killingly, based on one of my conversations with the P&Z there, used to have some trolleys. So now if Baltic was an exception to that rule and never had that kind of transit, I do apologize. But the density and walkability of that neighborhood are certainly in line with what we'd like to see more of in the state.
Okay, well, I would caution you against making representations that you can't back up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sell. Do we have any other question? Any other question? See you are here, none. Mr. Sell, thank you. We
Thank you, sir.
really appreciate your time. I know you are here from 11 o'clock. Now go get some dinner and rest. Also, I want to just respectfully asking all our members, I don't really want to, please kindly ask a direct, simple question, and all the speaker try to please kindly shortcut your answer if you could, because we don't want to keep all the speaker until breakfast tomorrow morning. Thank you. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 45, Karen Dubus. Karen Dubus.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Honorable co-chairs, Representative Carlos DeGraw and Senator Rahman, Vice Chairs, Representative Chafee and Senator Needleman, and Ranking Members Zullo and Fazio, the entire Planning and Development Committee. I am Karen DuBois Walton, and I respectfully submit this testimony in support of House Bill 6890, an act concerning qualifying transit-oriented communities. I serve as president of Elm City Communities. We're the housing authority in the city of New Haven, and our affiliates, the Glendower Group, which is a development company and 360 Management Group, a property management company. At Elm City Communities, we're managing more than 3,000 units of affordable and mixed income housing, and we provide housing subsidy to another 3,000 families across our city and in surrounding areas. We've been a part of a broad coalition of organizations in New Haven and statewide who called for an increased investment in affordable housing. I am witness to the challenge of affordable housing, which I would characterize as a crisis right now. The 6,000 families that we're serving pales in comparison to the over 30,000 families who sit on our wait list. Families who originate from New Haven, but interestingly, about a third of our wait list are families who call, whose original address is one of the surrounding towns around New Haven or even broader than that. It speaks to the crisis of affordability in housing that's driving the need for these services statewide. I've testified in front of both the Housing Committee and the Planning and Development Committee a few times already this year, testifying about this desperate shortage of housing and asking the legislature to commit to increased investments and smart reforms. My testimony has been submitted in writing, but I'm here with you tonight to support House Bill 6890 because in this time of spiking energy prices, rapid warming climate, housing is not affordable if it's not also close to affordable transit. The average person in Connecticut is paying more than 50% of their income on housing and transit combined. And low-income families, like the ones who sit on our wait list hoping for services, they're paying easily more than 80% of their income on these two elements. We consider a family housing cost burden when they spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. The Housing and Transportation Affordability Index, which has spearheaded much of the research on the intersections of housing and transit costs, defines affordability at 45% of income going towards housing and transportation. By this definition, there are only a handful of towns in our state that are affordable to the average person. And no surprise, those are the places that are most walkable and served by major mass transit. If we want our state to grow, and I think we all want our state to grow and thrive, we cannot continue to squeeze our current residents with poor planning and astronomical costs. We worry about losing young families to other states, and we create tax incentives to lure businesses and jobs. But as long as we restrict housing near transit, we are condemning anyone who lives here to live in permanent unaffordability. This bill will effectively help our state plan our way to more affordable housing by direct. Thank you. In general, I want to call your attention to the housing crisis, the need to solve this crisis with investment in creating opportunities to really build more housing. And this is one bill in combination with a number of other things that I've testified in front of you on that helps to move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I see Senator Ong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Dubois Walton. I appreciate your perspective and particularly your role in the Housing Authority of New Haven, which is also Elm City Communities, as they call it. And I'm very interested if you would be receptive to visiting you and learning more about how you in New Haven have been able to create housing. And I've had the incredible opportunity to visit some of the innovative aspects that you've undertaken in New Haven. I'd like to understand if you would be able to accept my request, for one. Number two, I also want to take a moment to thank you for your work on our State Board of Education. It's been a hard number of years. I know you didn't mention it, but I'm grateful for your chairmanship, and I want to thank you publicly for your efforts on that as well. Education is very much tied into housing opportunities. I, for one, know of that myself, being a first-generation immigrant, just as the good chair, Raman, has also indicated. This country offers great opportunity, and I do believe that we have to create opportunities for housing as a foundation for people. I think the differences of opinion is how we get about it and incorporating. And I think one of the strengths that I have always seen in New Haven is the true collaboration. You know, current Commissioner of Housing came from New Haven and did some really impressive and innovative work in public-private collaborations, working with state and federal authorities and local initiatives. I'm impressed by what she has been able to do. I'm impressed by what you've been able to do. So again, I think we can find solutions, but ultimately we may differ on it, and I'd love to learn some more about that. So it's less of a question, but more my request on me, and my thanks to you for serving on the State Board of Education.
Thank you, Senator. The invitation is open and remains open to you, to all of your colleagues. I would love to host this committee. I would love to host any legislator that would like to come and talk with us about what we're doing and why we think this model of really incentivizing the opportunities to create more housing is something that works not just for New Haven, but is something that's required in every town. And I appreciate your making the connection to education, because the reason that I'm engaged in all of these things is it's about how we're creating opportunities for our state to grow. And that means our kids getting the best education. It means our young people growing up in communities that provide everything that they need, and having a pathway into the kinds of choices that they want to make. So thank you for that, and look forward to seeing you in New Haven very soon.
Thank you. And I guess there's some pizza places we can go to as well. So thank you.
Your
And then we're
choice,
into dinner.
absolutely.
We've already passed dinner time. So, but again, thank you for your work on the Board of Education. It's been a hard 3 years, and to all of your members on that board, thank you. And there's that great connection. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much. We don't mind to go visit as long we have the New Haven pizza.
We will feed you.
You're welcome. Now I see my former chair and Public Health Committee current chair, Makar Tibehe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Du Bois Walton, thank you so much for being here with us, for sticking it out, and for the work you do. I appreciate Senator Wong's reference to education. As the Public Health Committee Chair, I'm always reminding people about housing, race and housing as the two very large social determinants of health and outcomes. So my question for you this evening is the number of people on your waiting list. Can you remind us of that number again?
Yes, we have over 30,000 on the wait list.
30,000. Where are those 30,000 folks? You said they were in surrounding communities and in New Haven, but I'm wondering just in terms of what type of housing they're living in now, if you can give us some sense of that.
Yes, families that are on our wait list are a combination of folks who are literally unhoused, folks who are in the shelter system right now, folks who are living doubled up with other family members or friends, folks who are renting in the private market, but who are paying far more than they can afford. And when people pay far more than they can afford, it means they're making really hard choices. To keep their rent paid and their lights on means that they're not taking care of something else. And so we find people in really unstable kinds of housing situations on the verge of eviction. Folks wait years to move to the top of our wait list or any wait list. And by the time that they do get into affordable housing, they typically have dealt with the stresses of poverty for quite a long time, with the hit to their own financial well-being, emotional well-being, their mental and physical health, and any number of challenges at that point.
Thank you for that answer. Earlier today in questioning, I asked one of the folks who came to testify in terms of the numbers of units we are hearing that we're short in the state, and have heard a few different people today say that we have sufficient units in housing, and that it's really more of an issue of the last thing you said in terms of people doubling up. But I appreciate you kind of fleshing that out for us to understand more. I also just want to ask one other, if I may, Mr. Chair, one other quick follow-up. I'm seeing Madam Chair nod her head. I hope, Mr. Chair, that's okay with you. I'll make it quick. I know we have had a long day, but you also mentioned that part of your work is development work as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So one of the things that you said in your testimony that I thought was very powerful is this is one of the many tools that we need to address the housing crisis / affordable housing crisis, because certainly this bill is not just geared towards affordable housing. I've heard a lot of people talk about that today. Can you just briefly say what some of the biggest barriers are for you when you're looking at development?
The crisis that we're facing in the state, it certainly is providing the context for the work that we're doing, is so much related to the fact that as a state, we have not built housing for decades at a pace that we need to address. And what you find is the laws of supply and demand, that the reason we're feeling the crunch around affordability, that prices are rising, that there's competition and pressure to find units, and that those at the lowest price point, the lowest income, feel that most fiercely. It's because we just have far too many units. And so the kinds of things that we've been testifying for are trying to present all of the different solutions that are needed, because there's no one perfect thing. We have to be investing in the places that have been providing housing for years. And so we have to figure out ways that we're driving money into revitalizing communities. We have to be doing the kind of zoning reform that opens up new possibilities to create housing units within our cities, and in building more units in our suburbs and our rural areas. And that's what this kind of bill can do. We need to incentivize that building. We think that reimbursing states, rewarding cities for building is one particular tool. And we also have to provide some tenant protections, because while we're in this really difficult period and feeling the crunch, those who feel it most are renters, and renters at the lower income. And so that's why the range of tenant protection measures that different committees, Housing Committee, and Planning and Development and other committees will be considering this session are also important, because we need to be doing all three of those things in order to get us to a place that we are actually addressing this housing with the urgency and with the kinds of measures that can create the change we need.
Thank you so much for your answers, for highlighting two things that we really have to look at: a systems approach, a multi-pronged approach. And then the second thing you said that I think was very impactful is that the pace of building has not kept up with the demand. And I think that's really an important point, because while we have seen some really strong progress and efforts being made in some communities, it's that pacing and almost, I guess I'll say, volume that we're going to need to do more of, which will continue to lead to what uncomfortable conversations like these. But if we're going to solve this crisis, we're going to have to keep having these conversations. So I appreciate you being here, and Mr. Chair, thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other question? Rep. Baumgartner.
Promise it won't take longer than 20 seconds. Mr. Boz, Walton, it's so great to see you, and thank you for sticking with us. Wearing your hat as the Executive Director of the Housing Authority Elm City Communities, the question that may come up, this bill doesn't have an affordability component to it. It's just a giveaway to big developers. What would your response to be to that question?
I go back to what I said before, that this is a crisis that we're in that has been created by a number of different factors, and there are a number of different factors that we're going to have to put in place to address it. And so you will always hear me as a proponent of affordability. But what we need to be doing is creating housing growth at all price points in this state to alleviate the pressure that we're feeling. So I'm absolutely in front of you on a number of things that are going to drive affordability. But I'm also going to be in front of you around things that are going to drive housing growth. And this is one such bill that I think drives housing growth. Now, I'm always looking for opportunities for development, and Glendower Group is always a partner to come into any deal and create affordability in deals that are happening. We got to get some deals happening, and this is one of those bills that'll get deals happening.
Yes, and I also believe it's a model worth replicating. So I certainly will be joining Senator Wong for that pizza. Thank you.
Please do. Thank you all for your dedication tonight and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? I don't see any other question now. Karen, thank you. So nice to see you again. Thank
always.
you very much. Keep up your good work, and we really appreciate what you do. And thank you for your testimony today. Thank you.
Good night.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker for number 46, Kathleen Collin. Kathleen Collin.
Yes, hello. Good evening, honorable chairs and all other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford. I am testifying on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter, which represents over 2,300 members. We call upon the committee to vote favorably on HB 6890. There are many subject matter experts weighing in, so I will limit this to our lane. Promote, restore, maintain, and enhance the well-being of individuals, families, social groups, organizations, and communities. Historically, exclusionary zoning in Connecticut has caused our state to remain one of the most racially and economically segregated in the country, with devastating consequences. With a renewed focus on workforce development and the need for more equitable, affordable, and environmentally sustainable land use policies, in Connecticut, we must promote zoning regulations and housing options that benefit all in our communities for the future health and growth of our state. Social workers are fundamentally rooted in the belief that an individual must be seen within the context and complexity of their human experience and their shared environment. The connection between where a person lives and their health and well-being includes the quality of housing and access to transportation. We know that housing is a crucial social determinant of health, with more affordable housing resulting in improved community health and better economic outcomes. Transportation is also a social determinant of health, and the one which impacts almost every other one by providing and impeding consistent and reliable access to various food options, healthcare and pharmacies, employment and education, and social connections. In 2019, Kaiser Permanente surveyed people across the country about their social needs. The key takeaway was the holistic view of health. It is not the doctor visit only. While 92% of respondents believe access to doctors is important to overall health, both stable housing and reliable transportation at 89% and 80% respectively also ranked very important. Of additional significance is that these survey responses transcend demographics of age, income, race, or gender. In an article about COVID and health disparities last March, leaders of state community health center providers and advocates said the biggest part of health is social and behavioral, based on where you live, where you breathe. They also noted that as health systems learn to apply a public health and equity lens and removed the economic and structural barriers to care, then we can focus on the work of where people live, work, and play. All of our neighbors with diverse income and housing needs and who depend upon public transit will benefit from equitable transit-oriented communities. We will all benefit. NASW Connecticut asks the committee to advance local and state collaboration and vote favorably on HB 6890. With respect and gratitude for your service and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I see my chair have the question. Rep. McCarthy Behe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a brief comment to say thank you, Kathleen, to you and the social workers for all your good work, and with respect and admiration to you. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Any other question? Sorry, any other question? See you are here none at this time. Thank you so very much, Ms. Callahan, for your testimonial. Thank you. Now I'd like to call number 47, our next speaker, Maureen Boylan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maureen Boylan, and I want to thank the entire Planning Development Committee at this late hour for still hosting this. And I've been here since 11 o'clock this morning. I strongly oppose Bill 6890, and here is why. Central planners are going to tell you how to live and where to live, whether you are in a city, suburb, or rural community. The intention of legislators and bureaucrats is to mandate towns to fund development themselves or to have court intervention to force dense, as of right, market value, multifamily development everywhere and end single-family zoning in Connecticut forever. These bills were never about creating true affordability. This bill will turn every suburban downtown into a small city, regardless of inadequate infrastructure, environment, historical areas, access to affordable mass public transportation, and availability of jobs. Bureaucrats' carrots require municipalities to implement zones with as-of-right multifamily development that can never be reversed. One-size top-down state mandates do not recognize the unique aspects of each of the 169 municipalities in Connecticut. Responsible zoning decisions are best made by locally elected officials who are held accountable for establishing regulations that are faithful to the town's planned conservation and development, and who transparently applies those regulations without any favor or bias. Stamford cannot handle another 15,000 residents that are slated by a big developer that wants to build around the Stamford train station. Our infrastructure can't handle it. We are a city of 136,000 folks. Half of the South End is deemed a flood zone, which is by the train station, let alone the developer is charging $3,400 for one-bedroom apartments. So how is that affordable housing? The bill does nothing for homeowners in the state, and Stamford is turning into the next co-op city. Do you want this for your towns? Lastly, homeowners in Connecticut are moving in large numbers to the #1 state, and that's Florida. Connecticut has become the #1 state that Northerners are moving out of. These ridiculous bills need to be stopped and only make developers even more profitable along with politicians. Leave local zoning laws to individual municipalities. One size does not fit all apply to all the 169 cities. And I don't trust remediation, the brownfield remediation at all, considering the amount of funding that the largest developer received here when he was co-chair of the Brownfield Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question? Any? Sorry. See or hear none at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 48, Michael Bettinelli. Michael
Bettinelli.
We are moving number 49, Gus Christensen.
Hi, this is Gus Christensen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 6980, a bill that would create a new structure for the state of Connecticut to support its towns and cities in the optional development of transit-oriented development. The bill isn't forcing towns to do anything. It is simply offering more planning support and funding to communities that opt into it. Connecticut, like much of the United States, is suffering from a self-imposed housing shortage that people of good intentions are trying to work their way out of from many directions at once. One of the most important potential directions is to encourage increased density in close proximity to rapid transit hubs. This is a constructive approach being taken and or proposed to our north in Massachusetts, to our south and west in New York, and in states all across the country. And I firmly believe that Connecticut should pursue this path as well. Encouraging eligible localities to rezone to encourage relatively dense mixed-use developments surrounding train stations is a great idea. The legislature should pass this bill, the governor should sign it, and hopefully many of our forward-thinking towns and cities will opt in and benefit from the additional resources that the state has to offer and allow for a future in which more people can live more happy and productive lives with less time spent commuting and more time spent with their families and friends. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. People keep saying that the state is not forcing the towns to do anything. If the state decided that it was going to force the towns to do this, how would that be different from what's in this bill?
That's a question for me?
Yes.
The bill is an optional bill that towns can opt into or not.
Right, but and if they don't, they lose their funding. So how
if
would
they-
that, how is it different if you're saying that this doesn't mean that it's compulsion? So how is it different from compulsion?
Compulsion is when they don't have a choice.
Okay, so would the town send the state police in to force them to change their zoning regulations? Would that be compulsion?
Well, look, I'm not a scholar of the Connecticut state constitution or state constitutional law, but it's my understanding that Connecticut, like all states, is the sovereign within its borders, and that towns and cities exist as legal constructions of their states, and therefore that state law can be supreme over towns and cities if it chooses to, and that home rule is something that's created by state law. So I think the question that you just asked me was, would the state have to send the state police to change local zoning laws? And I don't believe the answer to that is yes, because Connecticut, like any other state, could change all zoning laws in all towns across the entire state if it wanted to by act of state law. But that's not in this bill. So, I mean, hypothetically, sure, the state of Connecticut could rezone every square inch of the state as single family only, or as commercial only, or as whatever it wanted to. The state is supreme, but that's not in this bill.
Okay, but what is in the bill is withholding funding.
What's in the bill is offering new supplemental funding and resources to towns that opt in.
Right, but also withholding funds that they are currently eligible for towns that don't opt in.
Look, I'm not the author of the bill. You should probably ask the authors of the bill, but my understanding is that the bill offers carrots to municipalities that opt in.
Okay, are you ignoring the stick?
I don't even.
Never mind. You clearly are not going to. You're not going to be straight.
I'm clearly not going to give you the
stick.
inaccurate answer you're fishing for. I don't know.
I can't take it anymore. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none at this time. Thank you, Mr. Christensen, for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call our next speaker, number 50, Charles Gardner. Charles Gardner.
Good evening, Chair Rahman, Chair Kavas DeGraw, ranking members Fazio and Zullo, members of the Planning and Development Committee, including my own state senator, Senator Wong. Thanks very much for allowing me to offer informational testimony relating to House Bill 6890 and TOD more generally. I'm Charles Gardner. I'm an attorney and research fellow at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. I'm also a resident of Newtown, Connecticut, where I serve on the Legislative Council. The views presented today are my own, not on behalf of the Legislative Council. Mass transit is a statewide concern in Connecticut, developing statewide transportation objectives, serving a statewide ridership, and funded through state budgets. State policymakers, therefore, have an important role to play in ensuring that each taxpayer dollar that's invested in Connecticut's trains and buses provides the highest possible return to their constituents. On that note, I have two interrelated points I'd like to make today. Number one is that maximizing Connecticut's investment in mass transit requires adequate ridership levels, which are correlated with the density of housing near stations. Number two, allowing additional homes to be built in the vicinity of stations, therefore has the potential to boost ridership in a significant way and encourage further transit enhancements. Connecticut has a long legacy of transportation, rail transportation that goes back, believe it or not, 185 years when trains first started running out of New Haven to Hartford. And transit's still a focus today, obviously, with the state having recently invested hundreds of millions of dollars into the Hartford line and on the fast track bus rapid transit system. Although both of these projects were promoted as means of creating jobs, mitigating traffic congestion, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, those benefits obviously won't materialize without people actually riding the trains and buses. These concerns are all the more pressing at a time when ridership has suffered due to COVID and is only gradually returning to prior trends. So research has found rapid ridership gains as housing density close to heavy rail transit rises to around 30 units per acre and more slowly thereafter. Several towns across Connecticut do enforce low density zoning within walking distance of train stations, in some cases requiring a single home to sit on a half acre or an acre of land in areas where city sewer and water is available or could be made available without major expense. There's been a lot of discussion about local control today. I'll just add that the local government authority to regulate housing density is fundamentally based on the power to protect health, safety, and public welfare. When this authority is employed in a manner that interferes with state transportation goals, I believe state lawmakers have the responsibility to consider interventions tailored to advancing these objectives. Just on a personal note, over the past 15 years, I've lived in 3 Connecticut cities and towns, Stamford, Norwalk, and Greenwich, where I selected a place to live due to being within walking distance to a train station. At the time, those options were few in number, but high in demand. If a state wants to increase ridership without adding to parking demands at stations, it can do worse things than simply allowing the market to respond to demand to live close to transit. Thank you again very much, everyone, for allowing me the chance to testify. And of course, I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any question? Oh, I see the Senator Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Charles, great to see you. And thank you for your work in the Legislative Council. I know you had a very long meeting yesterday. I appreciate your thoughtfulness in regards to the backdrop that you've given in regards to transit-oriented development. And it's interesting that you now live in Newtown, but previously you had lived in, what was it, Stamford, Greenwich, Norwalk? I didn't, what towns?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes.
Right. And you lived within the train lines. It's kind of fascinating because those 3 main corridor train stations, I would actually agree, would be very well suited for transit-oriented development. But knowing that you lived in those towns, how would Springdale in Stamford, along with, if you lived in Greenwich, how would Old Greenwich and Cos Cob and their unique train station fit into that? I know there was a effort in tiering, but nevertheless, the as of right for those type of train stations, because you know those towns, this bill, the struggle I have, I am fully in support of our rail and getting cars off the road and facilitating a kind of a robust center theme that is a history of transit and easing our road density. But tell me, how would you address that issue with those differences in stations of how this law has written would impact it?
Thank you. It's very nice to see you also, even Thank you. This late hour in the evening. I think those are excellent questions. Obviously, each station currently has a very different context from the urban to the suburban, going all the way up to New Haven, of course, up to Danbury and Waterbury. The contexts are very different. Without going into the specifics, I think the broader point is that this is infrastructure that the state subsidizes, spends money on. It owns the infrastructure in question, and therefore it is an interest of the state to get the most out of the investment that it's made in the communities. And what the best way to do that, the precise way, the exact number, I don't really have an opinion to offer here tonight, except to say that I think there is certainly room for improvement in many of these stations in a way that would not necessarily radically transform the context, the residential context of some of these stations. There are ways, without going into too much detail, some of the density levels that are proposed don't require radical change in the built fabric. So I think those are important questions to have. But again, each station does have its own context. I do agree with you.
No, I appreciate that. And maybe the best compromise is indeed to do a study to kind of hone in, and using maybe even, Mericatas as a advocate in this kind of objective research without a lot of the emotional history that some of the other advocacy organizations have kind of unfortunately been embroiled in. It may be an opportunity for us to push back on this bill and say, let's do a study. Let's look at furthering the idea of tiering. Let's look at local input in collaboration with the ideals that we're trying to espouse in this bill, which conceptually I support, but it's not a one size fits all. And I know people have pushed back in that statement, but nevertheless, it feels that way. And the last question I have for you is, what is your thought in regards to this kind of a opt-in, but the portrayal of, you can opt out, but then you won't be getting steep grants. You won't be getting paving. And it's a stick. So what do you say to that as a public policy? Is it the fact that we need to make these towns do it because they're not doing it?
As far as the methods in this particular bill, I'm really testifying in an informational capacity. I don't really intend to offer an opinion on the specific ways that this bill is going about its objectives. Rather, I guess my intention is to speak to transit-oriented development more generally, and regardless of the way by which you get there. Enhancing density around existing stations, regardless of their context, should have benefits for ridership, which ultimately accrues to the state and the taxpayers. So I'll respectfully defer your question on, or punt on that question, because it's a little bit beyond on the scope of what I'm testifying. But again, I understand that's an important question. A highly relevant question to the debate everybody's been having tonight.
And I appreciate that. And I think, as you clearly delineated, I'm grateful and appreciative of your public service on the Legislative Council in Newtown. But in this case, you're speaking of policy, but it brings up the sticky point where many of our municipal leaders and many of our legislative representatives that are advocating for our municipalities in this dialogue are pushing back and challenging, no doubt, the merits of transit-oriented development initiatives in the right place is a absolute great idea. But nevertheless, if it isn't, and there's no local buy-in or hesitation, or there are impositions from a top-down kind of a philosophy, the legislative councils of the town and the administrative government of the towns can say, whoa, I don't really want to do this. And then we're going to, as a state, say, you really don't have that governing right. We're going to tell you what to do. And if you don't do it, you're right. You won't get your steep money. So I'm not going to put you on the spot, and punted, football season's over. And I really appreciate you testifying. And again, let me close by thanking you for your work in the community beyond the Legislative Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know the night is long, but what I'm hearing is we see the merits of the concept, but the execution of this bill is not been cleared. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Former PND Chair, sitting Public Health Committee Chair, Madam Chair McCarthy Bohe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Gardner, thanks for your testimony. Part of my question was answered in the previous conversation with Senator Wong, and I'll just underscore and be sure that I heard you properly, which is you're suggesting that these transit stations are in the interest of the state and the taxpayer at large, including members of the community where those stations or places of transit might be located. And I think what I'm hearing you say is that we ought to be allowing market-based solutions to occur rather than restricting the marketplace. Is that correct?
In general, yes, that's absolutely right. I think there is a high demand to live near these stations, which, as you know, simply getting on board a train, whether it's in Norwalk, whether it's in Darien, whether it's in Riverside, gives you access to an absolutely enormous job market ranging all the way down from Manhattan up to New Haven. It provides you with a tremendous range of options in an area where traffic congestion is notoriously bad. It's a tremendous amenity, particularly with parking situations the way they are, to be able to walk to a station, to be within the walk shed of one of these stations. I think that applies regardless of the context that the station currently has. And simply, yeah, as I said, allowing the market to respond to that rather than having localities restricted through whatever means it may be is absolutely beneficial, not only to the people of the town, but to the state economically as a whole. It advances the state's objectives for transportation, for connecting people with jobs, for reducing congestion on the roads, and other very important objectives. And you can't get those goals if you don't have the people living near the stations, or you require people to be dependent on their cars to get to stations where parking may be limited or not available. So,
thank you.
yes, I absolutely agree.
One other just very brief question, and if you could just give a brief answer or say that this is beyond the scope of your testimony, but we heard testimony earlier today that some of these dense developments actually end up costing more to a community than they are a value to a community. And I'm wondering if you have the ability or willing to comment on that statement.
I don't want to speculate on that. There's obviously a lot of factors that go into the relative costs and versus tax revenues that accrue from development. I think in general, increasing development is a means of building wealth, both of building up the property base and building up simply the number of workers, the number of consumers, the number of students, whoever it may be, are generally an asset to a community. I think questioning that, the burden really should be upon, at least from my perspective, should be upon the person claiming that more development, more people moving to a city is somehow financially harmful. It may be in some cases, but sorry, I'm going on too long. But I think that the short of the answer is I'm not sure. It's quite. I think that question would require more nuance to the specifics.
And that's fair, absolutely fair. Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, any other question? Senator Pazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gardner, for your testimony. It's thoughtful. I grew up viewing the George Mason economists as intellectual idols, and so I recoil at the notion that the first time I encounter a Mercatus Institute George Mason fellow that I will be in disagreement over a piece of legislation, but that is the cruel poetic justice of the world we live in. There are, again, towns in other parts of Connecticut that have very light, minimal, or no zoning whatsoever, and yet we have not seen the growth and opportunity or building whatsoever in those municipalities. And again, it strikes me that we might be barking up the wrong tree, the supply side of the equation rather than the demand side, that we're not generating statewide enough job growth or income growth or wage growth. And that's largely a function, I think, of the policies made in this building. That's why I am extremely reticent to adopt policies that further centralize decision-making in this state. That certainly does not mean, as that we're not going to encounter policies that are incorrect. They're overly restrictive in terms of zoning. These are highly developed areas that we're talking about. I mean, Metro North is already the most heavily trafficked passenger rail line in the entire country. It is heavily utilized. And because those communities are pretty developed already, you're going to run into very difficult situations if you impose as of right development. You mentioned Riverside. That's small single family home lots. Most of Old Greenwich, small single family home lots. You allow as of right development within a square mile or a little less than that of those rapid transit stations, you're going to run into a situation where people who invested in homes or lived there their entire lives are going to find themselves abutting to much larger developments as well. And I think that's a difficult situation when we can put forward reforms to housing and zoning in this state that I think will increase the housing stock while doing so with local buy-in. And again, that's why at the beginning of the session that I and others put in several bills that try to go down that line of finding an agreeable compromise of increasing local input while also increasing the housing stock. So I appreciate your scholarship. I appreciate your intentions here. I just think that there are better ways to do this. And I wish that this session had started with stakeholders coming to the table from different perspectives and both parties and trying to find that compromise, but that's not where we are today. And that's and I appreciate that you are actually from my side of the aisle testifying. But I think we can do this a better way. Thank you. You're welcome, obviously, to respond. I didn't mean to have too much of a soliloquy, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Mr. Chair, if I may just quickly respond to.
Sure, please.
Oh, sure. I just want to add that in my defense, my background is as an attorney, not an economist, if that makes any difference. And secondly, as to the bill itself, I'm not intending to offer any opinions here tonight as to supporting or opposing it, simply as to I think the merits of transit-oriented development in general, and specifically for Connecticut. So I don't have any comment on the specific methods that this bill prescribes.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Dubetsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Do you know what towns or cities have the highest percentage of affordable housing in the state? Is that something that you're involved in that you might know?
I do not. If it's based upon the state's definition, I would suppose the Affordable Housing Appeals List would have that information. I think there are several cities that exceed that 10% threshold, but I don't have the exact list right on the top of my tongue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? See or hear none. Mr. Gardner, thank you so very much for your testimonial. We really appreciate it.
And Mr. Chair and everyone, thank you very much for your time and allowing me to testify tonight. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, and keep up your good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 51, Lawrence Rizzardo. Lawrence?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to support HB 6890. I'm a professor emeritus of the Yale School of Medicine and a member of Guilford's Planning and Zoning Commission. However, today I'm speaking on my own behalf. You have my detailed testimony, so I'll just highlight a few points. I supported an earlier version of this bill last year and focused on one aspect of how this bill would benefit Connecticut. The health disparities between the general population and low-income inner-city residents result from zoning restrictions inherited from past racism. I described how studies of mental health, school performance, and so on improve when families can move to affordable housing outside the toxin-laden environment of many inner city neighborhoods. I got more into the weeds of Connecticut's housing crisis when I joined the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission as an alternate and began working with the South Central Regional Council of Governments on affordable housing. HB 6890 has benefited from the criticisms offered by this body last year. And listening to some of the criticisms today, I expect elements of the bill can be clarified and improved. For example, the collaboration between towns and the coordinator. This legislation would help towns like Guilford, who embrace the concept of transportation-oriented communities and choose to apply for funds to support their efforts. Funds would entice developers by reducing development costs. For example, enabling the town to make improvements to infrastructure, provide soil testing, acquire land, and so forth. Lowering building costs makes it profitable to build developments that include affordable units. As I read the bill, and I'm not a lawyer, I believe the bill offers flexibility. Certainly I hope the bill offers flexibility. In Guilford's example, the bill would support development along the Route 1 corridor, town center, and train station. But some of these areas are in floodplain, or the soil won't support a septic system. HB 6890 would let Guilford create overlay zones that would make the most sense for development. One way building costs go up is when developers have to go several rounds with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Costs are kept to a minimum when the commission lays out in advance clear design guidelines and requirements. Routine projects would only need the town planning office to confirm the design standards are met. Again, reducing costs makes the inclusion of affordable units more feasible. Today's housing shortage hurts Connecticut's economy when our best and brightest youth take their talents elsewhere. Businesses suffer for lack of employees and perhaps won't come or won't start here because their employees can't afford a place to live. Retirees take their money elsewhere when they can't downsize in Connecticut. And while HB 6890 alone can't undo past racial injustice, it can be part of the toolbox to help minorities leave the vicious cycle of poverty. Thank you. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? See or hear none at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 52, Jason Cole. Jason Cole.
Jason Cole.
We're moving number 53, Thomas Pinkuish. Thomas Pinkuish.
Thomas Pinkowish.
Moving to number 54, Jay Staines.
Thank you. Yeah, Jay Stange. Thank you, honorable co-chairs and patient co-chairs, Raman and Kavros Degra. Thank you so much, ranking members Fazio and Zulio, for your excellent questions, and to all the honored committee members for your patience and fortitude in presenting this public hearing tonight. I'm really honored to have a chance to speak. My name is Jay Stange, and I'm the coordinator of Transport Hartford Academy. It's a program of the Center for Latino Progress in Hartford, Connecticut. And we work to support residents of the capital region who walk, use transit, ride bicycles, or access micromobility options like electric scooters. My job is to make these transport modes more affordable, more accessible, and safe for all the residents of the greater Hartford metro area. But I focus particularly on the needs of our urban residents who have lower rates of personal automobile ownership than residents of other parts of Connecticut. Fully 1/3 of the households in the downtown Hartford neighborhoods that we serve don't own a vehicle. And another third of those households own just one vehicle, which is often an unreliable model. So despite having lower rates of personal vehicle ownership, A paradox is that urban Connecticut residents experience more acute health impacts from transportation emissions. And if you're interested in more detail on that, it's in my written testimony, a number of footnotes. I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 6890. Work, Live, Ride brings local governments and state governments together to encourage smart and forward-thinking land use planning that will create the kinds of diverse walkable homes and jobs that we need in places with bus and rail service. It will result in more accessible jobs, more affordable homes, and safer streets for all of us. But additionally, I support this bill, as I mentioned, because I think that a better land use and transportation linkage in Connecticut will function to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our state. And as we work together to bring new residents to Connecticut and support those who already live here, it's vital that we maintain a planning focus that considers both land use and transportation, both for our own personal health and to reduce climate impacts, but also to create economically prosperous, sustainable towns and cities. So Connecticut's goal of reducing emissions of greenhouse gases from the transportation sector will only be realized if we can transition away from developing new housing, which relies on auto-centric land use. We should invite new residents to live in Connecticut, but we should incentivize construction of new housing, which will allow new residents to live in walkable places with access to public transportation. So we already have a walkable transit-oriented community in the city of Hartford, but we also breathe an inequitable share of transportation emissions. So let's bring new families to Connecticut, but not new cars and the corresponding emissions that bring health impacts to our urban residents. Connecticut's future depends on all of our towns and cities developing in a way that's accessible and affordable for current residents and attractive to future ones. But we can't get there without action. So please pass HB 6890 to ensure that this vision for the future can start today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. My co-chair, Rep. Kavros DeGraw.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. I will be brief. I just wanted to thank you. This is the second time today that asthma was highlighted, and I really appreciate that as a member of the Public Health Committee. I also appreciate that you're bringing up livable, walkable communities, which, I know that some people think that this is not what part of what the focus of this bill is, but I would say that it absolutely is in terms of the fact that, people forget that there is a really large biking community in Connecticut. There are a lot of folks that want to ride e-bikes. So I'm so grateful to you for helping with that. That is part of a solution. And I think that, there's a lot of towns that are recognizing the necessity of protecting our bikers and our pedestrians because of the high number of deaths we have seen in the last couple of years. And 11 o'clock is probably not the time to go deeply into this, but I'm really grateful that you were talking about that because we certainly can only make our communities safer for pedestrians and cyclists with really good planning. And I think that's why the Planners Association is also supporting this. So thank you so much for coming forward tonight. I don't have a question. That was it. Thank you so much, Mr. Stange. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? See or hear none at this time. Thank you, Mr. Stange, for your time and taking time coming in here to testify. We really appreciate it. I'd like to call our next speaker, number 55, Thomas Gilberty. Thomas. Gilberty.
Hello. Thank you so much for pronouncing that. Some people struggling in pronouncing that. Thank you, Chairman Rahman and the Chairwoman Kavros DeGraw. My name is Thomas Gilberty, and I am a Southern Connecticut State University student and a Middlebury constituent. For me, when I was deciding where to transfer this past winter, Southern was the one that stood out to me the most throughout the entire process. And chief among those reasons was New Haven. Ever since I was a little boy, I've always loved the culture and community of New Haven, whether it be the IKEA that I've always been going to since I was a kid, the big three pizza places in New Haven, whether it be Pepe's, Modern or Sally's, or Yale's beautiful and historical campus. New Haven has always been a place I've wanted to be in. And because of the free bus pass that all CSU students are given and the fare-free buses available to all Connecticut residents, I've finally been able to connect with the community I've always loved. However, all is not sunshine and rainbows. The reality is that not all places in Connecticut are like New Haven. For instance, in my hometown of Middlebury, there are not 5, not 1, but 0 CT transit routes that go through Middlebury. 0. Because of this, I have not been able to connect as much with the nearby city of Waterbury as I have with New Haven. The bottom line is that Connecticut has a brain drain problem. All the time, I see classmates from high school on my social media moving away permanently and starting their professional careers in another state. The reality is that this body cannot sit on its hands and shrug no more in response to the Connecticut brain drain problem. We need to set up our young professionals in our state for success, and Work Live Ride would be a great first step in doing that. Work Live Ride would lead to more accessible jobs, more affordable housing, and safer streets for all people. It is high time that Connecticut does everything it can to support and secure young professionals in this state, and Work Live Ride would be a great first step in doing that. I urge the distinguished members of this body to support HB 6890. And yeah, I will gladly take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Any question? Any question? See, you are here. None at this time. Thank you, Mr. Gilberti, for your testimony. We really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a good rest of your night.
You're very welcome. I'd like to call our next speaker, number 56, Denise Raab. Denise Raab.
Dennis Robb.
We're moving number 57, Deb Pollard.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Deb Poland. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association for Community Action, or CAFCA. And we are the state association that works with Connecticut's 9 community action agencies, which are the anti-poverty agencies serving about 200,000 people across our state and all of your districts. And I have submitted testimony and included more information about community action agencies at the end of my testimony as well. Tonight, I am also lending my voice in favor of House Bill 6890. And the reason that we are supporting this bill is to provide more housing for people that we serve, that is low-income people across Connecticut. You all know that it is difficult for people to find housing, but many of our customers we find also have difficulty with transportation, that they don't own a car or have access to a car, and they rely on public transportation, whether it be the bus or the Fast Track or Metro North, to get them to work, to get them to doctor's appointments, to the grocery store, to school, etc. And so we consider this bill to be part of a yes and model where we just want to make sure that Connecticut does what it can to encourage more housing that is affordable for people of all ages, all abilities, and in all parts of our state, to be able to live and to be able to get to work and to be able to live healthy, well-rounded lives. Without getting into the specifics of this particular bill, we are asking for the support of this committee in establishing incentives for local municipalities to make this type of housing more available to more people across our state. Thank you so much for sticking it out tonight. We really appreciate your dedication to this issue.
Thank you. My co-chair, Rep. Cabros de Gros.
Thank you, Deb, for sticking it out with us. I appreciate that. We always appreciate when you come to speak. I also appreciate that you mentioned people of all abilities, because I don't think we've heard enough about that today. So if you wanted to elaborate on that just a little bit, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for that question. We know that there are certain accommodations that can be made for people who are, for example, in wheelchairs. And those accommodations are things like ramps, or some of the buses have the capability to have a wheelchair lift so people can ride a bus. Those accommodations are also universally well liked by people who are pushing baby strollers, who have other handicaps or disabilities that make it difficult for them to get around. And living near public transit and making sure that public transit is adaptable and accommodating to people with disabilities is really important. I think Connecticut has made a commitment to people with disabilities, and keeping in mind that you may not have a disability now, but you may develop one as you age. And we're hoping that people will age in place in their communities. And building more housing near public transit is a great way to ensure that people can continue to live their lives even after they get to the point where they can't drive or if they never can drive.
Thank you so much. All very important points. I appreciate you being here tonight and for sticking with us in our now 13th hour. Thank you, or 12th hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And any other question? Any other question? See, you are here. None at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call our next speaker, number 58, Ellie Sabine. Ellie Sabine.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. Connecticut Voices for Children supports HB 6890 because encouraging housing development near bus and train stations will increase housing diversity and affordability, support Connecticut's economy, and make our state a better place to live. Connecticut is facing an affordable housing crisis. Approximately half of renters statewide spend more than 30% of their income on housing every month, which is a commonly used benchmark to indicate that a tenant is cost burdened. And just over half of those renters are spending half of their income on housing, indicating that they are severely cost burdened. The root of our state's housing crisis is a housing shortage. Connecticut has one of the lowest rental vacancy rates in the country, and as a result, low and middle income families are struggling to make ends meet and keep a roof over their heads. Supporting transit-oriented development should be central to our state's strategy of addressing the housing crisis, because zoning that allows a little bit more density can encourage the construction of smaller units that share land costs, making them more affordable. Additionally, allowing development near bus and train stations can reduce the traffic and infrastructure impacts of new housing construction and allow folks to have lower transportation costs. Transit-oriented development also supports the economy as a whole. The construction of 100 affordable housing units can create up to 120 jobs, and the ripple effect from residents living in new units can support as many as 30 new jobs in a wide array of industries, according to studies. Additionally, the creation of new market-rate housing has proven to help drive down regional housing costs. With rents rising quickly, increasing housing supplies through smart mixed-use, mixed-income development is particularly important to make sure low- and middle-income Connecticut residents can find an affordable place to live in our state. Allowing a bit more housing near transit is the right choice for Connecticut's future. This bill will encourage towns to join the critical effort to build the homes Connecticut's future depends on. Without new housing, our state's economy, workforce, and families will continue to suffer from high prices and lagging job growth. Connecticut Voices supports HB 6890 because it will increase access to more affordable and more diverse housing, address our severe housing shortage, bring down rising rents, provide additional options for families, and grow our economy. Thank you so much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? See or hear? None at this time. Thank you so very much, taking time and your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 59, Susan Help. Susan.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm calling in on the phone. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sue Halpern, and I live in Stamford, in the south end of Stamford. I'm chairperson of the South End Historic District Study Committee. Most of you know the South End as Harbor Point. I've lived in the South End for over 40 years. The transit-oriented development district has gone to the extreme in Stamford. 10 years ago, there were 7,500 residents in the south end of Stamford, very close to the Stamford train station. 449 properties on this peninsula were listed on the National Register of Historic Districts. Most of the 2- and 3-family homes provided naturally occurring affordable housing. Today, less than one half of the historic district remains, and there are some 15,000 people residing in 15 20-plus story high-rise buildings now located here. Zoning changes were approved to allow an area that was zoned residential, multifamily, and manufacturing to residential, high-density, and transit-oriented development. Even though 10% of these apartments provide below market rate units, they do not provide affordable housing Stamford residents and families need. Most of the apartments are studio and one bedroom, are self-contained, and do not contribute to a walkable neighborhood. Apartments have been built across the street from a junkyard, the sewage treatment plant, and an asphalt plant. More units are planned. Their appeal is the close proximity to the Stamford train station. There has been no concern to a person's health who lives so close to these noxious businesses, only to continue to provide transit-oriented development. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a comment that this transit-oriented development can just go too much in the wrong direction. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? See, you are here none at this time. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, Daniel. Daniel Klonzer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank the Planning and Development Committee for letting me speak, especially at such a late hour. My name is Daniel Kloisner of Avon. I've lived in Stamford, Norwalk, Danbury, Newington, and near the Yukon area where I'm at right now as a grad student. And I want to lend my firm support for HB 6890, the Work, Live, Ride bill. There's a critical lack of housing in our state. We've already gone over this a million times. So I'll just skip ahead. I just want to illustrate some demographic trends that I was looking at recently. So first of all, the population of Connecticut has been relatively flat for the last 20 years, not a lot of growth, except for this little pandemic boost. That's a one-time thing, I believe, I hope. Either way, not too much change. Meanwhile, Connecticut is aging rapidly. In fact, Connecticut is much older than Massachusetts, our neighbor, and aging more quickly. Connecticut residents are now on average 1.5 years older than the average Massachusetts resident. So if population is flat, aging, what's happening? The actual working age population, ages 16 to 64, peaked in 2014 and went into decline, going down by around 40,000 people by 2019. And again, we had a one-time boost in the pandemic, but then we also had a lot of losses from the pandemic. But basically, we're going to return to pre-pandemic trends without any intervention. We're going to be losing 10,000 working age people every year in Connecticut. So about one electric boat's worth of employees every year annually. So why are businesses leaving? It's the Democrats, the Republicans. No, it's demographics, and there's no housing. Like this pandemic influx ate up all the available housing, and now we're at record lows. We're 70% down available single family homes from 2017. There's only like 3,500 on the market right now. And I just want to say that the Connecticut Business and Industry Association states that a worker shortage, which is being driven by a lack of housing, is the biggest challenge to the Connecticut economy today. That's not my words, that's the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. So thank you very much again, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? My co-chair, Rep. Cabral-Degroux.
Yes, co-chair, don't strangle me for just one comment. Daniel, it's wonderful to see you. I love to see my Avon residents coming and testifying. I think you're my third or fourth one today. And thanks so much for bringing up the fact that CBIA, this is a priority for them as well, because like you said, we need workers, we need taxpayers, but we gotta have some place to put them. So thanks so much for coming tonight and sticking with us.
Thank you. It's nice
Looking
to
forward
meet
to
you.
meeting you.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? See, you are here none at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. I'd like to call our next speaker, number 61, Margaret Alban.
Good evening, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Margarita Alban. I chair the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, but I come before you as a private citizen. I am telling you that I'm going to trash the comments I had written because I've been with you since 11 o'clock this morning. And I would like to share a couple of things, a few things about Greenwich and what we're doing. You've heard pieces of them, but before I give you my quick comments, 61% of our residents live on lots that are less than a third of an acre in multifamily buildings. That's 61%. We recognize the need for housing diversity. And in fact, we have a higher percent of affordable housing than almost two thirds of the state's towns. And I've got the list, Rep. Dubitsky, I've got the list of who's got the most. But just at the end of today, here's my takeaway, forgetting everything else. The proponents for this bill keep talking about the intent of the bill. And every time they say it, I scramble to the bill, back to the bill, and the language isn't in there. The things that they would like to see the bill do, just the language doesn't exist. It's just not clear. It isn't just vague. Reasonable size was going to be left to the towns, they said, but when I looked at it, as you all pointed out, it was the coordinator. This bill just is not fleshed out, and I'm not even sure what we're commenting on because what we hear from the proponents is different. There was a beautiful point that I think you reached, that market-based solutions are the answer, and to find market-based solutions. And the most market-based solutions should be also coming from a local understanding. I know my market. I know what I need to be doing. I've been on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 17 years, and I've driven a lot of the changes that Greenwich is seeing moving forward. I get that. So one of you earlier mentioned, do a study, do a pilot, look at what we really want to accomplish with transit-oriented development, and then move forward based on what we learn and what we should be doing. We've already got a lot of initiatives on the table. We just submitted our affordable housing plans very recently and are rolling forward with those. Let us work on those for a while, and then let's give it another shot. So those would be my three things. It's too vague. It's not spelled out. Let's go market-based. Let's figure out truly what local needs are. Let's do a study. And finally, I'm alone in this. I think the time for transit, solely focusing on transit, is over. I think it's an antiquated concept. I think the pandemic is moving us in a new direction. And I really think we should look at walkability.
Our 3 minutes are now.
Complete streets. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. And if anybody wants to ask me a question, I have answers from things that you've asked earlier today.
Thank you, Senator Hong. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. God bless you, Margarita. Thank you so much for your work. I don't see that you've submitted written testimony, and
not anymore. I crashed it.
If you wouldn't mind, please share that with this committee. Your insight and observations are very much valued. I think it's been unified for anybody who's engaged with you. You are an absolute delight and a treasure. What I'd like to ask of you is for you, in a prideful way, to talk about Sam Romano and Armstrong Court and the governor, who is a resident of Greenwich, coming down and saying that this is the right way to do it, that Greenwich and town leaders are leading the way. And you are part of that town leader that he was emphatically talking about. He certainly wasn't talking about us in Hartford. So please, if you could, in a prideful way, and I know you are very prideful about Armstrong Court, Sam Romano, and the leadership and the efforts of all of your colleagues in trying to provide housing better than anybody else can.
Okay, so our strategy, we like to call it multi-pronged, but let's start out. Armstrong Court is one of the projects of our housing authority. So in our affordable housing plan, what we're trying to do is our housing authority do the deepest affordability 100% affordable at the most affordable levels, because they're able to obtain the most amount of subsidy. The biggest challenge to developing affordable housing in the Southwest is the cost of land. So the Housing Authority can do the 30-40% of state median income. The next thing to do is to tackle what Sarah Bronin, ex-director of Desegregate Connecticut, used to call the missing middle. That's all those people you've heard about today just got out of school looking for jobs. They're making good incomes, but they can't rent. They can't find a place to rent. That's at 60% or 80% for us of area median income. And that's what we're trying to do through our Affordable Housing Trust. We go to private developers. Tara Rastieri talked to you about it earlier. We go to developers and we try to increase from 30% to say 40% affordable housing. We try to get more bedrooms, as Tara mentioned. So that's the two-pronged strategy there of where to do it. The next piece that we're doing is we do have inclusionary zoning. Tara wasn't aware, but we require below market once you're over 4 units. We have ADUs. We're currently revising that regulation, but we do have ADUs. And I'm about to change, I'm working on opening up some additional regulations, because again, market-based, we have to start lifting the zoning controls and focusing the density where it makes sense. And one of the things I didn't like about this bill, shut me up if you're falling asleep, okay, because I love zoning and I love to talk about it. So one of the things that I wanted to say that were in my original comments is we have 2 great 830Gs that are going to be more than 30% affordable. They're not within half a mile of the train station. They're really not that great for bus, but they're right next to shopping. They're right next to employment. They're totally walkable. I know Rep. Cavros DeGraw is going to love that because she's got her bicycle ready to go. But those are totally walkable, and we're upping the percent affordable in them. Somebody told you tonight that we've denied every 830G. That's not true. What we've done is we're working with each proponent to increase, to make it fit the affordable housing plan goals, and we're using the Housing Trust to do it. Sorry, I'll stop now because I know you're tired.
Margarita, don't stop. I think you're educating us, and you've appeared before us, so you even know about the good Madam Chair's bicycles. So we're hoping that her back's feeling better, that she can get out and ride. But Marguerite, keep going. I talk about, the misperception of Greenwich, the gilded Gold Coast, and what Sam Romano did a great job when he appeared last year. Talk about this man and his ideals and values. And I think, Sarah Fazio raves about all of you, and he might have taken a break, well-deserved one, but please go on. I apologize.
Let me answer some of your questions. Senator Rahman, I can't see him right now, but he wanted to understand what rents were in affordable housing developments. Is he still here? You guys are having a nap. Yes. Okay. So I'm sorry, Senator Rahman. If you're doing for an 830G, we all have to do state median income. For a 1-bedroom apartment, that's $1,400 a month. And this is last year's numbers, so they're a little outdated. The new ones aren't out yet. It's either $1,400 or $1,000 a month rent for a 1-bedroom apartment. If you go to the area median, which is closer to where the market is in a town like Greenwich, market rate is closer to $2,500, but the assisted projects we're doing with developers are more around $1,800, $1,500 a month. Those are the area median income numbers that the state sets. I don't know if Rep. Dubitsky is still here. Is he?
Well, he's going to ask you questions afterwards, Margarita. But okay. But for the sake of time and the lateness, I want to kind of hone in and quickly move on. You think ideally this would be a study to be able to give us some context and some learning beyond all the dialogue back and forth. There's too much emotionality to have a study, to be able to have some concrete answers instead of the vagueness that we're kind of debating over, the biases on both sides.
Yes.
And would you think a study would be a nice way to
Of
kind
doing-
of settle all this and move us forward? And that'd be
pick
my last question, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
and pick pilot towns, I'm sorry, and pick pilot towns that you could look at what would work for different kinds of towns and see. And I really, really think we have to consider whether transit is the answer or whether it's a small part of the answer. Should we be focusing on walkability and complete streets? And should we be focusing on putting housing near jobs, which is just may not be near transit, but is convenient to people? So it is a much broader picture than just transit, because the world has changed. One of the things I wanted to tell you was, you all know that Metro North ridership is still only 70% of what it was pre-pandemic. The Economist just did a big piece on how that affects New York City, but it's positive for Connecticut because those folks are here 2 days a week now. They are driving our restaurants, they're driving our local businesses. And those, we have to see where those people want to live and what kind of housing they need. And there's a huge transition going on right now that if we get stuck at an idea from before the pandemic, we may miss an opportunity for the state.
Thank you. You've just brought up a kind of a light bulb kind of moment, and thank you for the insight. I'm sure if we're smart enough, we'll follow up with you more on that, the demographic change, the significant demographic change.
You know I have your cell phone number.
You betcha. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the indulgence, and
Thank you.
and Margarita, God bless you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I really appreciate it. And I don't think so Senator Wong need education. Matter of fact, maybe Senator Roman need the education. So let me ask the Margarita the question. What do you mean by saying a pandemic changed the world? We don't need the more transit housing.
Because the people, for example, the people are working 2 days a week at home. What they want to do is walk to the supermarket. They want to walk their kids to school, and they want to have a community where things are within reach. They are not as focused on the train station anymore. And I do a crazy thing. I ride the trains and the buses. And for example, low-income people in Greenwich tend to take the bus, not the train. And their problem is that it's too infrequent. So I'm just throwing out there because I'm really kind of into zoning. And so I go around trying to figure out what we should be doing. So that's what I mean by the changes, Senator Rahman. People, The Economist calls them twats, the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday office workers. And that's a huge shift we're seeing. They're still there.
Yes. Thank you. This is why I said I need the education, not Mr. Senator Wong. So I understand exactly what do you mean. Let me share a little bit about my own experience. I came 25 years ago, $200 in backpack. So I had no car. I had no ride. I took number of bus to go work. After change the 3 bus, still last bus didn't go my work. So guess what? I walk 25 minutes to half an hour. Today I'm in here. This is called the American dream. So American dream don't come to you. You work hard, you fight for it, you earn, and you enjoy. This is something also my mom said over and over. Freedom don't come to you. You work hard, you fight for, you earn, you enjoy. So when you saying world change because the pandemic, world change people like you, for you, because you may be making $500,000 yearly or $250,000 or $100,000. But Someone like me had a number of minimum wage jobs, $7, $8, $10. There is 500,000 people tomorrow morning gonna go work, make minimum wages. They don't have the car. I want to share with you just this week. Someone called me, my private cell phone, can't find the apartment. They need 2-bedroom apartment. They have 2 children. So he said, MD, I have the good job, but I can't find the apartment. Can you help me out? And good job, but a good job, he don't make even $40,000. He called, this is good job. So he don't have the car, but have the children, have to bring to the school, all other stuff he go through. But you have a good job, but you don't have the transit close by your work. You can't find the affordable housing. How are you going to keep the job? So housing tied up with our senior, tied up with our young students, tied up with our workforce, tied up someone like me.
Yes.
Furthermore,
by not
furthermore, I want to share with you, state of Connecticut, data say 60% people moving out, 40% moving in. We are not working for 40% moving in. We are working for 60% moving in to lift up our state, including you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And the story you just told about the buses is when I ride the buses, that's what everybody tells me. I'm originally from South America, and what people tell me is I wait an hour for the bus and it doesn't take me where it's going. So bus lines are very important, and proximity to buses is very important if you want to address creating better transit and serving the population that is hurting in the strong housing market. Absolutely. But we don't have the bus frequency. But we very much would like to put every affordable housing project, I look to have it be near some sort of transit. But I'm not driven by trains.
Also, not more or less, I want to share in Greenwich, every day from out of the Greenwich, 200 to 300 people, minimum wage jobs holding, and then go over there without the bus, without the, driving license or car. So you kindly tell me, I just want to learn, like I said, I need more education. And you're the person I can learn more. So tell me, in Greenwich, do you have the enough affordable housing or housing?
We have almost 6% affordable housing. It grew by 5% this year. And I currently have 7 more projects on the table that we are working to move forward. 7 more affordable housing projects. So we are making a very large effort to move forward. We are hoping to add at the deepest level of affordability. Senator Huang mentioned San Romeo, 225 units of very deeply affordable. They would start building it probably next year. The thing is, those things take a while to come on stream, but we're working on it. Yes, sir. I would love to see more frequency on the buses.
You know what I really most love now? Yes. When you said you waited 1 hour to take the bus, you and me have so much in common. This is what I had to do 25 years ago. So when you saying there is a 7 project affordable housing, what do you mean by saying affordable housing? 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, what do you price tag in
Okay,
Greenwich? Or
so that's
one
that's what I,
bedroom, how much will be,
okay.
you call the rent for?
So I read you before that if you're doing the state median income numbers of 80% of state median income, a one bedroom is 1,400. But our housing authority, and this is so important about why housing authorities are fabulous for communities. You heard Danielle Dobin talk about it. Our housing authority would take that number to $500 a month or $700 a month. That is 30% to 40% of the state median income. That's what we do at the deepest level of affordability. And that's what you want to do, because those are people where your wait list is. You heard New Haven has a huge wait list. That's your wait list. And by the way, they want 3-bedroom apartments, which developers, private developers don't want to do. So what works is to have our housing authority do it, because they can go to 30% of state median income, 40% of state median income, which puts you at a rent of $700 a month. And that is something that somebody can carry who's making minimum wage.
So you know what I like to offer you?
Yes, sir.
You are amazing.
Send us
genius.
money.
You are amazing, genius person. I love to offer you to join our team. Together we can make our state better place to live and raising a family and work. Also, together we can change the life. We can improve quality of life in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Sir, I'm on the Affordable Housing Task Force for the state, but I have another passion, which is environmental justice. Because when I moved to the States, I came from a house with trees in the yard, and then we lived in a rent-controlled apartment, and there were no trees. So I have a huge feeling about environmental justice, and I'm on a state task force for that and a couple of other ones. So, but I am on the state task force as well.
I
Thank
love
you.
this. I love this. See, this is what I'm talking about. When I was making $1,500 a month, I still was helping the community center, food pantries, and church, us and more. I was not looking to savings and become a billionaire or millionaire. I was looking to help the people. Someone came $200 in backpack in here and helping others make sure single mother have the food in their dining tables. I was not looking to leave $3 million home and fighting and hiring a lobbyist, make sure there is no affordable housing built in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I feel guilty because I'm talking a lot. I know you guys are so tired.
No, please don't feel guilty. You are part of our team. You already said you are fighting for the environmental justice. That's also a big issue our state. All the factory residential area. That's also next we're gonna come after, and this is what we're gonna do together, not alone, as a team. So now my amazing good friend, ranking member, Senator Fazio, want to say, ask you the question. Thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Margarita. As always, appreciate you hanging around. I went for a walk, and when I finally checked my phone, everyone was texting me, "Margarita's on, Margarita's on. Where are you?" The good news is, I know a lot of what you believe, and you don't just believe it as a theory, but you work on it every single day, very carefully. You're one of the great assets that our town has, and it's volunteers like you and Danielle Dobbin, who we heard from earlier from Westport, and others in this state that really make our towns wonderful places and are working hard every day to advance our affordable housing goals in Fairfield County, like zoning officials are in all other counties across the state. I'm not going to ask you any questions, but I do want to say that it is very encouraging to hear from leaders, local leaders like you, like Ms. Dobbin, like others today, who are on the ground, have the experience and knowledge of how to solve these problems in a careful way with local buy-in. I really genuinely hope that in the coming year or the next session, that it is your expertise and the expertise of people like you that we can call on as legislators, as legislative leaders, instead of trying to impose these more sweeping policies that have not been vetted with people who are on the ground with the deep knowledge. And that would be my hope for this body, for this committee, but for this body and state government more broadly, especially because of the testimony that we heard today. I thank you for it. I thank others who came out with the on-the-ground experience for it, because I do think it is affecting many people who are listening. And I also think it shows a positive way forward, where we can protect the nuance considerations of different communities while also advancing these economic goals that we have. Thanks again for sticking around, and
Thank you, sir.
for the indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. This is why I just want to echo Senator Fazio, what he said. This is why I offered the Margarita to join our team, because she's really, really good. Thank you.
Well, if she technically joins our team as a senator, it means that she'll run against me, which I'm very fearful of. But I might vote for her anyway.
So it seems like he's trying to hire you, but I'm not sure. He's really, truly speaking. Thank you, Senator. So now I see my former P&D chair sitting, public health chair, Rep. McCarthy Behe.
Hello. Mr. Chair, I believe Representative Zubitsky has his hand raised ahead of me.
I will defer to you if you would like to go.
I leave that to the decision of the chair. Either way is fine. Mr. Chair, what do you prefer?
So I thought you raised your hand first. I'm so sorry. But Rep. Dubowski, please.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you very much for coming in. The discussion so far has been very interesting. You had mentioned that you had a list of towns with the, I guess, sorted by percentage of affordable housing. Is that correct?
I'll send, they don't sort it. The DOH doesn't sort it, but while I was waiting to speak, you had asked which ones were the top percents. Hartford has 41% affordable housing, 41%. New Haven has 33%. Wyndham it's a small town, right? It has 28, but you go to New London, Bridgeport, Waterbury, you get the drift, right? Those are your highest percents. Waterbury has 21%. New London has 23%. I can email you the link and you can look at the whole list that the DOH published, that the Department of Housing publishes of the 169 towns. And then there's a steep drop off with people who don't have any at all, or they have 2%. So when you,
I appreciate that. Rather than email it to me, if you could submit it as a supplement to any written testimony you submitted.
Oh, okay, sure.
That would be great. That way, the whole committee can see it, and we can all benefit from it.
Goes into the public record, yes, sir.
Great, I appreciate it. I thank you very much for coming, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want Representative Dubowski, I'm so sorry I didn't see. I thought the my chair McCarthy Behi first, but you
Oh,
know,
that's quite,
you had a
I,
64
don't
question
give it
today. I'm
another
sorry, I
thought.
was a little confused, you know, really hard
It's
to keep
okay.
up. When one person asked 63 question. Sorry about that.
Don't give it another thought.
Thank you. And my chair, McCarthy Behi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's why it's teamwork always. Thank you, Margarita. It's really wonderful to see you, and I appreciate the conversation. And to Senator Fazio's point, I think that's what we have been trying to do for the past couple of years, is try and listen and learn to a lot of different perspectives. Despite some of the comments today, I think that's what's been happening, both for the Commission on Connecticut's Development and Future and efforts of a number of different groups. And it's an ongoing conversation, which is why I'm glad you're here. You are talking about the evolution of travel. And one of the things you said was that we need to focus on complete streets and walkability. I couldn't agree more. Transportation is my first love. It's what I started doing as a local leader. And I see Rep. Baumgartner smiling because when he came in the first time, we worked on bike and pedestrian issues with Rep. Lamar. But one of the things I was thinking about was a Strong Towns tweet that I saw recently about essentially census blocks and density. And so when I hear you talking about walkability and access, I hear that ability to walk. I also, in my mind, hear density. That there's, in order for some of that to work, there has to be some level of density. And whether it's transit oriented or, you know, somewhere else, that in order to be able to have what you're looking for to walk to, that you would need some level of density. And I really am just asking, am I hearing that right from you?
Well, we don't have a problem with smart kind of density, but my town is blessed in something. It is comprised of about 6 different villages. Historically, they were all these villages and it merged into one town. So we can have different little village centers that have shopping and are walkable to jobs and things without concentrating all the density into a train station. We can spread it because, you know, of course, our other topic that we love is that sociology tells us that you don't want to concentrate affordable housing in one place. You want to thread it into your entire community so that you're an integrated community. And you want to have the scale work pretty well with that so that everybody's together. So we're lucky in that. It's hard. Danielle talked about Weston. They don't even have a downtown. They're trying to create one. So again, the one size fits all is hard because how do you do that in places that are very rural in the state? I don't know that answer. I know I can do it here. Here we can, you know, I live in a little hub. Somebody else says you can do little hubs. That may be the way we are evolving. I think
I hear you. I'm sorry, Marguerite, not to interrupt you. I just wanted to say I hear you, but I still hear that whether it's, I guess my question is, I mean, I still hear you saying some degree of density. Is that?
Yeah, but we have it. So again, you know, 60% almost 61% of the people in Greenwich live on very small lots or in multifamily housing. I live on a small lot.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, so, well, you like Greenwich, like Fairfield, part of our community has very large zoning and other parts much smaller. But I will try and find that Strong Town tweet that talked about census tracts and get that to you because I think you would be interested. And I really appreciate your time. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate
they're listening. But you know, you have to make some trade-offs. You just have to be environmentally sensitive when you do it. That's the trick. Nobody want to ask any more zoning questions?
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? See, you are here. None. Thank you, Margaret, for your time, and we really enjoy talking with you. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, Jim Horn. Jim Horn.
Hi, this is Jim Horan. Thank you, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Senator Fazio, Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for raising HB 6892 and for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of this bill, specifically removing the population threshold for certain parties to petition the Superior Court for appointment of a receiver for blighted and abandoned property. I'm Jim Horan, Executive Director of the Connecticut Program of the Local Initiative Support Corporation, or LISC. LISC is a national community development organization that works to create resilient and inclusive communities. We support revitalization efforts in cities and towns across the state. As part of that work, LISC Connecticut manages the Connecticut Vibrant Communities Coalition, or CVCC. This coalition is dedicated to transforming vacant, abandoned, and deteriorated properties into productive community assets. CVCC is comprised of over 35 municipalities and partner organizations, which address these goals through education, peer learning, leadership, and policy development. In 2019, LISC, along with other members of the CVCC, supported the passage of Public Act 19-92 concerning abandoned and blighted property receivership. This legislation makes it possible for qualified entities to petition the court to become the receiver of a vacant or abandoned property, carry out necessary rehabilitation, and return it to productive use. This legislation enables municipalities to transform problem properties into productive tax-paying uses such as quality housing, economic development, and community facilities. The receiver statute is an important tool for communities to fight blight. However, eligibility is currently restricted to those communities with populations of 35,000 people or more. This threshold limits the ability of CVC members, past and present, including towns like Derby, Windsor Locks, Newington, and New London, from accessing the receivership process. In fact, 83% of Connecticut towns are excluded based on their population, despite the pressing need to address blighted properties. Many smaller communities can benefit from this tool, particularly communities with older, underutilized industrial areas. In addition to removing the population threshold, this bill will also allow municipalities to increase the penalties for property owners not acting in good faith to keep productive use of their parcel or building. Blighted properties can have negative impacts on surrounding property values, ultimately pulling down the values of a neighborhood overall. According to a brief published by the Urban Institute, numerous studies have shown that vacant and blighted properties can add costs to cities in terms of services used, like police, fire, securing buildings, while reducing tax revenue. Allowing towns to increase penalties to property owners will assist municipalities in recouping costs and deter property owners from keeping their properties blighted. We respectfully request the committee support HB 6892, an act concerning municipal blight ordinances. Removing the population threshold from the existing law will expand access to the receivership process as a strategy to address vacant and abandoned properties for all communities across Connecticut to generate economic development and create thriving places of opportunity. I also submitted written testimony from LISC in support of HB 6890. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify, especially since this hearing has gone on so long. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. I see my chair, Rep. McCarthy Behe.
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair, and I'm hoping this is my last question or comment for the night. I appreciate it. Mr. Horan, I want to thank you so much for your tireless work on this bill. And I know in conversation over the years that you and I and Rex Kubitsky and others have had, we have some different ways of looking at this, but I'm very hopeful that we can continue to hear from you and the communities themselves who are interested in having this. And I have heard from some communities over time on this, and I wonder if you can give us some examples of some of the communities who you have talked to. You named names of examples who would be impacted, but can you tell us who some of those communities are who you have heard from?
Yeah, so so this is, I think, our third time trying to remove the population threshold, and several communities have testified over the years. I actually don't have the list right in front of me. I remember there was somebody from Farmington's Planning and Zoning Commission last year, I believe, was one of those towns. New London has testified in the past. I missed the mayor's testimony earlier today. I don't know if he mentioned it today, but in the past, New London has testified about this. I will say too that Torrington is one of the two places that have used the receivership legislation statute so far. And one issue that they had to get by was their population, because the census showed that it was just over 35,000, but there was some other indicator that their population was slightly under 35,000. So they've had to fight in court to demonstrate that their population is actually over 35,000 so that they can use the statute. And they recently did overcome that issue. So, you know, there are definitely towns under that population threshold that are interested in using this, but prevented from doing so right now.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you and our good chairs to help come to some resolution on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other question? Any other question? See or hear none. Thank you, Mr. Horn, for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, Beth Cabagna. Beth
Kavanaugh.
Oh, Kavanaugh. We're moving the number 64. Roger.
Hello, good evening. Senator Rackham, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Ranking Member Zulu, Senator Ryan Fazio. My name is Roger Senserik. I am a resident of East Haven, Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6890, the Transit-Oriented Development Bill. It's too late to testify on behalf of Working Families Power. I want to stress out a couple of things that there has been a lot of discussions. I want to stress out a couple of things that have not been covered enough probably during the debate, and I think they are important around this bill. The first thing is that this bill is not just about how affordable housing in particular, it's about housing in general. Connecticut has a big problem with housing, and the main problem that we have with the state is that we are not building it. We are ranked 49 out of 50 in new housing starts for the past 5-6 years. The only state that it's working less and building less than us, it's Rhode Island. And Rhode Island right now, it's trying to approve a really ambitious package of housing reform that makes this bill and any other bill that we are discussing this year way, way, way less ambitious that we think they are. So the big problem that we have with Connecticut is that our economy is not growing because our labor force is not growing. We are not building housing to accommodate them. We have businesses complaining about housing shortages, about worker shortages, because we are not getting any new workers to the state economy. We are just not letting this economy grow. We are just constraining ourselves to the population we have by having this incredibly slow rate of growth. So what this bill will do, it will be, first of all, increase the housing supply, and increase the housing supply in the places that make sense, close to transit, close to where infrastructure is already, because those are the places where we get the biggest return of investment. We know that there is going to be the biggest demand. We know that housing is going to be attract people like living close to train stations and to mass transit. So it makes sense having a bill that actually creates a strong incentive for communities to build more housing where it's needed. The other thing that it's important to remember is that mass transit is really expensive. Metro North, it's expensive to operate. Connecticut Transit, it's very expensive to operate. So as someone that testified slightly earlier mentioned, we want to make sure that we are getting the biggest return of investment out of these infrastructures. And this means having people live close to them. One of the things, this bill does many things right. One of the things that this bill could get some improvement, it's actually ask for more density that it has. 30 units per acre, it's essentially 2 3-story buildings. It's triple deckers. This is not really a lot of density close to a train station. We could look for more. So I can speak more. I can speak more about how we do commuter rail and how we are doing transit in a way that it's discriminatory. We can talk about zoning and how some towns have worked really hard to actually zone out low-income housing for basically fairly irrational reasons, hurting themselves. But my time is up, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Anyone has any question? See, you are here. None at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 65, Charles Cornelius. Charles
Cornelius.
Yes. I see actually Charles log in.
I think that may be a different Charles. Let's go on to the next one.
Moving the next one. All right. I'd like to call our next speaker, 66, Nicole Hampton. Nicole Hampton.
Nicole Hampton.
We'd like to move our next, call the next speaker, number 67, Sarah Truaxa.
Very good. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Hello and good evening, honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and vice chairs. My name is Sarah Truax, and I'm an organizer with Desegregate Connecticut. I am speaking today in favor of House Bill 6890, or Work, Live, Ride. I am in my senior year at the University of Connecticut, where I'm studying human rights and economics, in addition to pursuing my master's in human rights. One of the great things about Connecticut is that we are a small state. You can travel from one side to the other in about 2 hours. But we're still so disconnected. This disconnection shows in the lack of public transportation available throughout the state, which means that it is an unwritten requirement to own a car and further keeps communities separate. Keeping communities separate is also a hallmark of racial segregation and its history in our state. Connecticut is one of the most racially segregated states in the United States. The Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities pointed out that one of the tools of segregation is zoning policy, and that CT operates with each municipality being empowered to create and enforce its own policy and zoning rules and regulations within certain parameters. People in towns that want to exclude certain groups from living within their borders can use these rules and regulations to prevent those groups from being able to afford to live there. These artificial and discriminatory barriers to fair housing use tools like restrictions on dwelling types, lot size requirements, floor size requirements, parking mandates, and more to prevent affordable housing from being built or operated. A report by the National Low Income Housing Coalition said that in Connecticut, there are 148,502 extremely low income households, but only 61,785 affordable homes, rental homes available to them. The result is only 42 affordable and available rental homes for every 100 households with extremely low incomes. Approximately 64% of renters with extremely low incomes in Connecticut are severely cost burdened and at risk of homelessness. That is why we're asking you today to join us to help pass the Work, Live, Ride Act. This bill will not only affect folks today, but also countless generations to come. There's a Greek proverb that says, "A society grows great when old men plant trees, in whose shade they shall never sit." Today, we're asking you to plant some trees with us. It is our mission and vision for Connecticut to be pro-homes, and this means all kinds of homes and all kinds of people. We cannot do it without you, and more importantly, as neighbors and as our friends, you are the ones that can help shape the future of our state. Thank you for your consideration of this bill and the future needs of Connecticut.
Thank you, Sarah. I see the Rep. Dubowski, please. Rep. Dubowski, please.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You seem to indicate that there are towns that are using zoning to intentionally discriminate against people based on their race. Do you have any evidence of that?
I do not have any readily available on me, but I can refer you to data through many institutions that are widely available after this. If you would like, I am more than happy to send an email or something following up with all of that data. But yes, there is plenty of information out there that supports that.
Okay, what towns are you talking about specifically?
Again, I do not have any of that information readily available. I do not have a list of municipalities that are specifically promoting a racially segregated agenda or anything like that. But I mean, you have folks in every town.
One? Can you name one?
No, not at this time.
Not so you're come here and you say that there are towns that are illegally racially discriminating and you can't name a single one?
There are policies that have racial segregation kind of written into it, not necessarily like clearly, but I'm more than happy to follow up afterwards with the data.
Okay, well, that would be great.
Yeah.
'Cause you know that you come in here and you make an accusation like that without even being able to name a single town that's doing what you've accused them of. Now, how do you explain the fact that the two towns in Connecticut with no zoning whatsoever have higher percentages of people of color than all the towns around them that do have zoning?
Well, for example, there are towns that are being sued currently, including Woodbridge. But as I said, I'm more than happy to follow up afterwards with the specific data supporting this. But I mean, in Connecticut, as we are one of the most racially segregated states in the United States, it is very evident that we have a problem with racism here in this state.
Okay, so the town of Eastford has no zoning whatsoever, and it has a far higher percentage of people of color living in Eastford than all the towns around it. How do you explain that if zoning is causing discrimination?
I do not have that specific case in front of me. I have not done my due diligence to review that, and I would not be at this point able to discuss on that matter. But again, I am more than happy to follow up after this with that information once I have had time to review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? No question? Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to thank Sarah for coming out. Always great to see young people testify before this committee. And just wanted to give you a shout out for sticking with us tonight. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been my honor to be here. Wouldn't be anywhere else. I've been following along since 11 o'clock this morning. So I'll be here to the rest of the night. Thank you very much.
Sarah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
12 o'clock midnight, you are here just telling us how much you care about helping others. Not just about you. You are here to help our workforce, senior and young like you. So thank you for your time and your testimony. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
I'd like to recall our next speaker, Nicole Hampton. Nicole Hampton.
Thank you so much. Good evening, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Nicole Hampton, and I've been a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut for over 15 years. I'm testifying today to oppose HB 6890, an act concerning qualifying transit-oriented communities. This qualifying rapid transit community would require Norwalk to have a minimum net density of 30 homes per acre within a 1/2 mile of hopefully only one of our train stations. In the city of Norwalk, we have already passed the 10% affordable housing mandated through 830G with our 13% affordable housing rate. On top of that, we are currently building 2,003 apartments over 4 different sites. And yet here is another bill trying to force even more density in our city. Our infrastructure cannot support this. Norwalk was ordered last year by Connecticut Deep to clean up the raw sewage dumping problem in the Sound that still exists today. Not to mention, we can't even fund our public schools, and South Norwalk flooding is a regular thing due to overdevelopment. So why does Hartford want us to continue building? I'm assuming maybe because we're a sanctuary city. There's nothing wrong with being a sanctuary city, but we should be provided sanctuary funding. Also in 2020, Norwalk paid Hartford $180.4 million in taxes, not including sales taxes. And we only get back $12 million in ECF funding per year for the next 10 years. Despite all of this building, it was just reported today that Norwalk lost $167 million in real estate value, and our city is currently seeking a new tax assessor. We keep talking about affordable housing, but why aren't we talking about rent cap? Or 30% of someone's income or their rent should include their other bills to make it truly affordable to them. I myself personally had a 24% increase in my rent this year. I can assure you that I did not get a raise for that amount. So I'm asking lawmakers today, as a Black and Hispanic single mother, when does it end? When are enough apartments going to be enough? Where are my climate change champions now? Where is the equity and inclusion for myself, my daughter, and my community to be able to enjoy our quality of life that's currently being affected by the overdevelopment of our neighborhood? I choose to live in a less walkable city. I enjoy the quietness when I get home from work. And I don't know anyone who wants to listen to a train every hour. I actually have clients who suffer from insomnia due to the fact that they lived across the street from the train station. So I humbly ask you to oppose HB 6890 so that we can protect the integrity of our future and the quality of our life. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Dubetsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. You mentioned something that is near and dear to my heart, and something that I think that we should be focused on, and we should be trying to promote in the legislature, which is choice. You say you chose to live in a less walkable town. And you know, God bless anybody who wants to live in a congested city where you can walk everywhere. You know, there are lots of big cities in this world, and there are plenty of cities in Connecticut that people want to live in a city. There's plenty of them, but there's lots of people who don't. And like you, it appears to me that that this bill would essentially take that choice away and try to force every town to be a walkable city. Not everybody wants a walkable city. That's why we can move to one that's walkable and one that's not. How many units approximately have been built in your neighborhood?
I don't know the number of units. I just know that we have a 13% affordable housing rate, with another like 2,000 on board right now to build over 4 different sites.
2,000 more units? Wow.
Yep.
That's more than twice as many units as in my entire town. So, you know, that goes to show there, you know, some towns can absorb that, some towns can't. I assume you have water and sewer and social services and everything that a large town has?
Yes, but we can't, our infrastructure can't support that. We can't fund our schools. We are dumping raw sewage into the Long Island Sound. So we can't support the toilets we have now, let alone 2,000 more. And then whatever this bill brings in.
Okay, well, I thank you for coming in and letting us know. Did you submit any written testimony?
I did. I elaborated a little more tonight. I could send an amendment or something with
Oh, well, whatever you think is best. We'd love to have something in writing as well to make
Yep.
it easier for the record. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Nicole, for coming in. It's great to see you. I appreciate your passionate advocacy, and I don't necessarily have a question, but I think it is important for the committee to note the strong oppositional voices to this bill that we've heard from residents, especially of Stamford and Norwalk. Fairfield County has been the source of population growth for the state over the last 12 years. I think it's the only county in the entire state with any significant population growth. And a lot of that growth has been in Norwalk and Stamford especially, and probably to a slightly lesser extent, Danbury. And the residents from those cities have come out in opposition of this bill today. It's valuable to hear their firsthand experience. And I think it is also important to note, I have heard no testimony to the contrary today, reading this bill as saying every rapid transit station and bus station in 830G qualifying cities, so that includes places like Stamford and Norwalk, which are above 10%, will have the 30 unit per acre development requirement, density requirement under this bill surrounding each of those transit stations in their city. If I'm misreading the bill, I would like to understand that. But my reading of the bill is that all 4 train stations in Norwalk, all 3 train stations in Stamford, even though these are dense cities with a lot of development, will be subject to this 30 unit per acre rule in those municipalities. So I think that would be important to note, but I would welcome any pointers that I might be misreading the proposed legislation. Thank you again, Nicole.
Of course, anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or here none. Nicole, thank you so very much. We really do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to call our next speaker, number 68, Judith Rothschild. Judith Rothschild.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, good evening, good morning. Good morning, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros de Graw, Senator Fazio, Representative Zullo, and honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 6892, an act concerning municipal blight ordinances. I am Judith Rothschild. I am the Director of Blight Remediation and also Housing Code Enforcement for the great city of Hartford, Connecticut. I am here on behalf of Mayor Luke Bronin. Blight in our cities and towns is increasingly problematic and often hazardous to the residents of our communities. Many municipalities are working very hard to fight blight for all of the reasons of health and safety and the betterment of our communities. We know that blight violations can be pursued by violations and notices by blight officers within the municipalities. Excuse me, but for many years, there was a tool that was a summons to court for blight violations served by a municipal blight officer. And that summons to court was removed, unfortunately, last year in Public Act 22-26, particularly Section 18. What that particular act did was reduce the ability of the municipality to have a person who has violated their blight ordinance summoned into court to face a judge regarding that charge in a very prompt manner within a week or two. And it reduced it to an infraction, adding it to the infractions statute within our general statutes. So now, instead of going into court to be required to answer for a blight violation and to have been encouraged by that process to comply with correcting the blight violation or face penalties quickly, now a person can instead just pay a ticket. We allege respectfully that issuance of a ticket in lieu of a summons to court is not effective in bringing properties into compliance, particularly not promptly. In addition, another barrier that is being addressed by this bill is one that requires extensive notice, of a municipality in CGS section 148, particularly CGS 148 GG. When a municipality issues an order of any kind for code compliance, including for blight and including for housing code violations, or to place a dangerous residential property into receivership repairs under 47A, 56A through G provisions, it requires that the municipality simultaneously serve on the property's landlord and mortgagees and on every single entity that holds a lien against the property at the same time, simultaneously, as I said.
3 minutes.
This is an excessive and burdensome notice. Requirements constitute an unnecessary obstacle to prompt code compliance. We often are dealing with violations and situations within our communities which are immediate in
Please
need of
wrap up.
attention.
3 minutes are complete.
Thank you. Lastly, just to wrap up, we would request that you consider increasing the fine under the blight, for littering from the current amount up to $500 pursuant to the House bill. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank
Appreciate.
Thank you so very much, Rep. Dubasky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I see all your comments were on section 2. Do you have any position on the change in section 1, removing the 35,000 population threshold?
Sir, not on behalf of the city of Hartford or Mayor Bronin, I do not. I will add, I'm a member of the same blight effort that was spoken to previously by the list speaker, and it has been raised as a matter of concern by municipalities in that group, and I'm aware of that concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other questions? See, you are here. None. We really do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call our next speaker, number 69, Shawana Aaron.
Yep, this is me, Shauna Barron. Well, I guess it's good morning, chairs, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Shauna Barron. I am a past president and currently the chairman of the Motor Vehicle Committee of the Assessors Association. I am also the assessor for the town of Cromwell, and I was a member of the Regency Efficiency Task Force that Public Act 22-118 was developed. I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 1208 and House Bill 5034 while they're connected together. I am one of the stakeholders that this bill applies to. While I am in general support of Senate Bill 1208, there needs to be some clarification and modifications. I gave written testimony on House Bill 5034 that would delay implementation for 1 year as we are working to try to clean up some of the language. 1208 defines commercial purposes, which I fear will have assessors interpreting it in many different ways. A passenger car or a motorcycle in a business name would be a commercial purpose, that's the way I read it. Would a car owner by an individual who drives for Uber be a commercial purpose? Again, that could also be just defined as a commercial purpose. The reason why this definition is so important is that it will determine if a vehicle is valued as a motor vehicle or as a personal property, which would mean its base price would be either MSRP or the original cost of the vehicle. It will also at the moment be determined what depreciation schedule will be applied, because at the moment there are two. This bill proposes two depreciation schedules that a vehicle will be assessed, and based on its ownership and its commercial purpose will determine which schedule will be applied. This can make the same vehicle be assessed differently, which was never the intent of the task force. It will also determine if a vehicle is assessed as personal property or as a motor vehicle. Personal property requires business owners to declare these vehicles every year. This makes it less efficient for property owners and assessors. A business in one town who has a company vehicle and lives in another town would also be required to file a declaration in that town, creating more work for both the taxpayer and the assessor. Another very important difference would be adding a vehicle purchased during the year that usually would come on our supplemental list. If it's being valued as personal property, we would not be adding this. At the same time, if we dispose of a vehicle on the personal property list, we would not be disposing it. So somebody owning it just a couple of days in October would pay for the full year. The Regency Task Force goals were to make administering motor vehicle assessments more efficient and fair from one taxpayer to another. And currently, as these bills are written, that is not what is happening. I would recommend we leave all the vehicles on the motor vehicle.
Minutes are complete.
This will allow them to use the same depreciation table. It would allow for additions for disposals during the year. It would not require property owners to file the vehicles each year, creating more paperwork for taxpayers and assessors. Our vendors would have less programming to implement as they wouldn't have
Please
to
wrap
move.
up. Your 3 minutes are complete.
I would recommend that the business owners would only need to declare vehicles that are over 6,000 pounds the first year, and then assessors could just apply that. The intent of this legislation is to make the motor vehicle assessment more efficient and more
Thank you so
uniformly.
very much. Your 3 minutes up. Any question? Any question? See or hear none at this time. Thank you so very much for your testimonial. And now I'd like to call our next speaker, number 70, Thomas Broderick. Thomas Broderick.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for staying so late and allowing me to provide this opportunity or this testimony. My name is Thomas Broderick. I'm from Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm here in strong support of HB 6890, also known as Work, Live, Ride. Our state's current land use regime, especially near the Metro North stations and bus stations in my home region of Fairfield County, it's really holding back our economy and underutilizing the investments made by our towns and our state. HB 6890 is grounded in compromise, and transit-oriented communities will both honor Connecticut's past and build a more dynamic future. I know firsthand how appealing transit-oriented development is. After graduating from UConn, I moved to downtown Bethel. I used to walk from my ADU to the train station weekend after weekend. I also lived in a townhouse in Stamford and a condo in Sono, enjoying the restaurants and the train to New York there. Indeed, the ability to live in a walkable neighborhood near both Long Island Sound and a train to New York really helps make Connecticut an incredible place to live, and there's a huge demand for this type of living. Unfortunately, too many of our towns are blocking homes in exactly these types of places. This bill will help towns grow and unlock the billions we've invested in transit over the years. The arguments against this bill seem to make little sense. Our current zoning regime, where towns impose a one-size-fits-all, centrally planned mandate on every inch of land, it's really anti-market and wastes the billions of dollars that we've collectively invested in transit in our towns and in our infrastructure. Additionally, while opponents may try to paint apartments or duplexes as out of character, it's hard to argue that apartments near train stations to Grand Central Terminal are out of character. And building apartments, market rate and otherwise, is not a punishment or negative consequence. Each of these apartments, especially in Fairfield County, is a home near a good school, a home close to a job with a career path, and a home where families will make memories. I'm particularly excited that my hometown of Trumbull would qualify for the funding opportunities in this bill. And when it's passed, I will eagerly push our town officials to take advantage of this chance for growth. Let me close by emphasizing what a no-brainer this is for the General Assembly. My home region of Fairfield County is blessed to have access to the most dynamic job market and cultural center in the entire country. And there are so many smart, hardworking people who want to live here. Let's leverage what we've invested already to grow our economy and build real homes for real people. I'm so optimistic about Connecticut's future, but we need your leadership. Embrace optimism, pass, work, live, ride. Thank you all for such a late night. And if I could just add in, since it's almost Friday at this point, go Huskies.
Thank you so very much, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Thomas. And I was going to say, even if you did not, although we disagree on the bill, go Huskies. We got to cut down the nets in 4 weeks. Thank you.
Number 4 in KenPom rankings. I'm not sure if that's the type of data that we bring to a planning and development committee, but it's an important piece of data.
You're really speaking my language. If you're talking KenPom, then you're speaking my language.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
All right, go Huskies. Thanks.
Thanks. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any question? See or hear none at this time. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call our next speaker, number 71, Melissa Kaplan. Melissa Kaplan.
Melissa Kaplan, Macy.
We're moving next item, next number 71, Nancy Wolf.
Nancy Wolf.
Nancy Wolf. Seems like not in here. We like to move the next number 73, Sean Goy.
Good morning, Senator Rahman. It's Sean Gio, and I'm the policy director with the Partnership for Strong Communities. And good morning to the rest of the committee as well. I've been watching along with you all day, and it's a long day, and thank you for your service to the state. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6890, and it is late, so I will not spend a lot of time with my remarks, as I've heard many people already state a lot of them, but I want to focus really on our housing situation in the state. Connecticut's chronic housing problems are damaging our families and our economy. Rents in Connecticut increased by 24% on average since 2017, which means a growing number of residents find themselves priced out of living in many of our towns. And as was mentioned before, our housing stock, some of the oldest in the nation, must stay in service longer than it should. What's left of the poor are the oldest and poorly maintained homes. In 1989, Connecticut housing had grown so unaffordable that a Blue Ribbon Commission was formed to find solutions to the crisis. You might be familiar with this commission. Section 830G was one of the things that came out of their work. Back then, 36% of renters paid over 30% of their income on housing. That was now in 2022, that percentage had grown to 52%. Today, I know 3 people in my personal life, all employed full-time, that can't find a rental home that works for them. So my question to you is, when will the state respond to this crisis? HB 6890 begins to address this unsatisfied demand for more homes. And as you've heard a lot about the benefits of mixed income TOD, so I'll skip this section. But I will say there are other benefits you may not have heard too much about today to mixed income transit housing. And one of those is reducing the stark racial and economic segregation of our state. Many Connecticut transit towns, as you heard, lack moderately priced housing options near transportation centers. Work, Live, Ride will ensure that the benefits of transit-oriented communities are shared by families across all levels of income. Low and moderate income households have the same right to access our public transit system as higher income households do. Permitting denser mixed income housing near our stations will broaden Connecticut's economic future for more of our citizens beyond those already benefiting from proximity to transit and access to our regional economy. I'll end there. It's late and I'm almost the end of the list. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank you so very much. Any question? Any question? See, you are here. None at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Baumgartner.
Yes, I just wanted to know, Sean, I understand you were here earlier, so wanted to thank you for coming in person to testify. I just went through your website, pointing to some of the legislative priorities but my question with respect to the bill before us today, can you speak to kind of how your organization has been involved in the advocacy with respect to kind of this concept over the last, at least this session or even previously?
Transit-oriented development specifically, or just zoning reform in general? Or I can say our organization, Partnership for Strong Communities, has been around for since 1998. It was formed really to brought together a lot of advocates to try to address homelessness, ending homelessness in our state. And after a few years, quickly realized that a major component of that is our lack of affordable housing. And out of that, a campaign called Home Connecticut grew. And Home Connecticut's first campaign was around what became the Housing Incentive Zone legislation, the bill. It's still an existing act that provides incentives for towns that change their zoning to allow a certain level of density, and there are incentive payments from the state as housing is built in those zones. So in that regard, I would say it's a relative of this bill, right? It's the notion that we really do need more housing in the state. Zoning decisions are made locally, and we need to figure out how to get that housing built in the local context. And the Incentive Housing Zone Act was one set of incentives, and this bill is another. I'm not sure I answered your question, Representative. So if I did not, please let me know.
Yes, you did. And I'd love to talk offline, but thank you again, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? I don't see you are here. None at this time. Thank you for your testimony, sir. We really appreciate it. I'd like to call our next speaker, number 74, Sydney LK. Sydney.
Hi,
LK.
yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hello, honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and everyone who is still on the call at this very late hour. My name is Sydney Elkay. I am a Manchester resident. I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 6890, an act concerning qualifying transit-oriented communities. I am also the transit-oriented communities organizer at Desegregate CT. There are a myriad of reasons why I'm in support of this bill. However, one of the main reasons as a recent UConn graduate is the sheer lack of housing that currently exists in this state. According to CT Insider, Connecticut has the lowest vacancy rate for rental housing in the nation, with only 2.1% of rentals being vacant as of 2022. Connecticut also has the second highest number of people aged 18 to 34 living with their parents out of any state, with 41.5% of young people still living at home. These two statistics are clearly connected. I have also found this data to be accurate from my own experience. After graduation, I discovered that I could not afford to move out within the state, nor was there a large amount of housing even available. Certainly, the number of one-bedroom apartments, which is the kind of housing I would be searching for, was negligible. Many people I know have experienced the same issue, with nearly all of my friends moving back in with their parents after college graduation. I know only a few people who have managed to move out, with all of them living in one-bedroom apartments. One person I know spent 6 months searching for the one bedroom that she now lives in, as the few listings available were just not affordable. She had to drive 3 hours per day to her job until she was able to find that apartment. Most of the college graduates that I know who do not currently live with their families have moved out of state because housing designed for young people doesn't exist in Connecticut. Each year, thousands of students graduate from the incredible universities that we have in our state, ready to enter the workforce, only to find that there is nowhere for them to go. If we as a state actually want our college graduates to stay in their communities and use their education to the benefit of Connecticut, We have to build housing for them. Otherwise, young adults will move to places where they can find housing, which will be out of state. Work Live Ride is designed to create more housing by making it easier for towns to develop denser housing near transit. This will allow for additional units to be built while also creating housing diversity beyond large homes on large lots. This would enable towns to build more of the housing that young people look for, such as small apartments, which would enable us to move out of childhood homes while still remaining in our communities. The creation of additional housing units would also allow for the supply to catch up with demand, thus lowering housing prices and making it more affordable for the people who are searching for housing. If this bill does not pass, Connecticut will continue to not build housing and will remain unable to support additional households. Our state will continue to lack the housing that is affordable, making it inhospitable to young people. If we want Connecticut to thrive, we can't afford to drive away our next generation of workers and taxpayers. But with our current zoning laws and lack of housing, that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Any question? I don't see any question right now, but I just want to echo a little bit, LK. Thank you. Thank you so very much coming in here today testify. 12:30, almost 1 o'clock. You still is up?
Mr. Chair, we have one more left to testify, Theo Hacks. He has returned to the end of the list.
Okay, all right. Thank you so very much for your testify. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. Honorable co-chairs DeGraw and Raymond, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all. I know it's been a very long day. My name is Theo Hawks, and I'm a college student living in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm an advocacy fellow with Desegregate CT. As someone who cares deeply about the issues of affordable housing and sustainability and how they impact Connecticut's present and future, I urge you to vote in favor of Work Live Ride. I'm specifically here to speak about the environmental benefits of Work Live Ride and transit-oriented development, because given the immediate needs of our present climate crisis, the time to act is now. And this bill incentivizes the smart types of sustainable planning that we will be grateful to have invested in 40 years from now. As we've heard, transit-oriented development offers immeasurable benefits in the sense that it moves our state away from depending on automobiles and automobile transit. That's been spoken on today. I won't elaborate any further, but I would like to highlight that the transit districts themselves, created by this bill, would prevent developers from building excessive parking space, which studies have shown that when we include parking mandates, it leads to the oversupply of parking space, sometimes as much as by 30%. So the elimination of excessive parking in these TODs means that there's less impervious surfaces, which contribute to runoff pollution and increased flood risks around our beautiful rivers and throughout our watersheds in this state. I would like to conclude by mentioning that in addition to the obvious benefits from the transit side, it's also worth noting that the denser housing that is required in TOD districts is inherently more sustainable than urban sprawl. This is because it focuses on infill development, which takes advantage of existing infrastructure rather than sort of creating development on natural habitats and forests and farmlands in our state. Also, the bill's housing density requirements incentivize the construction of energy efficient home types, as dense multi-family housing units have significantly lower energy uses than large plotted single family homes do. I said I was going to conclude before. Two final quick points here. Throughout this session today, we've heard some concern over building in sensitive ecological areas or coastal flooding zones. I'd like to clarify that there are no instances where municipalities would be required to build in such areas due to this bill. We have specific provisions preventing that type of development. And finally, to answer, I think it was Senator Fazio's question about the number of TODs per town, the language of this bill suggests that it would only be one or no less than one transit-oriented district per municipality. It would not have to be per
transit district. And I know that was a concern, and I would like to clarify.
Your 3 minutes are now complete.
And that's it. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Theo, I'm so sorry. Earlier, actually, I was going through my number, so I had 3 more people, but they call out. So thank you. Thank you so very much. I see my ranking member. He just wake up again. I'm just kidding. You have a question. Senator Fazio.
Sure.
Mr. Hacks, I do appreciate the testimony and the clarification. It was not a rhetorical question on my part. I am still, again, I'm texting with others. I am still trying to reach clarity and confidence that it does stipulate that there should be one designated transit-oriented area per municipality, rather than one per every qualifying transit station. And so I think that's something that I would still see clarification after this testimony, but I do appreciate you trying to address it. Maybe at 1 a.m. it's not the right time to come to certitude on it, but the language to me was not clear, and I think that's something that does need to be clarified.
Absolutely.
Addressing it.
Yeah, that could definitely be clarified as this bill moves forward, and that was surely the intention of it. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Any other question? Any question? See or hear none at this time. Thank you, Theo, for your testimony. And now go take, just take some rest. I don't know you're going to work tomorrow, but we have to wake up tomorrow morning. I love this place, so I'm going to be here tomorrow also. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, and thank you to the whole committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to thank you. Thank you, everyone, legislator, members, and speakers for your times and patience, long waiting today, all day. A special thanks to our staffs working hard, not just for us, for our state, tirelessly, without any question. There is no word we can find, say thank you enough for them, but personally, I want to thanks them deep down bottom from my heart. They are backbone our committee and team PND, always working hard and putting everything together. Thank you so very much, and everyone drive safe, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.